take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice?
And make them back up, back up.
Make them
roll out, rush in, drop back, defense.
What would you do if you had my life? Would you go hard just to have that ice? Nowadays dudes never had that fight. When the person talking about to add that spice.
And make them back up, back up.
What would you do?
Show some respect.
Are you challenging me?
A tough nut to crack.
Now, shall we fight?
My turn!
All right, here we go.
Trust my shield.
Fire away! Gotta try harder, huh? Soldiers, give me strength! I'll take care of it!
Trust my shield. Stop right there. It's not over yet. Go to hell.
All right, here we go.
Hey-ya!
Welcome to Update 26.2, where you'll discover the new Crafter Pass, a new Team Deathmatch map, strengthened anti-cheat measures, and more. Here's a closer look at what's in store. Dive into the fresh Crafter Pass, Black Market 2023. Tackle missions, obtain rewards, and get busy crafting in the workshop. Keep an eye out for the special craftable rewards in this pass. The return of 4 progressive weapon skins available throughout the pass duration, along with their unique chromas. There is much more depth to the Black Market 2023, so stay tuned for a detailed announcement coming your way. Next up, experience the newly unveiled map for Team Deathmatch, the Pillar Compound. This arena serves up distinct combat avenues tailored for diverse gunplay preferences. Favor long to medium range battles? The main building is the choice for you. For those keen on close quarter encounters, the side buildings is the place to be. Plus, the inclusion of cleverly designed flank routes ensures thrilling challenges for everyone. Elevating our commitment to fair play, we're enhancing anti-cheat measures for ranked matches on Steam. Those flagged as potential cheaters will now face an added ARS verification step, linked to the phone number associated with their account. Ensure your information is updated by visiting PUBG support should there be any changes to your contact information. Lastly, we have a new penalty system for those leaving Blue Bomb Rush mid-match, refinements to the general plane flight route UI, and more. Update 26.2 has more to offer, so don't forget to read the patch notes, and we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Unleash my shopping spree
Duty-free from big brands.
at all King Power stores and King Power Online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. My Aram is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำ
แค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมัน
เท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับหนึ่ง
ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
PUBG Global Series 2 Grand Finals Sonic!
The championship, the spray comes through. 17 Gaming takes the chicken dinner.
Twisted Minds with a disgustingly effective hold on the south side. Turn that into a win.
It's on him and takes him down. Daiwa is going to get the win.
To win that win.
Over the center opposition. He's got to be
Yeah, oh, kickstart some great shots there. How in the world does Shouty win that? Shell's up and over. Cerberus fighting Ghibli. Ghibli, one player left for Ghibli.
His tactical route coming apart.
And now they're walking right to NG.
But keep in mind, we are in placement points right now. So every single time a squad gets eliminated, there's the opportunity. LG's going to try to roam into this one. They're going to get taken down, but those kills.
So Osla, another team eliminated from Grand Finals contention so far. Players that aren't busy doing this res, they know they've only got 2 guns to deal with. They've got 3 players. They have to find this moment. Bard out in the open, in trouble.
Day trade just walked.
Onto almost 1 HP. A great spray from Flash. Could find the second onto Beamy. He does. Only 1 more to go, and he's got it.
Big play coming up from them as they did get position early. Go on the opposite side of the house so that way nobody just demolishes him whenever he does it. So this is probably one of the harder ways to try to get a mortar off. So yes, if it's a bit wide, don't judge. Oh, that's some teamwork. Do it again. Do it again. Oh yeah, just keep him rolling.
Just absolutely so satisfying. Perfect. Other side, and here we go again.
How's the read onto it? He's going to go ahead and take the shot up. Last one was a bit.
He's going to try to find Shen. Shen just got done first aiding. He's right back on his knees. Taikon's going to put him out.
Looks forward, knows where the other one is. Smoke's going to make it a lot more complicated. Problem is, there is Blue Zone going to be right back behind him. This is big for Day Trade. Going to make it easier. Taikon, 14 kills for his squad right now. Looking at both of them fighting over the center of the circle. Taikon just taking more damage. Near on, down and out.
What a filthy spray with the 3x here for Taikon. He wants to go for the win. Belmont can't give him the opportunity, can't give him the space.
Oh my God.
Oh, he's so good right now.
Every peak getting punished. Taikon going to use the opportunity. Step forward. Holy he does it. Cerberus walks away with the win.
Are you kidding me, Taikon?
시작을 뭘로 해야 돼?
어?
시작을 뭘로 해야 돼?
형은 디플러스기 하면 세게 지르면 돼.
오케이 오케이 인정이야. 너만 하면 인정이지. 형한테 배운 거야 왜 안 돼?
인정이야.
인정이야 그거야.
ใช่กว่าทุกร้อนจริงวะร้อนละแต่ร้อนเหนียวอ่ะ
เฮ้ยงง
แกยังแกออกมายังกันเนี้ยแกอะไรนะเฮ้ยไม่ทำอะไรเลยทำมึงทุบเอามาแปะหัวมึงอ่ะเบาเลยอะไรยีนมึงก็ทุบในมือมึงสิอีกโง่มันทำจริงๆเลยวะ
Let's get it, boys. Let's make sure we're sounding confident. We're the best team here. Let's play like it.
That is a fact. 그냥 한 대 맞으면은 대호나 괜찮아? 태호야 괜찮아? 가야 돼? 배려, 사랑. 팀원 곧 사랑이고 팀원은 곧 여자친구랑 똑같아.
사랑해.
아 사랑해. 아 사랑해.
사랑해 한마디 말려. 사랑해요.
전화?
전화? 전화 되나? 네. 질러. 디플러스키야. 왜?
ไปพังไปมาร์ค3ล็อกกระโม่รู้เรื่องพี่ผมมาแล้ว4แล้วตอนนี้เรา4แล้ว
Two guys coming to new. I'm gonna try to throw. They're gonna be up on me, like 3 guys.
Give full comms guys. Take your own corrective.
เฮ้ยเจ็บมากดิโคตรเจ็บเลย
ใจเย็นนะเว้ยเราล่วงอ่ะ
สวยพี่
กูชุบแวบสองคนเล่นหน่อยได้มาสามได้ตัวนึงเลยตัวเดียวพี่สวยผมเนี่ยให้ตัวเดียวแล้วไม่เจอว่ะมันลงขวาล่างป่าววะอาจจะลงขวาล่างพวกเราเนี่ยมาขวาโบบนหัวกูหลังเนินอยู่ข้างบนตัวท้ายใจเย็น
ตาย
สวยกูเซฟ
Nice try.
Shouldn't have done nothing like that.
All good.
他好像一个人来抢不刷，然后3个人跳到左外防区，是不是
OK， 不刷得飘一会儿。
2个绿靶。
大牛好像飞野区了。
我拿2标绿靶。我抢这个绿靶了，兄弟。
OK。
2个绿靶。
I don't see the one on green. I don't know. There's 2 cars. I get the one on green 100%.
There's a guy next to you. I don't know. I think you have it though.
我这抢到了。
我也抢到了。走。
He's in the driver's wheel. Come to me, Crossy.
还有一个呢，我旁边，我车上，
在他车上没事。
带过去。
You guys good or?
Oh, Fix is dead.
I'm dead.
Good. Fix is just in the car.
Oh, I just don't understand. You're alive on your screen. You're saying you're dead.
He's in the car.
I didn't know that.
A few minutes later.
Oh, they're landing on me. I think they're landing on me.
They're close. We can kill them out. One dead. Shunzi, 3 on you. Buy time.
One's
outside right. 2 out left.
They're on the backside right now. I knocked one. I'm
Last one's there.
Wait, yeah, moving. Let's go inside and clear together. Come inside and clear.
Come left. He's on the left. He's outside now. Last guy.
Dropping a nade.
You guys are 3.
Move back.
Come here.
Nade me. I'm coming out. 能烧死吗？
You guys. They're both dead.
I might be able to lift you. I caught out of it.
2 members of Sonics going down off of a big play from Summer.
I don't see, if you want to come out victorious, either Pentagram or Interforce, you cannot take the fight to one another first, because Foot will win if that happens.
이거 왼쪽으로 그냥 연막세 4개 칠 테니까 왼쪽에 236이랑 스파바자 가자. 간다. 연막 친다 이제.
정면에 4번으로 붙자는 거지?
3명 온다. 3명. 야, 그래 그리고 엎드려. 사라도 沸도. 미안해.
야 오른쪽으로 가야 돼 오른쪽 얘들아.
왼쪽 못 가겠다. 일단 서치해볼게.
나 땅에 붙었어.
형이 해줘야 돼. 형 천천히.
아즈라殺したい.
이거.
아즈라 殺して2. ちょっと状況が絶対来るこれ.
방향 꼭대기 봐줘. 야 지훈아 그냥 우리 쪽으로 와.
아 기다리다 이거.
붙을 때 우리 쪽으로 와. 방향 꼭대기 봐줘. 꼭대기 봐줘.
꼭대기 봐줘.
야 오른쪽 붙을게 여기.
아 봐봐.
아, 1人もいた。1人死んだ。3対3対4. 리밥스.
오케이 왔다.
얘네 싸우면 나랑 광현이 오른쪽으로 감자. 같이. 나 여기 지킨다.
나 지켜줄게. 혼자 생각해. 진영이.
내 쪽 발소리 난 다음에 빼꼼만 해줘 광현.
확인하게.
야,左絶対左無理。もうペンタの距離。아즈라殺せ. フラッシュバンで行くよ。サイドも온다。カモ。もう行くしかない。予選。
딱이 위에 올라와 있다. 딱이 위에 빈가 줄게. 여기 붙어있어.
4대3.
아, 쏘리.
이거 왼쪽으로 할게 형. 진영이 혼자 뭐야? 동원이 혼자 해. 야 꼭대기 기절. 내려와 나삥 있어. 삥 깎게. 삥 4개.
아, 플래시.
마지막 하나. 정면으로 간다.
꼭대기 있어 꼭대기.
꼭대기 둘 다. 라스트 3번들. 우리 인서클 좋아. 자리 좋아.
나 푸시 할게 이거. 라스트 왼쪽.
나이스.
나이스! 7킬!
나 2킬.
7킬!
I mean, we only die because of loot. We have no loot. We just die because of loot.
Nice try.
Let's go, baby.
is shocking the world. 18 kills and a chicken dinner. I don't know if it's enough, but goddamn Matrim, they made a hell of a round. Buzzface, 8 kills. Uba, 6 kills. 8 seed. These guys stepped up and played winning.
The voice in my head overturned, telling me to get closer to you now. Something's gotta change, you know it's right. Time to take it back, it's all in the high. Whenever step I make goes down and fall apart. Whenever move that you make is not enough. Turn around and trust in yourself at the end. You're the only one who survived to win. Don't let something to fire. If you want to go higher, shout it out loud. Say that you're divine. Go running through the fire and remember your desire. Shout it out loud. Say that you're divine. Go running through the
Welcome back to the PUBG Global Championships 2023. Wherever you're watching around the world, we are setting up for a heck of a 2 days of play. 12 games left here in the last chance qualifier. My name's Toppies. I'm joined by Avenger, and this is the last chance to dance for 8 of these teams.
Yeah, 2 days, and we're going to find the last half of our grand finals teams. That's obviously going to be starting on Friday, but yeah, 2 days. It's going to be a crazy one.
And the journey, we talked about the start of this whole thing of 1,000 steps starts with 1. This is the issue, is this is the last step. This is that moment where a team has no outs anymore. You have to make the moves and you have to make them here, and it has been a wild lead up. We'll fill you in on some of the behind the scene things because it has been a very exciting day getting here. But first I got to remind you why we're here and who makes it possible. It's Ondaseat, the official gaming chair partner, the chair that elevates the gaming experience with ultimate comfort and exceptional performance. Choose Ondaseat, choose the seat of victors. We're also sponsored by the King Power Group, leader in the travel retail industry. King Power, the power of possibilities. Logo Pro Esports grade gaming gear made with a unique design. And as a world-leading gaming brand, MSI stands out as the most trusted brand in gaming and esports. MSI is the official gaming partner of the PUBG Global Championships 2023, providing PC hardware, monitors, and laptops as the designated hardware provider for this event. Taukanoi, live deliciously. Number 1, fast and reliable fiber internet brought to you by True Online. All right. We know who's making this possible. We know what they're playing for. The money, will go over the scoreboards and everything you need to know in a second, but what we're really playing for here is dreams.
It is.
Players spend their whole life wanting to get to the next stage of this event.
Or the next step of their career. Some have never made it to the PGC finals before. There's some teams here that obviously are vying to do that for the first time or for multiple times if you are a seasoned veteran.
And with no defending champion here for a back-to-back win, it means that that winner's bracket or that final is wide open for a lot of teams to step up and claim their position in the pantheon of PUBG. Let's take a look at the schedule. The group stages are done. Losers bracket is done. Winners bracket is over. It's time for the last chance qualifier. It has been a journey to get here, and I can tell you what, the 16 teams who are here today, they're not happy about it, Martin, because only 8 of them get to go to that grand final.
Yeah, but of course, it is the double elimination. It's the last chance. You still have a chance to make it. And yes, it is going to be our top 8 teams from this last chance that are going to be making it. And it's kind of a rough one because, you know, some teams, they were yesterday eliminated. They were the bottom 8. And the other half teams, they have had time to prepare. They were the winning team out of our losers bracket. So they could be probably more on a mental high note compared to the other teams that just got somewhat beaten down into this bracket.
I mean, that's exactly right. They are coming out on a high note. Those teams up on the top of the list did great in their losers bracket and are coming in confident. They've had time to watch winners bracket and adjust against the teams who just yesterday at about 11 p.m. found out, we got to be ready for tomorrow. Let's look at what they're playing for. $600,000 for first, but you got to get to the grand final. What's the money like for this one?
It's huge. It's a lot of chunk of change. Yeah. It's a big difference, obviously, because you're going to know if you're going to get $19,000 or if you're going to get, you know, $28,000. Then the big jump is also there's a $5,000 kind of promotion if you get into the grand final for the minimum. Our 16 teams here, though, Toffees, some of them had insane performances in the losers bracket. Petrichor Road, Ike's Left was insane. They were able to perform quite amicably, we can say.
It was brilliant. They were brilliant.
111 points. Alone. Yeah, Ike's Left alone. But my question is, are they going to be able to withstand the pressure from 8 teams coming out of winners because they got a lot of space, they made a lot of space. Yeah. Are they going to be given as much here in the last chance? That is really my question.
I mean, and we're going to watch some of these teams. We got Ace, we got Petrichor, we got Falcons, and I think at the end of the losers bracket, my biggest takeaway was, aside from Petrichor, who did look really good for most of that thing, if those teams start the same way here that they did there, they will not advance. There were too many teams who had 2 or 3 bad games before they got up and running. This lobby has a very high skill level, and the teams that got knocked down here yesterday, I think most of them are on a run to go right back to the grand final.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think, and again, historically what we've seen the majority of our kind of this second bracket part, it usually comes down to they get another chance and they knock it out of the park. Yeah, of course, some of the teams that did extremely well, Ascent, Petrichor Road. Ascent had a fantastic kind of bounce back from 11th to 12th place to get into 2nd place for the losers. Super impressive for them. They really stepped up. Petrichor Road had a complete, like a total team turn on. Both Ming and Chewy, they were able to step up and do crazy things. And yeah, Falcons, another team. They're able to step up. They're able to close out the 80 points. Question is really, are they going to be able to do it here? We would change loot spots and change 8 teams.
A lot of things were sort of in flux even to this morning, partly because of how last night ended. We'll talk about that. But fan first, I want you to remind you can go to twire.gg right now. You still have time to get your fantasy team put together. 2 points per kill, 100 for 100 of damage, basically 1 point for 100 damage. Survive is a +5, and if they die too fast, it's -3. And that might be impactful today because there are rumors that there might be a little bit of a kerfuffle, a few hot drops, maybe even some backroom negotiations in an attempt to prevent that from happening. It's been a crazy day of PUBG already. Let's talk about Fantasy League, though. Most picked, Ike's Left, 5.9. Interesting.
And Tickleton on 5% almost. Ming, after having a few disappointing runs, is on 4. He was cheap. 16,000 is ridiculously cheap. And a lot of people are like, okay, this is the time for Perfectix and Twisted Minds to step up. They need to have a fantastic running for this. Batulin's also on 1% pick here. And as you see here, myself and the boys, they also have some faith in Perfectix. There's a lot of the Twisted Minds across the board. There's a lot of Sonics across the board. And yeah, Petrichor Road also, Ming, Ike's Left, and myself, Chewy. So it's a little bit of a, trust across some of the same teams.
I see that you've got a Don Juan Kia player, or sorry, D plus Kia player, and you've got a Sonics player. This is what I was worried about today. At the start of the day, and I obviously also am buying into Sonics and Perfectus making a move, but at the start of the day today, they said that they were going to drop Sonics on all of their maps. They put it into sort of this discussion out there, and the Sonics had to sit down, the coaches, and discuss who actually gets to, like, are we going to hot drop? Or are we going to put our entire event at risk? And I heard that they split it. So we'll see a Picado for one team and a Pachinki for the other.
Yeah, it was an arm wrestle.
A bit of an arm wrestle. I don't know what the decision was, but thank goodness, because it would be brutal. It would be brutal to be out there hot dropping in an event like this.
So they moved, you know, 2 of the maps they moved, so kind of on the other way. But yeah, you either get to have a Pachinki or Picado to yourself. Super interesting, of course. 17, they're able to have an insane run yesterday and finish on a really high note. So these 57%. Your vote is not kind of missed, or it's not wasted in that point. Let's put it that way. But we're gonna find 8 more teams that you can vote on, and you should be doing that after tomorrow's game.
Yeah, I mean, it's not lost on me that our intro video is sort of Uba looking up at 17 Gaming at the end of that, because these guys look like they have been so strong going into the grand final. We'll see more of them in a couple of days. For now, we're gonna start out the matches today on Erangel, finish up in the dusty dunes of Miramar, and then flip it around so that it's essentially as fair as humanly possible when we show up tomorrow.
Yeah, and honest, for me here in this case is obviously like you get to finish things on Erangel, but also that is where people is also going to be super confident in hot dropping you. Like if they are at 80, points, 70 points plus, and they have 2 more games, and they know, okay, you got Pachinki to yourself or you got ES9 to yourself, that's where they're going to be kind of gatekeeping you from hot dropping you. So that's the scary thing, because they can cut you out at that point.
We already saw a little bit of that. We saw a little bit yesterday with some 17 harassing the Sonics. Now, if you think that you can be fast, if you think that you can earn a little something extra, then I encourage you to do so. Our G-Coin event is going on all day today. At the first kill, we're giving away a code for 400 G-Coin. After the first team elimination of the 5th match, there'll be a code that will get you anywhere from 800 to 5,000. But you got to have some fast tippy taps when it comes to that keyboard. So open up the in-the-game client and get ready to put those in just as fast as you possibly can. Now, we are going to give away a voting coupon. You can get that right now if you want to go into the client and have your chance to vote for a team that you think will win PGC. But as my esteemed colleague said, you don't have to use it until Grand Finals is about to start. So maybe see who gets through this before you make that choice. And then obviously you're not going to see any ticket notifications because from what I understand, Grand Finals is sold out. So that is awesome. For those of you who are coming, we can't wait to see you here. Make sure you say hello when you get here to the arena. It is going to be wild. There are 2 Thai teams in the Grand Final. I'm super excited about that.
Yeah, the roof is going to explode once they win because it is 100% guaranteed one of these teams are going to win one of the games.
All right. So it sounds like we're about to go into game number 1 right after this.
Just like yesterday, things are totally not working out for the teams on the bottom half.
When it rains, it pours. It's a completely different team now, and not in a good way.
Sin starting to turn things on. They are taking control of the leaderboard.
So we went from 11th place to 2nd place, which was really nice, and we were all really happy about it.
That is what we need to see from V7. Great push and a great takedown. Nice positioning in the play altogether.
저희가 12위에서 5등까지 올라갔는데 자신감을 가지고 게임을 해야 충분히 잘 할 수 있다고 생각했던 것 같아요.
You know, I talk to my wife every day, obviously, but my wife told me just to win the damn thing.
Space Station Gaming is starting to take off. Flying a smile on the faces of Space Station Gaming.
To my wife, thank you for the support. Thank you for making me the man and the leader I am today. I know that no matter what the result, you'd be proud, but I can't wait to bring home a championship. I love you.
제가 좀 방황을 많이 했었어요. 그때 팀원들이 지훈아 잘하고 있으니까 좀만 버텨달라고 했었던 것 같아요. 사실 그 말이 없었으면은 무너졌을 수도 있을 것 같아. 믿어줘서 고맙고 열심히 해서 같이 우승하자.
虎哥就比赛的时候跟我们说，输赢都很正常，所有人都有公平的机会，就看谁能抓住这个机会了。我觉得现在就是我们抓住这个机会的时候，我们要把握好这次机会。
Hello, everybody, and welcome once again to the Last Chance Qualifiers. It feels hard, Toby, to follow up that emotional video there from so many of the different players, but at the end of the day, that's what we're here for, right? We're here to determine who the 8 teams that are going to be going on to the grand final are and who we're going to be sending home. I'm Porosaurus, this is Toby, and we are going to be here to guide you the whole way through today. Toby, so many things discussed on the desk, so many different storylines to think about going forward. I'm going to hit you with this one to start off.
Go.
The winners bracket teams have had no time.
Yeah.
They're basically, they came in bottom 8 yesterday, and now they're coming into this off of what was for them obviously a terrible performance. And then our losers bracket teams, they've had 2 days to just kind of sit back and relax. Also coming in off of that high of coming in, which obviously the losers bracket very, very close all the way to the very end.
Yeah.
But who do you think might be in the better position right here mentally?
I think it goes a little bit from team to team on how they come in, because some teams losing out on winners bracket will still feel like we were there, we were worthy, now we're just going to bring it home. But there's definitely also going to be teams coming through from the losers bracket in a winning fashion. Look at Petrichor, for example, didn't exactly have the best group stage. They finally get things together and, as you say, completely dominate the losers bracket. Now they come in with momentum going their way. So could be a bit back and forth, I'd say, depending on the team. Yeah, but definitely the teams here now that really didn't want to be in this position from winners yesterday, that I hope has done their prep, because as you said, they've literally had like 18 hours, that's including sleep, by the way, to get ready for today's games.
And as they said on the desk, a lot of that preparation was that picking drop spots. There was a lot of backroom diplomacy, a lot of different stuff going on, politicking going on. It's going to be really exciting to see if they got that all sorted when things come down to it, because right off the bat, you don't want to start off slow. We've seen it time and time again that the teams that start off pretty well, they have a tendency to just kind of keep building onto that lead, whereas coming and trying to claw your way back from a rough start, extremely difficult.
Extremely. And with all these teams having so much on the line, I mean, this is where I feel like mistakes are made. This is where the pressure, it doesn't get any higher than this, really.
No.
If you mess up here, you are out of the tournament, similar to the first losers bracket that we had. And we saw teams that are usually very consistent all the way through make those mistakes. I've never seen them do this stuff before. They did it there. 4AM, a great example. Had phenomenal games, but also at times looked like they didn't know what they were doing. Now I'm worried that we are going to see teams here that we usually think of as the most kind of consistent teams in these situations maybe falling under the pressure too.
I mean, there's so many different storylines to look at. You look at Petrichor Road. Group stage was okay. They just couldn't really find the late game, and then once they got to that losers bracket, they couldn't seem to find competition. They were just rolling over everybody.
Yeah. And it wasn't the fashion that they went about it too that really impressed me. Like even in games where you thought, okay, now they're down, now they're out, the circle went away, they came up with strategies to kind of counter things going against them. That's what I love to see, and that's what I want to see some of these teams do today as well. Same thing for Gen G. Gen G that's just been sitting on the edge forever, letting other teams do what they want. They came in and said, wait, we actually have a say in how this edge is being played. Started taking more dominance. Tyloo as well, Shen. We finally started seeing the PGS2 Shen train going. Him and Xiaoyang, if they get up to a good start here, there's no saying where they could end.
And I mean, I remember we got in from the hotel, or into the hotel last night. The entirety of Tyloo, all their players, all their coaches and staff were just camped out in the lobby of the hotel, going over strategies, going over video, going over everything that they want to do here today. But again, as you said, a little bit of something to build on towards the late game or late day yesterday. You look at a team like Legacy or Team Falcons even. These are teams, it seems like they have there was a number of teams that we saw yesterday that like to try to play for that late game, try to play slow until they get to the late game, keep 4 up, and then try to take the fights with everybody around them. And that didn't seem to be working for any of those teams yesterday. Do you think that maybe this lobby might be a little bit lighter, and maybe that might be a viable strategy again?
Potentially, but at the same time, as I said before, there's so much on the line now that I think
it's a very risky play.
What might not be there in terms of very, very top echelon competition is there in your own mental. Like you're fighting as much against yourself throughout these 12 matches and your teammates, and trying to keep the morale up throughout the entire 2 days here as you're fighting against your opponents.
Genius Esports, one of our last APAC teams, the only APAC team in this lobby. They had a little bit of a good showing there in the final day of Losers Bracket. 61 points across 5 games across 2 days in the Losers Bracket. Clory's finally starting to showed up to be that superstar leader that team needs. We are getting ready to go into game number 1, and you see, ironically, question mark, the last team that we get to show. So many question marks across this lobby. The main one is going to be who will be top 8, who will be going to the grand final.
I mean, you put it there absolutely perfectly. I love coming into a lobby where teams ask me, oh, Toby, what are your expectations? Who's going to do this? Who's going to do that? I'm like, you know what? Let's sit back and let the players just tell that whole tale, because as you're saying, I mean, I'm thinking there's at least a solid 12, 13 teams that if you tell me they're going to finish up 3, I'm like, yeah, it makes sense to me. Makes sense to everything I've gone through here, and I think that's just amazing. It goes to show the overall caliber of PUBG play we have, even in elimination stages at Global PUBG.
And then you have the mentality, right? This is where that veteran leadership comes in. Having those players that have been around a while that can help the younger guys say, look, we had a bad run. Now it is a completely clean slate, fresh start. We can come in here 12 games to do what we need to do. Everything that happened before doesn't matter. Right now is all that's important.
Sure is, sure is. I was talking to Ascent coming into today's games, and I was like, is there anything spicy lined up for us today? And they said there might actually be a world where they hot drop down towards Legacy and Milta, but thought better of it. Of course, we know that they like to loot on the edges. Going up towards Kameshki makes sense, but Rexco said it too. They just really, really like having access to military. It's something that they normally have on the western side. Now you have question mark New have down there as well, so not being the case this time around. Good thing for them is it might, I say, not be a military game. There's still a chance that it can swing south, but right now it looks to go up north. Whoa!
Goodness. Okay, Americano, very, very close right here off the drop. Surti going to pick up that micro Uzi, and it looks like Americano going to try to make the run. Surti, gun in hand, the spray comes through, and Americano is able to break the line of sight. Surti not giving up, although this might be just him going for the US. Yeah.
That, I mean, if he's trying to run him down, run all the way to Lipovka, then I say, you know what, get that kill. It's where you deserve it. You sprinted a quarter of the map, might as well claim it. But no, I mean, that fence there for a second almost killed Americano, but good thing for him is that he gets to stay alive, and so does everyone else. No big commotion. We do have Twisted Minds and Genius sharing Yasnaya, and I can tell you this much, it's been a while since we've seen the TM boys outside of school and apps, but here they are. Yasnaya is where they're positioned. Coming into this tournament, they've been sat very much exactly where they wanted for the longest time, but we know that they have had their their skirmishes with Petrichor in the past, and seeing this here makes me very interested in seeing who's gonna get Power Grid once we head on over to Miramar.
That is a question, isn't it? They have been very, very close. The drop maps, as you said, have been altering, going back and forth all day long as different you know, as we said, diplomacy going on, meetings happening behind closed doors. But it looks like Genius and Twisted decided that they can afford to share Yasnaya, as we see of the teams who qualified on PGS points. 2 will be competing in the last chance qualifier, and that is Twisted Minds and Sonics. Now, that being said, Toby, all year long in international events, Twisted Minds have shown up in the biggest possible way when their backs are against the wall and the threat of going home is real.
And I think that can be said about both these two teams, because I mean, you kind of coined Twisted Minds as the undisputed lower bracket champions, because they have been in the past.
2 wins in a row.
Good thing for them is that they've also managed to qualify straight through. This time, though, not quite the case. So assuming, and obviously you could see off the fantasy picks too, a lot of people assuming that both Sonics and Twisted Minds are going to be able to make top 8 here. And honestly, I'd be surprised if they don't. Having said that, they did have moments throughout those both group stages and their brackets where they just did not seem like their former selves, didn't seem like regional champions, respectively.
True. I got to say, the thing that stuck out to me the most about Twisted Minds was the emergency pickup strategies, trying to send 1, maybe 2 to do a little scouting while the others were following in vehicles. It seemed like that never really paid off for them. It seemed like they got punished for it more often than not. And Sonics, well, 10 points in one day, that's just bad. Yep. I mean, that's just bad all the way around. There's no really 2 ways around it. So, you know, now that being said, it's very rare that you see a team like Sonics have 2 incredibly bad days in a row. So Sonics may be one of those teams that are going to benefit from being able to have that poor performance and then come back the very next day with a fresh slate in play.
We saw the highlights from Petrichor Road, and I feel like that game we saw highlighted there in particular, even though they didn't come out and win it, it was still one of those where that's where they figured things out. That's where kind of the switch went on, and they started going, wait, we can actually control this game mode, and just started fragging out. And again, I mean, for most teams in this lobby, it just takes that one game. It might not even be an entire game. It could be 2 good fights. It could be one circle shift that favors you, that gets your momentum going, that gets your just puts you up that extra 1% to fight your way on through it. And I think not only Petrichor, but many other teams are just that one good shift away from that happening.
It's the question always for any of these teams, any team in anything really, is when you have a really successful day, how do you replicate the mentality that you had while that day was going on? I think it makes it a lot easier if you have a good game to start things off.
Oh, yeah, of course.
They are dead center on Death Road right now as Petrichor Road. We'll see what they can do from their genius. As we mentioned, we're looting up in Yasnaya with Twisted Minds, got out ahead of Twisted Minds, and now they find themselves in a little bit of a 2-2 split. Very surrounded here, but again, it's Erangel. Pretty much everybody knows where to be expecting peaks from.
And for those of you guys who don't have the map stream open, for starters, I strongly recommend that you do. But
enhance your experience.
Secondly, I will tell you this much. There's a surprisingly big amount of water still in the southern side, as we see. There's the Dutch and Weave. We'll get out of that one alive. Surprisingly much space on the southern side as well, which means that we're effectively having all but one player on the northern half of this first circle. That's why you're seeing very early game fights here. Even again, like with a team like Gen G, like one of the most passive teams in all of PUBG, even they are starting to go out hunting because they know, great, everyone is going to be playing the main island here. We're going to be, like, the amount of square kilometer available is just halved. So, so that's why you're seeing them taking fights early. They want to make space for themselves so they can spread out wider later in the game.
Is worth noting that D+ Kia, we saw using M16s, so you kind of wonder about what their loot situation might be looking like. SKS in hand as well, so maybe a little bit lighter on the guns, maybe, than the... look, hey,
don't you talk down the SKS,
I will talk down the SKS all I want. Minuta sitting there holding on to it. You can see Pio just listening for the footsteps. Everybody very close, but again, this is very well-traveled terrain for every team in this lobby. They know exactly where not to peek, what they can get away with.
And also, most importantly, I think in this particular situation, is they're well aware that if we're already 2 teams here, there's a good chance there's a third that hasn't really announced their presence yet. So if we start fighting, and again, if we don't instantly wipe the opponents, we will get backstep. Now let's see though, Pio continues to push on forward, finds Zenith instantly, but has to back off.
Quick spray for Pio, as you said, he gets knocked very low. Not going to be taken out though. Zhanggu has the angle. Americano up close with the grenade. Will put it right on top, but it won't find Pio. Americano already here for the revive, getting some protection. Actually, throw him in the vehicle. Good play there from Americano. Might keep his teammate in this. as Gen G will try to push, but they will get most likely held off by Menuda and Zhanggu.
And this is where Gen G has to reconsider. Great, we got the knock, we push on forward, we now know who we're up against, but are we willing to fully commit to this? We can see that there's still plenty of space for them to maneuver, but Gen G has not yet had a chance to scout north of where they currently are. And I feel like even though right now they won't get punished, if they play with this aggression all the way through, that could come to bite them eventually.
And as you mentioned before the fight even started, there's always that potential of a third party coming up over the top. Right now, they've got all the freedom to move around, but Ascend is starting to creep down from the north. Looks like DK is going to just hop into vehicles after the res has come through, and they'll just dip down into Milton.
And, I mean, for Gen G, this is, I mean, just cross it off as mission accomplished. We might not have gotten a kill, but look at the amount of space they just got. They claimed the entirety of Lumber by themselves by quite literally just pushing 2 people forward and have a vehicle wrap around the side. D plus Kia doesn't want any of that. Makes perfect sense, because why would you with this early on in the game? And Gen G gets to now take full control of this hill. That's the Gen G that I like to see. The Gen G that wants to play edge, but dares to force teams away, dares to enable themselves to play to their own liking. Normally, we see them being the ones backed off and then just kind of get shoved into the corner and then die because of it. Here, they're saying, we want to play edge, and you're not getting any piece of it. Smart
Absolutely.
play. Smart play.
The chest-puffing Gen G,
exactly.
The Gen G that knows that it is one of the best teams in the lobby. It's been a while since we've seen them show their face, but we did see them start, for lack of a better word, having fun in the losers bracket. They find themselves here, and it's looking good so far here as DK pushing on the beach. Now you can see on the mini-map, Ascend right behind them. Brexco already out of the vehicle with the Mini in hand, taking shots over in the direction. Will land a couple, do a little bit of damage, but no knocks coming through. New circle pops, and it goes off to the west. So D plus Kia are going to have to be on the move, knowing that they have somebody right behind them, and yep, immediately back into vehicles.
It wouldn't be an wrangled game if Pentagram weren't sat in the center of phase number 1, as they now sat on the western side. From a side compound, though, in the meantime, rotations are bound. And the first casualty here is going to be Batulins. Once again, I hate to say it, but Twisted Minds, as we're going to see a code on screen in a second, Twisted Minds just cannot seem to get out of this losing one player early kind of situation, and it's really hurting them.
And again, it was sending Lu on parachute here as we see another fight breaking out as D plus Kia has run into a roadblock in the form of Tai Lu. Zhao Yang will be the one to get 2 knocks here. Shen has been taken down. Tongmu already low as well. D plus Kia now down to just Zhanggu. He is looking around, trying to find an angle to take this fight. Zhao Yang looking right back at him. Flashbang in hand will come through, will land. Zhanggu will win the fight with LZ though, and he keeps himself alive, and D plus Kia in this game.
Yep, now Ascend is coming over the side here as well. You'd have to imagine that this is just seconds from ending, and indeed it will be. 2 knocks do come through, so it's really up to Ascend now to determine whether this fight is going to continue or if this is where it's going to end.
Reset, reset, reset. The smokes are down. The wall is keeping them alive, but you can see Mika already sending it in. He might find LZ here. He's going to see him crawling away. That's a nice free point picked up for Ascend, and Micah will find Shen as well as Ascend solo man sent in. Killia Kai now joining him as well. Chris behind him as well. This could be Tai Lu in a bad way.
I mean, I'll repeat what I said about Gen G just before and just put it right on top of Ascend. A passive team normally in the early game, but here they eye the opportunity to go out and get things done early. And again, a team that really wants to get that momentum going in the start of the game will be able to do so. Mika found the flush on 1, found 2 knocks now as well, as Xiao Yang falls once more. Tongmu trying to stay alive, but he's all alone.
Got that AUG in hand. The smoke's still down. He might be able to get this res on the Zhao Yang. He needs to get a knock, though. He needs to find some way to slow Ascend down, as Legacy has now started creeping down here as well. You can see him just on the edge of your mini-map. I believe that's RBN. Still in the vehicle, though. Not too terribly interested in pushing. Tongmu will try to climb up the stairs. Should be able to get this revive, as the smoke wall is going to slow things down just enough.
And now Ascend. What do you do about this? I mean, staircases, pushes, shotguns. You already know they have one. It just screams bad idea to me. So see what you can do. It was my idea with utility. Try and find them from afar. If you really want to, make sure that you're all ready with the same game plan in mind to make this play. Don't run in alone, Mika. That has gotten danger written all over it.
That is, as you said, extremely dangerous decision making there as he's see Etongmu with the shotty in hand. Zhao Yang right there with him, holding the staircase. Mika all by himself right here. Brex holding the line back here. It looks like Mika, maybe they're trying to force them into positions where maybe Brex and Chris on the other side of the road can find an angle and get the shots in.
Nice.
The grenade will do just nicely, though. Kilya Kai gonna find Zhao Yang with the blue zone. And now here comes the push from Mika. Be careful, Shotty. He's gonna close the door. Mika, another grenade. Etongmu gonna get Kilya Kai with that one, and he's staying alive somehow, some way. He's gonna find Brex as well. Mika very low. Etongmu with the shotty in hand. Can he pull off the impossible?
Oh, and Brex had a molly in hand too, so he is going to be confirmed. Now the double blue zone nade comes in. That's going to get the confirm onto Kilya Kai as well. Again, it a danger rid, no whip, and Etongmu somehow, despite supposedly being down and out early, will at least find 2-4 ascent. One push too far on this one, I'm afraid.
There is no such thing as an easy kill in this lobby, Toby. As we see now Genius and Petrichor Road taking the fight with each other on the western side of Ferry Pier. New Happy is off to the west as well. Could third party into this at any time, but it looks like from the kill feed, they're pretty busy themselves with Legacy.
Yep, trying to hold off here now. Finally, this fight has to come to an end if you're Ascent. You want to play your way on in, but now there's 2v1 when you have shotguns to work with. Oh, this could really go either way. Chris, though, able to finally finish this one. But for Ascent, what a tough one to lose 2 players on.
Unbelievable. Good pre-fire there from Chris, saving the game here for Ascent. But as you said, 2 down. They are definitely going to wish they had that one back here.
Oh, yeah.
New Happy starting to flex a little bit here. They were raging bulls during the group stage, but they basically just disappeared altogether during the winners bracket, finishing in last place after finishing in first in groups. And now it looks like they're finding a little bit more of their footing here. 3 kills already, taking up a lot of space around Ferry Pier.
So he had it. Lobbing some shots over with the mortar towards Veronica 7, I would imagine. Either them all the way up on the mountainside or maybe towards Foot Esports closer. But nope, these shots are definitely going in this direction. We'll see if anything connects as the shots come through. Nope, still a bit too far. And there's not really any chance for them to spot or peek on over and try and readjust on this one.
Look at DG98 actually creeping up here. He's got PO from range, feeding him over information, but Heaven now has an angle on PO. He's got to be careful here. Tosi with the mortar in hand still as well. This could be dangerous stuff coming through. Going to be interesting to see how they decide to play that one here. As we check back in with December 12th, we see what New Happy did to Legacy in rotation. It was pretty disgusting.
DG98, you said him before, he is the one that's currently creeping up behind. If they are not aware of his position, oh, he falls back. I thought he was going to make an aggressive play, but you can see Glass's smoke deployment there. Should eye the information across that they know of his whereabouts. So Veronica 7 able to stay alive through this one, but now well aware that they have Gen G right over the hill.
Indeed they do. Blue Zone has arrived, and that might have played a little bit of a factor in Gen G, although I can still see DG98 still creeping back over in that direction. They maybe a little bit of miscommunication here. The circle will cut north, as it is going to do in that water, thankfully. As yeah, DG, I mean, it seems like they keep going back and forth on their decision here. DG98 will open up with a 6x M4 spray. He's got to be careful, though. Adder has an angle.
Yeah, goes wide out into the blue, actually, to get that angle as well. So trying to outbrain the Veronica 7 Fortress that is currently set up outside this circle. Pentagram inside, Foot inside. I feel like this is, I mean, Gen G's decision to make. Do we take the fight here and try and spread out wider on the western edge? Or do we kind of just give it up and hope that Veronica 7 pulls up on something that allows for us to set up a third party?
Yeah, it looks like Veronica 7 in. Vehicles are going to leave that, as you see Twisted Minds just making sure their backs are clear on that eastern edge. Vard will find Tosi as V7 now down to 3. They found themselves a little bit of a home, but Foot Esports right next door have grenades in hand, trying to send back in. Not going to find any damage just yet. Having to slow down, heal himself up, and he's going to spot out, I believe, that Space Station Gaming off in the distance.
Loving the fact that we saw Perfectix look far and wide into the blue just a second ago, looking for those final Ascent players. Little does you know, they drove to military and are currently swimming, I should say, all the way over towards the new Ferry Pier. So pretty smart on their part. We'll see if it comes to reward them. But Twisted Minds finally, I think, realizing, you know what? we stuck around for long enough. Let's actually start playing now.
Yep, trying to go for the long wrap up to the north. They realize that New Happy has complete control over that ferry pier. They don't want any real part of that. So they'll try their luck on the north side instead. Trimsy finding out heaven here. As we see the Sonic boys still 3 deep. They've lost Tickleton early. But, oh, there it is. We were wondering when the grenades from Foot might come through. Space Station has an angle on this as well. Heaven's going to go down again. Glasnow, the last player up, has to avoid the exploding vehicle, but it's all bad news here. As now Twisted Minds has been spotted out by Sonics. That's going to be Perfectix being picked out.
Again, this is just Compound and Compounds alone out victorious in this area of the map. It's so difficult to play in the open, especially when all those 4 compounds up on that northern side are still in play. Teams trying to take fights, trying to spread out as best as they can, but just not possible. Because Spirit already now, it's rare that you're in phase 4, kind of concede a game, but he is, I think, really considering how the hell do I get into this next circle.
Heads up play from Falcons to make sure that they are in position, and they will steal away Sonic's knocks and gain 2 points for themselves. And there it is, Beamy. The first grenade wasn't that great. That one's right where it needs to be, as Foot picks up now 2 kills on Beamy, 3 kills in total.
Yep, solid Nate lopped on over. He did spend 6 or 7 trying to find the knock, but we won't show that. Just to show the one right on point, and he gets himself the kill with it. Of course, they know that they have Genji still up on the hillside behind him, so they're going to be setting that compound at least for a little while longer as the circle shifts out towards the east.
Okay, Space Station 4 strong. This could be a nice little start for them. It's going to be rough, though. There's still a lot of players left on the field, 40 alive, as now Gen G tries to make a rotation right between Foot and Pentagram. They're going to lose Pio just like that. Foot Esports in a good position. H-Wing going to find T-Bone, so that might pause Foot's hold just a little bit, as DG98 will get taken down as he's hopping into the window. And now Petrichor Road and Genius fighting just outside of Circle, Toby.
So many fights taking place now as the circle starts creeping on in just about 20 seconds time. Gen G will be dealt with as Petrichor down to just 2, trying to stay put here. Of course, Genie is aware of this, but now we have Question Mark rugging up on this one as well.
Beautiful timing from Question Mark. Let's see if they can get some points for their troubles, as Sir T will get shot in the back. Won't go down, though. Yuta still holding the line. And now Yuta, actually good spray, will find one. He'll get Phil first. The smoke wall getting laid down. Phil first will find Yuta with the grenade. They have time. Oh, that's a good grenade from Ming. Will do some damage. Won't get the knock. Ike's left will follow it up. And now Question Mark, just like that, came at a perfect time for the third party, Toby, but they go down.
Question Mark had no idea that just over the ridge line they were there. They saw the smoke plume, but I think they thought that was defensive smokes on the side of Genius to try and fall back. Caught by surprise there, and really smart reactive play from both Ming and Ike's left, who had barely even gotten back on their feet, both of them, before they executed that play.
We remember the Ascend Swimmy boys. They've made their way into the south side of the circle. We saw them. Sonics, meanwhile, still on that north side, have yet to make their way into zone. They're going to try their luck with a few mortars. Maybe clear themselves a space as we check a replay here of Asla Pentagram finishing off Gen G just a little bit earlier. And overall, Gen G, despite what we saw earlier, would look pretty good stuff from them. 0 kills, 0 points in this first round.
Rotations and rotations and then some more rotations. Again, I mean, I admire their aggression. They forced teams back, but eventually those teams they took fights to were just too good at playing the defensive ends. And for Pentagram too, I mean, they opt to aggress. They opt to say, no, we will not share this compound with you, and go out and take them out. Pentagram also a team who in previous tournaments have played very passive and would potentially have allowed for Gen G to sit in half of their compound, but this time around didn't, and now they get to reap the rewards.
Okay, let's reset here for the end. 25 still alive, 8 teams up. Petrichor Road now trying to square off with Ascend. It's Chris has been taken down. Mika now the last player up, but he's got to worry about New Happy shooting him in the back. Asla Pentagram also have an angle onto this. It's going to force Ming into a crevasse, as Mika will be laying down prone. Will find Ike's left before he can find him. The blue has arrived. The new circle pops. SSG gets love once again, and this is going to have to finish off here, Toby, quickly.
The Island Migrator is actually rewarded for the push on over. Issue is now 1 falls. Mika, you'd imagine, will try and go for the push. Indeed, he will get the kill onto Ike's left as Ming now. Solo play left alive from Petrichor.
Oh!
Lops the nade on over and finds Mika. Ascent out in 8th.
Sometimes those grenades just land right where you want them to. Ming still alive here. Perpetual Road will hop in the Dacia. The smoke wall still up briefly here as we get to look and see how Foot was eliminated. Space Station, the long range angles will finish them off. Ming now trying to decide, scout out where can we go, as we now see Sonics still actually pinned down outside of the zone here.
We saw New Happy with Mortars earlier. This would be the time to start lobbing them over, because they're really starting to eliminate the potential positions that people could be playing from, but I don't think they have any more to work with. In the meantime, Pentagram, again, rewarded from kicking out Gen G just before, will be able to spread out, take control. Hikari, kind of the first move on that one, setting up shop further towards the western side. In the meantime now, for Legacy, that should be at least one down, and indeed it is.
Right in his pocket, and December 12th will follow up with one on the left side. Fortunately for him, VHZ will be dancing, keeps his dancing shoes on here and avoiding it for the time being, down to 43 HP. New Happy does have to be careful because they are taking shots, I believe, from Falcons, possibly Pentagram as well. Although there goes Sonics, they were pinned up against the wall, not much they could do there. And now it is December 12th, rest of New Happy trying to push across here and finish off what's left of Legacy.
You're seeing nades being swapped for flashes. That's usually a pretty good go sign, and indeed it is. Pushing on over. Mingo spots them, catches the first one. Second one down to a low HP as well. If he lands a God nade here, that could be 2 more down. They're sat completely on top of one another, but it falls short.
That would have been absolutely huge. December 12th keeping his team alive here and forcing Ming away. And now Pentagram coming down the south side. Emmy actually going to find an angle onto Akkad. Ming still alive, has a tree, has a vehicle to hide behind. Akkad will get flushed out. Falcons, 4 kills, 4 strong on the southeastern side of the circle.
Yep, the teams with compounds to work with early are the teams that will be rewarded for the pretty much always in this area of the map. I like the split that Falcons have set up here with Emmy up on the northern side, trying to kind of deny any sort of vision from Space Station Gaming, not wanting them to start flexing out and potentially catch them from behind. They want to dictate the pace of this one, and they do that by having Emmy up on that northern side.
Yeah, Emmy, as he said, it could be absolutely huge. We have to keep eyes on him. Now you see SSG still in a 2-2 split, still in zone. We'll see where the next circle decides to take us. Falcons, the rest of the 3 guys on that eastern side, will come down to the south. Keep eyes on New Happy. We see how Sonics got eliminated right there. Asla, they do lose 1 for their push down to the south. The new zone does pop. It is going to favor Page and Sharpshot inside that compound. But now Roth and Pixel will have to be on the move.
Yeah, I would imagine that they just group up on it. Once they... because the thing is, there's nowhere Falcons can play on the eastern side of what this... like, where they're currently having to go. And for Pentagram out towards the west as well. Once they go in, they should be good, because Falcons will be too busy, I would imagine, trying to figure out how they maneuver. And you can see it pretty much on both sides. It's just a valley going down, and both will be visible to one another in just a second's time.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough here for all of our teams, really. SSG doesn't have to do anything except for Turtle. Meanwhile, New Happy has to kind of hope that Falcons and Pentagram start fighting. Falcons, meanwhile, are just going to take it right to the jaw of New Happy. I'm not sure how much utility they've got. You can see Emmy has pretty much nothing in the bag right there. It's going to be a grenade sent out from Ming Ming. And it's going to do damage, but it won't get the knock.
I'm not going to deny Cavitan that position, as now 2 players. Or is it just Drafkin actually driving on forward, trying to regroup with the teams? No, it's both him and Zilson, and oh my lord, both of them taken out. That could potentially allow for something to happen. You can see, because Pentagram is currently suppressing Space Station, they can't really third party. They're just going to remain a 2-way fight.
Opens up a door, and that's all that New Happy needs. Capitan, now the last player alive, has a rock to hide behind, but you can see the throwables, the utility all coming out here as Ming Ming will charge forth and try to take out this final player from the Falcons. Yes, he will. New Happy. They have been sleeping for the past 2 days, but they are woke now.
Back in business. A lot of people doubted them, myself included. They had a phenomenal end to the group stage, but then, or to the losers bracket, sorry, but it's just been so much up and down, but I really hope for New Happy that they can get things going on with this game here.
Opens up a door here with that knock onto Hikari. Space Station starting to gang together, thinking about leaving their hard cover, but not pulling it off just yet. They don't have an idea of exactly where New Happy is. So Hikari should be able to be revived here. Wicked, the rest of the Pentagram boys still have a little bit of high ground here. That's a very, very limited amount of high ground, hard cover that they can kind of play behind. And New Happy, as you said, still backs up against the wall. We'll see where this next zone decides to take us.
Yep. Whoever gets it should be the victor. And
There
right
it is.
now, well, it has SSG in it. They're on the northern edge, but as you can see here, with the terrain laid out the way that it is, both these two teams will be within SSG vision once they make their way into the circle. That's why now you're starting to see Sharpshot, a player up on the roof, the Space Station Gaming player starting to flex out a bit with one of the teams eliminated just before.
Adder once again going to go down. Ming Ming.
They have to make a play.
Very much showing up here, and they are rushing off of that knock. The grenades will be sent. They will bounce, and they will fall just off to the side here. Adder has crawled away, but they know the push is coming. The smoke wall laid down. Hikari lying prone. Wicked trying to work his way around the smoke. Won't be able to get the res onto Adder. He's going to try to go for it, but he gets picked out by CC108. Wicked going to go down to the grenade, and just like that, Pentagram is eliminated. The knock, though, onto CC108. Will Space Station capitalize?
We'll see. We'll see if they can make their way out fast enough. Roth is only now starting to make the push on out. Page is setting up a flank, and the thing is, they have the dot. They know that New Happy has to come to them. So rather than aggressing up and over into a fight where, I mean, you literally cannot get up there in time to deny the res, might as well sit back and say, you know what, we'll play the 4v4 instead of the 4v3, but we still have the upper hand. Again, keep in mind, Space Station haven't had to take too many close quarter fights, so they should have vests, should have helmets, and probably utility too. But where you see here on December 12th, literally no utility to work with.
13 kills from New Happy already. They have definitely shown up here today to start things off with the last chance qualifier in a big, big way. Space Station 6 for themselves. Also not doing too bad, not too shabby. We'll see if they can clutch out the victory here. They've got, as you said, right on the dot, but this terrain is going to be very, very difficult to work with. You can see New Happy starting to spread out, get multiple angles onto this, and if they can spot out these SSG guys, they might be in trouble.
Keep in mind that New Happy just came off of a 12-game series where they got 14 points in total.
2 days.
They're going to end up here with more points in one game than they had in 12 matches over the past 2 days. So no wonder people doubt them, but they already showed us in the group stages what they're capable of. So glad to see that when it matters most, they're able to, at least for starters, be able to go back and replicate some of that.
Extremely dangerous squad, and they've shown it multiple times. It's just the consistency that might be lacking from time to time here, as we see they're trying to lay down a little bit of a smoke wall to play around. They have no idea where these SSG guys are. Pixel has pulled away. They're not hanging out on the roof anymore. They're just holding the dot. They've got the hard cover. There's no vehicles to worry about here either. They're very close to each other, though. That's a little bit dangerous.
This is a setup that you rarely ever see. You can see Pixel is trying to bait the attention. They have Page on the off-angle flank, and then you have two spoiler players, two surprise elements, effectively, that can pop up and take you out. But this is not something you see execute often. They're very, very reliant right now on these two surprise players being able to do just that. Nate's now being lobbed on over multiple of that. You'd have to imagine that December 12th falls, so this has to keep on crawling as the blue zone is on his back.
It's a good job from Page to feed that information over to the forward line of Sharpshot and Roth. They were ready, grenades in hand. They were just waiting to find out where to throw them, as December 12 will get the heel off. He's going to keep snaking his way forward, see if he can maybe find an angle. He'll find Roth, or he finds Sharpshot rather. Page going to immediately trade it back, though. They get the flush as well, and now New Happy trying to peek forward. Peek Pixel, he's finding ahead. He's not going to get the knock. Roth, 1 HP, and the grenade will do it. CC is down. Ming Ming, the last player up for New Happy, does so much damage to Page. No knocks coming through, and just like that, SSG will collect the first win of the last chance qualifier.
Again, different strats being put to use, and I think it might have caught New Happy a little bit off guard there, that they are not being more aggressive. They're not trying to take control. They're essentially saying, come in, we'll welcome you, but we'll take you out as soon as you get here. And in the end, out there victorious. Solid game for Space Station, but also New Happy back in form.
Oh yeah, very methodical stuff from Space Station, something that we've come to expect to see from this very, very experienced group. And once again, New Happy are driving us insane, Toby. If you're a fantasy player, they're driving you absolutely bonkers because nobody knows who's going to show up on which day. Well, let's throw it over to the analyst desk to break down that first game.
Game 1 is done, and it started with what I would call an America's Circle, because all 4 of the teams were in it, and ultimately it's SSG who gets a couple of good shifts, but then takes a difficult 4v4 to clean up that win.
Yeah, it was a good 4v4. Good amount of utility usage, good amount of control, and also, of course, they kind of had to move towards them, right?
Had to.
And in this case here for New Hair, of course, a little bit bruised, a little bit battered. Yeah, sure, they get some more utility off of the teams that they killed, but still, yeah, they played it super well executed by Space Station Gaming. Close to where they loot, but still, this is a circle where they need to close it out, and they managed to do so with a decent amount of kills too.
I mean, that's what it is. You make the most of the ones you get. They got some circles. They did walk away with a very nice deposit of kills, but on the other hand, another team who played incredibly well, New Happy. They looked, how do I say, out of sorts, discombobulated, bamboozled when it came to the last bracket, and now here, they are a totally awoken team. Monsters, absolutely, in this lobby.
Yeah, they had 14 points in 12 games with 3 placement points and 11 kills. They got more in this game alone than they did in the winners bracket. So yeah, the question was really, when was New Happy going to turn on? Yeah, they turned on this one game. Are they going to hold on? Are they going to keep up? No, maybe. Yeah, we'll see.
I mean, that's the big question. One game in, SSG, New Happy, all the teams on the top, will they continue that progression? Because we only have 12 games to make the statement, do you get to be in the top 8 and chase your dreams, or bottom 8, and it all ends right here. And so that's what we're going to be tracking throughout the day and set the stage for tomorrow. I think that's every team's real focus right now, is what do I do in the first 4 games, the first 6 games, to make sure that when I show up tomorrow, I'm not playing chase, I'm playing defense instead.
Yeah, 100%, because no matter what, you're going to be in a situation where if there's other teams that are like scared of you or rivals or anything, that is the day you're going to get eliminated by someone hot dropping.
It's 100% true, and that will happen with the grand finals and that $600,000 for first place right around the corner. Now let's take a moment. Let's look at the team that won the chicken dinner, the WWCD team stats here. Paige with 5 kills, Sharpshot with 3. I feel like Sharpshot has been getting better throughout this event.
Roth told me, as long as we just give Sharpshot a bold action, then we're going to see crazy things. And we did, but Paige, he managed to clutch it out of the park here with 5 kills and 587 damage. He's going to get the man of the match. It's good to see him up here. Super happy again in the finish way.
Yeah, I'm happy. He's definitely covering his spread for those of us who found him a good fantasy value. But again, they got the circle. This is very close to where they start. It was what you would call a home circle, I think. And that's a great way to start a 12-game series. There's no doubt about it. But now you got to make sure your mental is in a place where you don't get too overconfident. You focus on keeping your game alive, and you move forward. New Happy, Osla, Pero. Falcons actually managed to get a little bit deeper into this one. I don't think they're going to be happy with how that ended, though.
No, that was a home turf circle for them, right? They looked snake, they loot around this area, so that's definitely, that should have been a game with more points for them. But then again, it is hard for them to get out of that, especially when you lose 2 players that are driving in a somewhat slow Dacia, trying to get away, and they just line up a perfect SLR headshot, and the other guys are just peppering them. But yeah, 2 teams on or 4 teams on double digits, and 2 teams on the very top that are sponging a little bit, 19-20. It's a lot of points coming their way, so that start for them is obviously going to put them on a really high note, both on a morale and a confidence base.
I'll tell you what I am not feeling very confident about, and I'm starting to stress me out, is Twisted Minds. These guys come into this event, not only always the bridesmaid, but at least part of the bridal party every single time. They are top performers. They know what they're doing. They just aren't doing it. Batu actually has been playing better than I think I've seen him play in a very long time.
His individual performance has been really fantastic. Insane. It's been good to see, but is that taking away focus from the IGLing? I don't feel like, because usually he's used to kind of these situations, right? So that's fine. But yeah, I'm really curious what's gonna be happening for these guys. Obviously, they're not in school apps here in Orankle.
Right.
They left it for Petrica Road, and they already updated and put in their drops, so they are going power grid, and Petrica Road is actually falling back to San Martin.
Okay.
So that's interesting to see what's going to be happening once we get to those games for Twisted Minds, because then they're home turf. But here in Yasnaya, they are, interrupted by geniuses too.
Right, and so I think what you're saying, though, is this idea that they need to move now, because they're even in flux when it comes to maps later in the games today. So teams like Twisted Minds, you got to start strong. We saw this in so many brackets so far at PGC. If you leave it till the last day, there's nothing that you can really do except just hope the circles land on you. So now's the time to put up the fight. Now's the time to get it right. Let's head to the grassy patches of Orankle for game number 2.
Thank you very much, Toffies. And yes, we are now getting into game 2. All the nervous energy is out. We've sat through a whole first game. Everybody should be feeling about as comfortable as they are going to feel. Space Station feeling particularly comfy, and I think New Happy got to be happy with the way they performed as well, Toby.
Oh yeah. To go from what arguably is their worst day of game, or 2 days of games ever, at least in top performance play, to then go out and just instantly turn that ship around, I think is really going to be a big momentum boost for the New Happy or NH Esports team. And to touch back on Twisted for a second, I mean, I was about to go into it, but then chaos kind of consumed the rest of the game.
As it is wont to do.
As it usually does. I think one of the main issues for Twisted Minds right now is they continue to lose a player within the first 10-15 minutes of game. And Twisted Minds kind of have become famous in their playstyle for always being able to bring forward to the late game.
Yes.
And since they're now struggling with that game after game, like it's pretty much every single of the first rotations they lose one on, that to me is their biggest issue, because if you're relying on being able to, you know, come in fresh and awake when everyone is wounded, but you do that wounded, then that kind of defeats the whole purpose of trying to play that playstyle. So I think there has to be some sort of adaptation playstyle within the Twisted Minds roster now, where they go, wait, we lost the player early, now we got to do something different, now we got to go aggressive. Even though we're 3, we got to catch some of these teams on their splits in the early game. We got to try and play in a style where even as 3, we can get the upper hand, because them just sitting out, waiting, and then going up against 4-man rosters in the late game, clearly it's not working out.
No, absolutely agree. And, you know, once again, I'll say it again. The e-pickup scouting thing that they've been trying to work is just not seem to be working here, as we see Glaz knows that he's got company, but Zhao Yang unaware. He is not aware. So
that's a disgusting angle too. He's leaning left so that if he hears footsteps outside, he can peek it without being seen initially, or if he comes to the door. Like, there's going to be no way that Xiao Yang expects this.
Well, here's the thing, though, is obviously he was it Human or Glaz? Glaz has not been in this building yet, so all the doors are closed. It's not giving anything away. Zhao Yang, though, if he gets over here, depending on where he decides to enter in, maybe will spot out. It's what are you going to see that gives it away, right? What's the evidence that you're going to find that lets you know, I might not be the only one here. He's so clear.
There was a moment where, because Glass had no helmet or vest, that looked scary, but that's the price you pay for flying this far away from your team. Again, the rest of Tai Lu are in North George, and he went out scouting on his own and got penalized for it.
He did indeed. He did indeed. And just like that, Glaz, well, he got to loot the entire compound off of Zhao Yang's dead body. So that's we call that a win in every book.
What he would do, he's like, you know what? If I would want to pick it up, you probably already have picked it up, so I'm not even going to stay here. I'm just going to go back towards Rozak, go back down towards my teammates with my 13 HP, and say, guys, we got to kill. We got to kill in the early game.
Indeed, indeed. All right, Ascend. They loot up around Stalber Kamishki, so they're heading down towards the south, towards prison. Now, SSG did a little bit of shelter prison loot path here, and Roth very far east currently. The rest of the boys kind of over by that Hall of Fame area. Roth all by himself. We're going to be keep an eye on that. Legacy just going to go ahead and send it from the far west coast in with the E-pickup, although they did leave LFP behind.
I do like where Petrichor is currently set for numerous reasons. One of the things that are interesting about this spot is that it's been changed recently. Some might not know, but just south of where they currently are, down towards the Alamo compound, as we like to call it, there is a massive ridge line, massive kind of just a little hill that's kind of been lined up there, which now is going to allow for more teams to be in and around that area. So where before you'd be very much contested from that southern side in that compound, that's kind of being denied now with the multitude of teams potentially being in that area.
Well, we got a few moments here. Let's take a moment to listen to an interview with V7's Heaven.
3라운드까지 너무 못했어가지고 불안하긴 했었는데 그래도 남은 3라운드로 점수 엄청 먹고 기세 끌어올라서 기뻤습니다. 7 남았으니까 전 대회도 다 챙겨보면서 실수 많이 고치고 라스트 찬스 잘 해서 그랜드 파이널 꼭 가겠습니다. 지금 경험이라 생각하고 일단 더 집중해서 공부해서 좋은 성적으로 잘해보자. 태국에도 몇 분 와주셨는데 팬분들 응원해 주셔서 계속 감사하고 꼭 그랜드 파이널까지 진출해서 잘 성적 내보도록 하겠습니다.
Well, that's not heaven, that's Tosi. And Tosi has been having himself a heck of a tournament here so far. V7, I think, proving to be a lot more difficult of an out in this lobby than a lot of people may have thought.
Oh, definitely. Oh, definitely. They're not ones to just be pushed around, where they have shown time and time again that when it came to be Tosi and Heaven, I feel like as the spearheads of that team have really been able to put up big numbers. I think Heaven was the first one in this tournament altogether to reach into 1,000 damage done in a game. Not that the damage really rewards you anything outside of fantasy, but kills came with it too. So, of course, very pleased with that. And now back to Twisted Minds and this genius kind of sharing of Yasnaya. You can see Twisted Minds, I mean, going off of last game and now into this one, are pushing further and further east. They do not wish to share this if they can avoid it. But at the same time, there's this weird irony if we don't want to share, but we also don't want to fight. So how do we force you to leave without fighting you? In the meantime, Adusi, he's going to rotate on in from up high.
What are your thoughts on the gliders?
Smart play.
I love them.
There's
absolutely
no
love
downside to what he's doing right now, outside of getting one-tapped out of the air. But that's just, I mean, not going to happen. Especially, you're not going to fly through the center of the circle in this thing, obviously.
No.
But where they currently are makes perfect sense.
Yeah, as you said, I mean, look, they were the farthest west team. So having a guy leading the way, slowly leading the way, and giving you a little bit of a bird's eye view on what might be lying ahead of you is all good things here for Question Mark. We'll see where they decide to finally put in to land, as the south coast fairly clear right now, but the center of the circle, it's not a lot going, not a lot of space to be found there. Gen.G this is just about the most classic Gen.G thing, isn't it?
It's not a Gen.G rotation if they haven't gotten over Everest, regardless of where they loot and regardless of where the circle is going. They have to go up there. It's like the first checkpoint of their rotations. They have to get up there. In the meantime, towards the east, NH Esports, of course, the victors, or second place team, I should say, for the previous game. Now in a spot in Lumber down towards the south with Legacy on one side, Falcons on the other, the Latam sandwich. They find themselves in. Is that a quesadilla? I don't know.
Taco.
Taco. Oh, there, of
there
course. There you go. Could be both, I suppose.
I miss tacos.
We'll be chilling down here at least for a little while longer. Question is, with both Falcons and Legacy being this split, once they realize they have NH Esports this close, I would be surprised if any of them up to actually take a fight for it, because we still have 2 minutes to the near circle pop. And if I'm NH here, I might actually want to try and take some shots at opponents. You can see already now it's happening. Adusi being shot at on the southern side. And that's actually, I think, 3 of the Falcons players doing that. So now info being fed across to NH Esports. They do indeed have people nearby.
Yeah, I believe that was, you also saw Nan taking shots over to Doozy.
Yeah,
well, everybody that could see the glider was taking shots over towards the Doozy. He looks like he should be okay, though. But as you said, Falcons taking shots that way. That's going to give information over to New Happy. New Happy taking those shots. That's going to give information to Falcons. But Falcons have this big, wide split going on both sides of the road, taking up a lot of real estate. New Happy, for the most part, contained inside that lumber mill. Legacy also a little bit more split off to the east. So doubt we'll see any big fights happening right now, as Aduzi is just enjoying the wild blue yonder. Look at him. He's 77.
I mean, this is
75 heart rate. He's just relaxed as could be.
And it plays perfectly into the playstyle. He's essentially the UAV for the team right now.
He really is.
Playing, I mean, they're playing the southern side. They're playing it safe. They're not in a hurry. But what helps their playstyle be even more effective is to, make sure there's no one nearby. No one's going to backstab you. No one's got a third party if you do up to take a fight. And right now, Adusi is just being kind of the perimeter control, the border control, essentially, to this farm area, and saying that as long as I'm here, people are going to, the people that can see me will shoot at me. Because that is like the easiest. I'll take a shot at that glider. Of course I will.
You can't help yourself.
There's no trigger discipline when you see a glider in the air, because you will take those shots, and that's just going to be even more info fed across to Aduzi on the whereabouts of the nearby opponents.
Yeah, not just to Aduzi either. It's fed over to everyone. Spiro again, Twisted
Minds.
Just losing a player early as he crept a little bit too close to Volcano and ends up going down. Actually, it's not even Volcano. It's just the ditches in the middle of the field here.
Caught in the open.
That's
Caught in the open.
Tale as old as time now for Twisted.
It really is their kryptonite, and it has proven to be time and time and time again, and this is just no different. Trying to go one dip over, and well, there were 3 players from Petrichor that he just was not ready for.
Just a dip too far as everybody in vehicles and on the move. Once again, Asla Pentagram was on that death road. We're taking shots over at Aduzi, but they are able to find themselves a rotation path right through. Yep, there you go. You can see how it happened, and that is just free Uber delivery there. Another vehicle for Petrichor Road.
This is also, though, where regional PUBG comes in and can really bite you, because you would never see anyone phase 1 have 2 players in that ball in EMEA. That would be the safest rotation in the world. If there's no one sat on Liquid Compound Hill, the one that Ike's left has currently got control over, if there's no one set up there, then there's obviously not going to be anyone down there either, because, I mean, they would have to protect them, they'd have to play smart, they'd have to defend each other. We're not getting shot at from Volcano, so obviously it's going to be free. Little did they know, the ambushy snakes were down in the pit below.
Unfortunate. Well, Tyloo, they're making their way on the eastern side of Yasnaya. They'll be pulling past Batulins on the south side, but are they going to crash right into? Nope, looks like Shen's going to pull them just off to the side. They'll avoid the yellows and continue their path as, yeah, I'm not sure where they are trying to send this. Maybe Heaven, SSG, kind of holding a 2-2 split over with Heaven.
Alamo is free, but that's Giga. I mean, you'd have no reason to try and commit to that this early in the game, especially not having a chance to scout it at all. Pentagram has the other position I thought they might go to, and I mean, honestly, if they do go towards the west here, there is that new area we talked about. It's just that's so far out on the edge of what is the current circle that it feels like a bit of a miss on it. Like to try and commit to that now that you have sent it sender anyway, you might as well get something worthwhile. And here we go. Issue is you're surrounded currently by compounds. Thing 1, thing 2. Mortars are a thing.
They are.
And there are only so many, like you can only spread out so wide in this dip. I'm just waiting for a triple kill coming through in about, well, whatever time it takes to set up a mortar and realize where Tyloo is currently positioned.
Well, all said and done, LZ does manage to make it. They did lose Yao Yang very, very early on, so they had to play with 3. For the most part, safe currently, but as you said, that is just asking for a mortar or a grenade. It looks like Sonics is not too terribly interested in pushing out from their compound onto that just yet. Asla also staying in their spot off to the north. SSG staying in their spot just off to the east. So as you said, Tyloo, they're safe for now. It's not great though.
The double headshot from Brex coming in, and that's T-Bone absolutely toned down before he even realized what was going on. Unlucky for Foot, but again, you spread out, you scout wide, you have Beamy all the way north, you have 1 player still in Mansion, 2 players stretching down south, and the more wide you play these edge circles, the more trouble you're going to get in, because look at the just EMEA edge teams. We have all of EMEA's edge teams in this lobby. Foot, Twisted Minds, Question Mark, and Ascent, they are our 4 edge teams. Everyone else plays center, but we also have Gen G, we have NH Esports. I mean, there's just not enough space out there, and that's why we're seeing these edge teams that would normally be able and freely able to spread out wide and take control, run into each other. It's all the edge teams that are currently fighting.
Okay, well, we donut up once again, going right towards the center. SSG in that 2-2 split. They'll have to make some decision-making here pretty shortly as we see vehicles on the move once again. Legacy, are they going to send it right into Tyloo? It looks like they are, and Shen is ready. VXZ down, LFP down as well. Shen will get traded out. Tyloo is eliminated, but just barely. Gizera, the last one alive. Will anybody make that push?
Everyone saw that kill feed, and it's just 1 nade away from 4 points going your way. In the meantime, now Twisted Mind trying to send it in. Perfectix takes out Batulins mid-air after landing. I'm sorry. Trying to peek on forward, both of them, but Batulins will once again be the one falling because of it now. Has to run back, get the IGL up on your shoulder, get to safety, and try and live through this one. Again, they lost Spiro early. Would absolutely hate to lose one more.
Yep, smoke wall laid down. Going to be enough to get them down into the tunnels, and Falcon's going to do the same. They both need to be concerned about D plus Kia, who are kind of hanging around in that same area, looking over in that direction. It looks like everybody should be able to be safe, and they will be able to return to where they need to be. Meanwhile, Gen G pulling up on the 2-2 split with Sonics. Shrimzy will spot Esther out of the vehicle, won't be able to get the second one, spots DG98. The spray comes through. No knock to be found just yet. Song Jiang back on the lead here. We'll have to try to see if he can maybe dig Shrimzy out. The utility coming through. but he's dodging. The rest of the Sonics boys now, though, they have arrived.
I like the idea from Gen G to make a play here. I don't feel like the execution was quite there, though. Now they're forced to back off with the blue zone nades put out by Sonics. Nice play there to at least buy yourself some more time, allow for the cavalry to arrive. Issue is now we have a running a 7 on the other side of the road, too. Those nades are going to get very close, maybe close enough. Yes, Heaven able to take down Songyang once more.
Songyang is down. Guman will follow it up with another grenade to see if he can flush it out. And it will not do so. So Gen G, they've bitten off more than they could chew. They're just going to try to retreat and lick their wounds for now. Sonics has managed to hold the line. Songyang will go down, and it will be credited over to Veronica 7.
In all fairness, with how much they committed to that pull-up initially, being able to run out of there with 3 alive is pretty damn big, as they are trying to make their way further towards the south. Petrichor in the meantime, taking the fight to foot. Esports 8 has gone down, so has Ming. A trade going either way. Remember that T-Bone did fall early on this one, and now Vard spotted out in the open once more too.
Wide open field, and look at this. H-Win, the first one from Sonics to retreat back to the 2-2 split. He's all by himself. And now DG98 and the rest of the boys have pulled up. The grenade falls out. Esther gonna knock himself. H-Win holding the line while Kickstart tries to provide some support from range. DG98 has next to no HP. Pio is alone in the house with H-Win, but he is on fire and he is going down.
From unlucky to absolute shambles, Gen G thought, I mean, I like the idea of them just following the solo player going back the other direction. They read it perfectly, but once again, it's back-to-back pull-ups with execution just not being done the way it's supposed to be.
DG98 just holding the line right now, waiting for the inevitable look, and I think Shrimsy may have spotted him through the smoke. Tiggleton gets him low, goes for the repeat. H-Win will be the one that does it, and that's Gen G eliminated. And now another fight breaking out as Legacy, after their crash, have managed to get all 4 back up, and they are pushing right into Pentagram, and Pentagram is taking them down instantly. No knocks to be found.
Absolute chaos ensues as the circle swings east, and understandably so, because there's only so many places you can play from in this new circle. Question mark now, full speed forward as well. They will be rewarded with the dip on the northern side. We'll be able to sit tight for a while. In the meantime, up to Petrichor we go again, as they have now, I mean, again, the fight has gone both ways. Petrichor down to just 2, Foot down to just 1. Neither of these two teams really coming out victorious after that fight.
Indeed. Summer and Chewy, the last 2 up for Petrichor Road. Vard, the last one up for Foot. We'll see if they can survive a little bit longer. They're trying to retreat off of this fight, trying to find their way into this next zone. They've still got vehicles to use. Veronica 7 has crept up to the north, but they're not finding angles just yet. But where do you go, Toby, if you're Foot, if you're Petrichor Road? As you said, there's nothing really available in this next zone. Really, they're just going to have to play the edges, play the dips, and hope for the best.
Indeed they do. It's right now, I mean, the southern side, the shelter side, so to speak, is where we have the, by far, biggest kind of congestion of players, and where I think most of the server, except for a few teams, hope this next one goes too, because if you swing north on this, you cannot play in that open area. It's going to be half what's remaining on this server down within phase 5. Should the next circle shift up there, New Happy, you can see, try to find an entry point to the circle. They might just full-on pull up on DK Plus here.
Yeah, New Happy was kind of hanging around that shelter area, didn't like their odds, decided to pull back away. They're going to pull back into DK as we check a look at the highlight. LGC immediately just busted down by Asla Pentagram. Sonics also coming in on the backside of New Happy now. Everybody has to be very, very careful. Fortunately, the terrain providing enough real estate for these guys to avoid each other for the time being. Although Ascend starting to creep down on this eastern side with a little bit of high ground to work with.
I like the control setup here from Ascend. You can see them kind of set 3 players wide on that southeastern side and then keeping Brex up north to try and deny anyone to push on in. And what they're doing here is effectively saying, well, we are now the border on your eastern side, New Happy. Go back the other way. Oh, wait, that's Sonic's. Great. Now we can set up a third-party opportunity for ourselves. Very smart attempt at forcing fights between other teams here from Ascend, and all they have to do is show presence on that side of the circle.
Not even sure that New Happy is aware of the presence of Sonics just yet. They are fully engaged with Ascend, although Ascend pulled up on their backside. Tiggleton and Shrimsy double peek, instant 2 knocks onto New Happy. If they weren't aware of Sonics, they are certainly aware now, as now the smoke wall is laid down. The grenades are coming through, not finding anything though, as Falcons has found a 3rd angle onto Sonics, and that's going to put a pause onto the push.
This fight is gonna, I mean, when you thought this fight had already popped off, it's gonna get even wilder as all these teams are now gonna try and make their way further towards the next circle, because you have D+ D-plus Kia, you have Ascent, you have Falcons, and Twisted Minds there ready and waiting for you once you make the play on in. You'd have to imagine that Ascent would preferably go back out east. Issue is, where do you go? It's a big open field, and whoever wins this fight for shelter will be able to shoot at you.
New Happy using the opportunity of a momentary lull in the action to send it into the shelter as the shot from Falcons, the push out from Falcons, they finally decide to come out here and get involved, and they're going to find Sonics. It's down to just Shrimzy hiding in the smoke cloud. That's a good grenade, and that is Sonics eliminated in 11th place.
Down they go. Falcons staying alive for longer. Again, they know that they have a team right north of them, so they cannot take too long on these fights. They have to quickly reset and make sure there's no push coming through from that northern side. In the meantime, SSG, I mean, I don't know what they ate for breakfast, but I'm sure that everyone would want a piece of it, because if that's how you get circles, then they're very much feasting on the fact that they don't have to go anywhere right now.
Blessed once again is SSG back-to-back on Erangel. Let's see what they can get. Oh, okay. I guess that's one way to get rid of two teams. As we check back in with Falcons, they, as you said, know that Twisted Minds is ahead of them. They've laid down the smoke wall. If Twisted wants to peek, they're going to have to do it through the smoke, and that benefits Falcons as they will get the first shot here. Slowly pushing forward now is Veronica 7 going to try to land themselves onto SSG, but the grenades are ready. The utility in hand. 2 up for Veronica 7 still. Roth, though, holding the line on the wall. Pixel going to find the knock onto Heaven, and it's down to just one. It's going to be Glaz, and that's going to be a blue zone grenade that might finish him off. Is he going to survive? Just barely gets out of it.
Phenomenal pre-net from Roth, and as much as I said they're just sitting in the circle center, they were set up for that push to happen. Roth was already out there and they're all ready to take the fight. Very, very smart play, because we know as soon as one team pull up, more teams will, and here comes Question Mark doing exactly that.
As this fight was going on, Twisted Minds did dispatch of Team Falcons, and now New Happy, DK Plus, and Ascend all fighting on the south side, while QM tries to get rid of Glaz, tries to find a way to get inside of the compound where SSG is holding. They're getting shot at, though, from range by Pentagram, by Genius, and now New Happy is eliminated. Multiple fights going on all sides of this map, Toby.
Again, Ascent playing such a smart control game here. They're leaving Chris now up towards the north. Him and Brex kind of swap positions, and then they're playing with the remaining 3 to just deny any sort of escape from the shield. The circle does go north. They have Chris. Ascent can commit to this for a little while longer and try and make sure that no one gets out of there alive.
There you can see on the map, SSG still alive, 4 strong. QM still on the walls here as D plus Kia trying to fight their way outside of this shelter. Ascend, though, putting the clamps on him. Zhanggu will find Brex, though, and immediately the trade comes through on Namika. 2 up. Kilyakai gets knocked very, very low, but he will find Zhanggu, and now it's down to just Zenith as Kia pulls through. He'll find at least 1 kill. Ascend losing players, but they're winning the battle.
Exactly. They already have a spot in the circle. Now it's probably the time for Kilyakai to try and make that play towards the north. Smoke off the vehicle, make a run for it. You know that you have players down, but the issue is Chris is very much alone up there on the northern side. He's going to need you. Can't play the long game right now, though. You have 2 knocks. You want the extra points with it, but here comes Perfectix trying to make a play from behind.
Beautiful timing for him as he tries to heal up. Zenith will figure him out, though, and now we'll go back to trying to revive teammates. Actually going to heal up first. Ascend. You can see Kilyakai is back up to full health, but the blue is creeping in. You've got 1 knock player in Americano trying to feed information over to Zenith. Kilyakai has spotted him out. He's going to take out... Ooh, Kilyakai very, very low. He's going to peek in. There you go. Zenith will win the fight, and Ascend goes down.
Absolute hero plays coming out from Zenith here, down to just 21 bullets total, but able to both dispatch of 2 players on the side of Ascend, then flank back over, take out Perfectix, and now wipe out Kilyakai. 2 amazing play being put on there. Great show from Zenith.
And he's going to get the res, too. So D plus Kia back up to 3 strong. I think, no, Zhanggu will eventually bleed out. They just didn't have the time. We'll hop into the U.S. Sir T right down the line. Genius will take out both of them, and that's 4 kills now for GE.
Again, though, even though if they fall out, there's still a lot of points claimed extra by the D plus Kia crew. The Sharp now with the Dragonov in hand, of course, close range, will one-tap you. He finds best of luck with it.
Space Station starting to creep out here, working the walls a little bit as he's going to spot out Wicked at range, does some big damage, trying to put some more pressure back onto Dante as well. SSG you know, call it what it is. They got Circle Love, they got the compound, but they are holding this thing against all comers.
Exactly, they're fighting forward. You saw Pixel, now he has a knock, but he had 700 damage and no kills. Sharp Shot, 600 damage and no kills. These guys, they're doing everything they can to suppress. We're seeing Certi and Utah able to take players down there, but what's important right now is what we're seeing here. This fight from for the southern side. Genius has so much control, but they can only maintain that if they keep applying pressure to Pentagram.
They're doing their best. They are wrapping around on that south side. Fortunately for them, the smoke wall's laid down thick. Fortunately for Pentagram, they still have all 4 players up, and they're going to find Sir T. Immediate knock comes through right there. SSG still trying to deal with QM on the walls of their compound. Hikari will find Clories, and just like that, Asla Pentagram now down to, they've knocked Genius down to 2. Yuta and Zest having to hide behind the smokes. And now the push comes through. Wicked, spotted out by Yuta. What a spray.
Solid shots coming through. Knows there's 2 players left on the feet having to be dealt with. We're still not seeing plays being made from SSG because they have question marks set outside the building. So no third party here. This should be a clean 2-way fight. And understandably, Akkad is going to go for the rest here. I think he realizes too that they have no pressure coming from the other side. Might as well see if you can get the rest.
2v2, both these teams trying to slow things down. The smoke wall is allowing them to do so. Let's check in with the other fight that's happening. SSG still 4 strong, 3 inside the building, and Perfectix still working, or not Perfectix rather, Pixel still working the edge as Zest will try to make the spray. Akkad going to find Yuta, and now Asla down to 3. They weren't able to get another res, but they are slowly making their way through here. Clory's going to try to go for the res. Does he hear the footsteps? He does not. He's going to find 1. Can he trade it back? Through the smoke. Not going to see it. Akkad trying to find that last player somehow. Zest still alive.
Yep, able to make his way into actually what was the opponent's smoke. Clories, yep. Proning this one out, wanting to buy himself some more time now, though. Feeling forced to make the play on out of it. Issue is he's finding himself on the side from where he's vulnerable to both question mark and Pentagram. Now peeks on over, finds one more. Clories just cannot be stopped.
Extremely dangerous player is Clories, as he will flush out that 1 kill. It's a 1v1 now between Akkad and Clories. 6 kills, 7 kills for Genius, as now SSG, they're starting to creep out here to see if they can maybe find an angle on this. They're going to send Page. Hikari has the hard cover of the Dacia, but he's right up against the wall.
And this could not be any better for Space Station Gaming. Their biggest fear is that you have a full team on the southern side and the full team towards the east, but not going to be the case with both Pentagram and Genius taking out one another. Now, of course, again, Dragunov's up close. When we have players with this skill level, that's going to be one taps galore, and Page able to find the first.
SSG lining themselves up for 2 in a row here to start things off at the last chance qualifiers. Hikari not going to leave that hard cover just in a peak battle with Clories. It's Og versus Beryl. Back and forth, 138 on the heartbeat monitor. Zest letting his teammate know what exactly Hikari is doing. The spray comes through. Another one will land. Another one will land. Hikari, though, will win the 1v1.
And it's the same teams, the back-to-back games coming out victorious here. Pentagram did it in the previous game too, having to fight their way out of the compound. Yes, they were in the circles early on, but they brawled their way to a high-kill game. And now it's the same case once more. And for Space Station 2, yes, they get the circles, but they do everything they have to in order to get rewarded for it. Because circles alone won't win you games. You have to claim those wins too.
Page is looking down south, trying to find Hikari. That is his job for SSG. Best of luck. And Dante, the last 2 players up for QM, slowly making their way through. It looks like SSG has said, you know what, you have the compound. We're going to play the wall. We're going to keep eyes on everything. As Roth peeking through, not seeing him just yet. Hikari has made his way into the zone. So the Asla Pentagram player still alive in this.
I love the fact that they gave them this building again. Keep in mind, SSG had control of this entire thing. They go out, though, because it's kind of a false sense of comfort saying, we'll give you the building, but issue is, once you go in there, you have 2 exits.
Yeah.
There's 2 exits on outside of the circle. We know that the dot is out on the eastern side of the compound, so what they think is question mark, or what question mark thinks is them being rewarded, is effectively just Space Station Gaming trapping them inside the house.
Hikari using this moment to reposition himself here. As we said, Page, he's got one job.
Yep.
His only job is to watch for this last player, and he's got hard cover helping him do this.
You know he's there somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
He saw the double just before, knows that there's really only one way he can go, because if he goes straight south, Sharpshot will have the angle. So this is bound to happen. Oh, Page just started looking towards the west. Could this just be a timing thing? He was looking south for the last 30 seconds straight. Now he's looking down here once more. Who gets the upper hand in this one? Because again, 2 alive from question mark, and with Page falling down, potentially that could just be SSG losing out on what right now looks like a clear-cut chicken dinner.
No utility in the bag for Best of Luck. You got to imagine Dante is probably hurting as well. There's not going to be any smokes for QM to lay out here as they try to make their way out of the building. All they can do really is try to get a knock, maybe open up some kind of window for themselves. Dante actually going to spot out Hikari. And Hikari will sneak his way behind the tree, lay down some smoke for cover for the time being, try to maybe snake out a second place here.
I will give Dante the, what do you say, I'll believe that he on purpose didn't flush him just because, like, wait, that's a solo, he can help us. That's why he opted to just shoot next to him.
Oh, the blue has arrived. Best of Luck knows where 2 of them are, but he's just no angle on him right now. I think at this point, maybe QM, if you don't get the knock, do you just not give the points away? Do you go down to blue and call it a day? SSG perfectly situated now for their second victory in a row. Hikari somehow has managed to make it to the wall.
How does this one end? Look at the utility they have to work with. Space Station came in here so early.
Oh, no.
And Uzi to work with 2. Hikari peeks out, spots 1. There is a player down. No, never mind. Scratch that. 4v1. They know exactly where they have him. And SSG back-to-back chicken dinners.
That is big stuff from the North American squad. You want to talk about getting the snowball rolling. He's going to do his little waddle celebration as well. It's a well-earned one as SSG, a little bit more compound favor this time. But as we said, Toby, it was a battle holding that line.
You got to be able to bring it home. Had they not had Roth out on the wall once the push came through from the southern side by, I believe it was Veronica 7, you saw how fast Question Mark got up there too. You can very easily lose control of a compound like that if you aren't ready for those pushes coming through early on, and they were.
And Pentagram doing the most there to ensure a second place finish after some very, very brave battling going on there. Let's throw it over the desk to hear what they have to say.
Game 2 is done. It looks like an America's circle, and again, it's an America's team that has won. SSG gets the chicken dinner, and I'm going to be honest with you, Martin. Back-to-back wins to start this by SSG was not on my PUBG bingo card when I showed up at work today.
Also, this circles that are somewhat similar wasn't either.
No,
also, this is, if you want to call it a home turf circle, this is the home turf circle. They start looting here, shelter, Hall of Fame or Alpha Lobby, if you want to call it, and Prison split, right? So this is going to be right where they had a greedy split here with Junkyard and Hall of Fame. And then you're able to obviously say, okay, this is the better spot, we take that. But the disengage from the Hall of Fame to outside to make sure you get those openings knocks were incredible.
Absolutely. I mean, if there is a place that you want to start your run from the Grand Finals from the Last Chance Qualifier, it is at the Hall of Champions.
It is.
This is a place where every previous champion is immortalized in the game. And so, literally, photos of the greatest players of all time, watching them hold this position. And then as you bring up, in just a moment, we see they use that open fortress strategy. They hold it for a moment. They say, okay, QM, feel free to come in. And when they do, there's nothing in there but death and traps waiting. So it was a beautiful play by them to be able to play this game out. Beautiful flanks by Pixel. We saw a really nice one by Page. And it was played about as well as you could. Yes, they got the circles, but they played well out of it.
Yeah, and the Hikari, Clory's mutual destruction on Genius and as the Pentagram. That was just so entertaining to watch, but both of those teams actually had the potential to win it, right?
Yeah.
Because if you had 3 guys alive, you would have, once Space Station, they jumped out of Hall of Fame, they would just have been taken down because they had the high ground advantage. And yeah, so they just, you know, let's just get as many points as we can. Let's mutually destruct each other that way.
Yep.
Yeah, and then that way, of course, some points going their way, but it could have been a win for them quite easily, I feel like.
That was mutually assured destruction. I will say this. Welcome back to the desk, by the way, Toffees and Avenger. I have seen some of the best 1v1s I've ever seen at this event. The amount of times that we've seen some of the best gunners in the entire world going in these sort of head-to-head fights over a hill or a warehouse has been exquisite. But let's look at the top 4 teams. SSG, Genius, Osla, and DK going to be coming in with some big points, and it seems like a bit of a repeat of what we saw earlier.
It was a little bit. Also similar kind of area for the circle.
Right.
Roth jumping in with 3 kills, but 600 damage in Sharp Shot, 800 almost damage on Pixelig. A lot of knocks coming in there, where of course, when you're kind of hunkering down in a compound like this, you're going to get a lot of knocks.
Yep.
So that's definitely the cure for that. So good to see. It's going to be Roth for our man of the match, 3 kills and 300 damage. And yeah, he was ecstatic once that game was over for them to close another one out.
Well, the reason I think that if you want to start that path to their victory, it was that double grenade on the Veronica 7 fun pin crash, right? Because QM was right behind them. If they did not stop them in that moment, then it turns into a super crash, and there's no defending against that when you've got 8 players rapidly coming in from different sides. So being able to stop that crash and then turn their attention to question mark, I think, was their key to victory. Let's look at the match leaderboard. SSG at 16. Osla picks up 14. Genius at 11. And again, the rich seem to be getting richer here in the early pickups.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Cost 36 points. It's going to be somewhat like halfway of the points that they're going to be needing to go to the grand finals in the 2 first games. That's huge, yeah. And yeah, Roth, he did open up with it. Like, it was almost the double grenade, double blue zone combo for the ultimate black hole experience, but it wasn't just fully. But yeah, he managed to go out and secure it. Only 6 kills in this one, or 6 kills in this one. But still a game that you're able to say, okay, the morale and the confidence on the team is just going to be absolute through the roof.
My worry is, so if I look at 14th, I see Legacy, for instance.
Right.
Both of those games were hometown circles for them as well. They drop in those areas, and all they could get out of it was 5. So that, I think, starts to stress me out a little bit in terms of their progression. Tyloo, 6 points, something I expect more from them. And then, honestly, Foot, I thought they'd come out a lot stronger. I know we're 2 games in, but when it's only 12 games, you already kind of have to be assessing, are you getting enough out of these first maps?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, they've been in some situations where they lost a few players. Who was like, oh, this third party, like they've been on this like such a hard edge that like it's almost impossible, because there's a team in front of them also on the edge, also trying to get in, right? So you're gonna be super late to the circle that way. So yeah, they've got 10 more games to go, but there's definitely some teams on the right side of the leaderboard right now that would be disappointing not to have in the grand finals.
It seems like we've taken a bit of a twist where it's sort of like this idea that we're seeing less middle teams in this lobby and more people really wanting to sort of play that edge. We'll see exactly what they do. QM also using the Skyrocket to go and scout. We're going to be back in just a minute after this break. Game number 3 on the way.
Unleash my shopping spree.
Duty-free from big brands.
At all King Power stores and King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
Very good. With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมันเท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับ 1ถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
only a perfect victory when the whole team lives. I know where he's going.
바로 정중앙에 있는 거. 오, 좀 어려운 질문이 나왔는데요. 막내를 잘 이해해주는 좋은 사람인 것 같습니다. 제 기준에서. 당사자 장고 씨, 컴온. 우리 둘이 어떤가?
환상의 듀오라고 생각합니다.
我自己最喜欢那个米兰马，因为打得比较久。
都拿这个，刚才拿的这个。
他们的战队都叫我木哥。
大哥的意思。我们见到他要鞠躬。
ああ、一回会ってて、やっぱ選手をしている自分がやっぱ一番楽しいなって思って戻ってきました。頑張りますので応援お願いします。ファイティング。バイバイ。
Welcome back, everybody, to the Last Chance Qualifier Day 1, where Space Station Gaming truly, Toby, has taken off.
They're on their way to the moon, but will they land there or not? I know, and I'm not even going to try and curse them. I'm just saying, because I kind of threw the question up in the air.
You
and
did.
You said, remember Pentagram in group stage? They too won
true.
the first 2 matches and almost didn't make top 8. I'm not saying that's going to be the way of Space Station, because if you look at them, we saw them in the break here. They are happy. They're feeling it. They're jumping around like we've never seen them before. But I'm just going to say, it ain't over yet. It ain't over yet.
What is question mark got behind there?
That's a doozy set as like the Riddler, because it's question marks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the thing. Cool. Yeah. All right, let's roll with it. Twisted Minds. Well, that's another team we were talking about during the break here a little bit. Struggles continue, although by the looks of their faces, positivity still reigning high.
I don't know. I feel like I've seen Twisted Minds happier than what they what they're currently looking like. But it's also a case of they had hoped to never be in this position to begin with, and now to run into the same issues again with losing players early game, 2 matches in a row on a wrangle of all maps, which is usually the map they're the best on.
That is usually their home field. Well, they've got to pick a new one, because we are heading over to Vikendi and the snowy fields, the icy rivers, the warm, fuzzy polar bears. Who will?
Anything else you want to add to that poesy?
What are they?
Drifting gondolas.
Drifting gondolas.
I don't know if they drift, but now they do, because
we'll take it. Nice, sure, why not? Either way, Everybody now has to reset. Erangel is out. We're done with it for the day. We've got Vikendi right now. Got Tego to follow. 2 games on Miramar to close things off for day 1. And outside of Space Station, and I guess you could say Pentagram, everybody else kind of has to pick things up a bit here.
Yeah, and I'm looking towards the potential hot drop markers. Of course, very nice that we have the drop markers on screen to sometimes show us where teams land, or at least get an idea thereof. And sometimes, obviously, as we said, PUBG politics do come into play whenever we go into new brackets.
Indeed.
So sometimes changes have been made. But I am seeing Veronica 7 question mark. Both flying north in the same kind of vicinity, and I don't think either of these 2 teams, especially question mark, is looking for early game fight. So you'd imagine them just dipping and going elsewhere.
Yeah, and actually Pio creeping over there as well. As you can see, he's trying to, I imagine, try to find a vehicle, but I don't know if that's where you want to be exactly. That's a little spicy. As the first circle will pop, we are going back down to the southwest. Maybe Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
You can't lose anybody in rotation if you don't have to rotate, Toby.
Now that is a 9 billion IQ strategy that I'm sure Twisted Minds is going to try and put to good use. Because again, I mean, for those of you guys who, for reasons unknown to me, didn't watch the first game, so much about Twisted Minds' playstyle evolves around, like, they'll happily go into phase 5 with 0 kills, as long as they have 4 alive. Like, rather that than 3 kills, but 1 dead in the early game. They just really, like, you can't spread out the same way, you can't play control on the edge the same way if you only have 3. Because one of the main things is if one gets knocked, you have to commit 1 to the rest, and the other guy has to defend the rest. So you can't go out and do anything once 1 is knocked. When you have 4, you have that extra Joker player, the one that can still apply pressure, the one that can flank from behind. You get so many more options of what you can do when you have 4 up compared to losing just 1 player on your team.
Sure. And look, man, you've been watching Twisted Minds all year long now. You know what they're capable of. We've seen what they're capable of at international level as well. I mean, it just feels like even back to Dubai at PGC last year, always just so close, always in the conversation though. And it's just been a little bit of a slow start. I don't want it to get to the point where we're feeling like we're beating on Twisted Minds at all here, but it's just, it's surprising.
I feel like we can beat on Twisted Minds, and only but only because we know what they're capable of. I'm not one to go out and punch on a team.
We don't punch
that we don't have high expectations for. But the reason that we're so much after Twisted Minds is because we all have very high expectations. And right now, I mean, I'll say it bluntly, they're not living up to those expectations. The thing is, though, I also feel like I catch myself every time I reach this point in my Twisted Minds. How are they playing compared to what I expect? That's when they go out and say, Toby, please just stop talking for a second. Let us do this thing. And then the next game, they go out and get themselves a 14-kill win. So hopefully for them, we are reaching that time now, because we are also reaching a point in the tournament where that's what's needed in order to come out victorious.
Things will start clicking eventually, or they go home.
They usually always do.
That is the options. Here we go. Foot Esports all by themselves on that eastern side. They do have Genius ahead of them and Falcons in between them and the Circle. It's been a fairly okay start for Foot, I guess. 7 points. I mean, there's a big clump of teams that are just kind of like right in the middle there between 7th and, I guess, unfortunately, Gen G with 0 all the way down to 16th. Through 2 games on Erangel, they got what they could out of the situation that they were presented.
I feel like the really tricky part of what was these last 2 games is point A. As I said during the last game, we have all of EMEA's edge teams.
Yeah.
We have a lot of Korea's edge teams. Yeah. We have 1 Chinese edge team. There's a lot of edge teams in this lobby, is what I'm trying to say. But with that, when we look at the last 2 games in particular, we have the game that ends just north of Ferry Pier, so much open space. So even the teams that want to play center early game can't get in there because their compound's already going to be taken. So now you have even more like the kind of like late game edge center teams. They're also now out on the edge because there's nothing to fight for in the middle. Then we go towards the east and finish a game north of Shelter. You have 3 teams set in the middle. The other 3-4 teams that would normally be part of that kind of center-ish position are also now out on the edge. So the edges have just been giga-clustered, which is why we're seeing back-to-back games with 10 players dead on multiple different teams over the course of the first 15 minutes, because these edge teams simply just don't have space to maneuver when you now have 3-4 more teams out on that edge than what you usually would.
And you're having to remember as well that half of this lobby had not even 24 hours to prepare for this, right? So you kind of go with what you know about these teams, and obviously if we know about it, then they know about it, and they should know to expect that the edges are going to be a little bit more occupied, and things are going to be a little bit more spread out from center than maybe the group stages and the winners-losers brackets were. So, but it's still it's seeing that and knowing that on paper is a lot different than having to come in here and actually play it.
Especially when you then given 2 games back to back where there literally is no center to claim for the teams that actually would rather be in there than out on the edge. But of course, it's not all going to be repetitions, at least I hope not, for the majority of these teams in terms of how the first 2 games went. And now over to Space Station we go, who didn't need to go edge. As a matter of fact, they didn't need to go anywhere, but now they did, and they find themselves right next to Legacy.
Yep, getting a little bit more, at least first circle love, which, well, let's be honest, it's hadn't helped everybody in this lobby so far. It's not like first circle fortune is a prime indicator of success towards circle 7 and 8, but it doesn't hurt as we see SSG starting to split off a little bit here, get a few highlights from last game, or actually from the whole tournament really so far. SSG, it's been up and down for sure, but once they get that snowball rolling, these guys, it's any PUBG team, right? Once you start getting a little bit of things going your way, it starts to feel like everything's going your way.
One thing that I do like with, in particular, that we've seen with Space Station Gaming throughout this tournament so far, is that the games that have kind of gone their way, the games that have had their name kind of with the highest chance of winning just based on their position in the circles, they have gone out and claimed. Many teams have had games where they got those circles they needed, they got the one shift they needed in order to bring it home, but fell short, didn't capitalize on it, and therefore in the end, maybe they're already out of the tournament, or maybe they're down here now in this last chance. But back-to-back times, both in the last 2 games, but also in previous instances, the games that have gone the way of Space Station Gaming in the early to mid-game, they also have been able to bring home. And that's one thing that I think is incredibly important, especially in a tournament like this with brackets where matches are as few as they are.
Yes. And also worth noting, I mean, these guys know better than anybody that there are still 10 games to go. You cannot rest on your laurels from 2 wins back-to-back, no matter how nice they might be. Sonics are all inside a compound. No 2-2 splits coming out this time, or at all today, really. Sonics have been kind of playing with each other. We did see a little bit of a 2-2 split last game, and then they had to really kind of play up against it with Gen G. They end up taking out Gen G pretty cleanly, but a little bit nerve-wracking there for a brief period of time.
Yeah, curious to know if Sonics is aware of the 2-2 split Petrichor currently is going, because they kind of wrapped around. They heard the vehicles of Petrichor, and obviously having not heard 3-4 vehicles, that just instantly has you assuming, great, this is a split, because we all saw what happened with Ixleft and the boys when Django got himself a Panzerfaust, and since then I feel like we've never seen more than 2 in a car, at least not in the early game. So highly doubt that Sonics is unaware of the fact that they have players around them.
That was one of the most brutal highlights from PGC so far. Seeing Petrichor Road just gets demolished.
The PUBG equivalent of ripping off the Band-Aid. It hurts a lot, but only for a short moment.
It's so brutal, man. I couldn't even watch the replay again. Okay, that's a lie. I watched it several times because it was hilarious. But I know Panzerfaust, obviously a very touchy subject, so I will leave that alone for the time being, and we will focus in on Hikari and the Asla Pentagram gang. So far, so good today. 26 points overall, as Silzin getting a few shots into a passing T-Bone.
T-Bone fell down early in the previous game off of kind of scouting forward on his own, and here he gets to live with his life intact, at least for now. You can see instantly Vard is pulling up to try and kind of join forces with him. Foot does have a lot of control, a lot of space towards that southeastern side of the circle, and would again be terrible for a team that likes to spread out, take control in similar fashion to Twisted Minds, really, to lose one, especially your IGL this early on in the game.
Seems to be the iron price that a lot of these teams are having to play for going for these information gathering splits early on. Let's see where the new circle decides to go. We'll cut up to the north, center on Lumberyard, as SSG once again getting a little bit of love here, but several other as well as Twisted Minds. That's their looting spot, so we'll see where they decide to play from here.
And we're not seeing them fully kind of fall back into Lumberyard proper yet, and that means that Space Station Game is actually going to be able to take it away from them, or at least leave Perfectix and Batulins down on that southern side. You can see Spiro and Lou sat down here as well, with Genius currently wrapping right past him. If they read that this is a split, Genius have done it before. Just wait, there's only 2 guys shooting. That's a pull-up right here, right now. We want to send a compound, and we got to claim it. But we're back again to a situation here, Poro, with the center being a big crater, essentially. And, well, at least this time around, within the crater, there's something you can play. But very few teams, I think, are going to dare to just send it in there.
Yeah, also, one of those questions, really, is SSG allowed to take the inside of Lumberyard? Are they forced to play it? As this is going to be difficult to get out of here, as we see Genius now. They're going to come in and claim the south side. Tai Lu just to their north as well. So the middle of Lumberyard getting a lot of love very early on. D plus Kia also trying to send their way through that 2-2 split from Twisted Minds. They're not going to take any knocks just yet. It doesn't look like they're wanting to commit to Lumberyard, though. They are playing rather the eastern high ground.
And this is going back to what we were talking about earlier with the previous 2 games just being tricky on the edges. Now we saw 3 teams just instantly bomb at center. Those 3 teams going in, it's going to make more space out on the just for those rest of the teams to play, which is why 11.5 minutes in, we haven't lost a single player yet. There's more of a kind of dynamic flow in how this set of teams are moving in, as we see Paige finding Zenith in his vehicle. D plus Kia, well, they scouted forward, but it got a bit too far on Perfectix. As a matter of fact, it's going to be the one rewarded. It's not easy to flush with the bold actions, and
it is not, but it's fun to watch Paige hit them, isn't it? Like, I would love to see that. I'm sure we're going to end up seeing that replay, as they love to show those. But it's a very interesting point you make, Toby. The fact that you've got 3.5 teams committed to the Lumberyard, committed to that center circle, it's almost as if for the rest of the lobby, that's 3.5 teams missing from the lobby itself.
That's what they want.
Because you know you're not going to go into Lumberyard, but now you've got so much more space, as you said, because all of those teams are playing inside there. So that's very, very interesting point that you make, and I think it's a great point. And now Twisted Minds actually committing 3 fully to Lumberyard, leaving Lou behind.
Yeah, for how long are they going to continue with that? Foot in the meantime now, losing Vart. Can they find the flush? T-Bone is in the nearby vicinity. As a matter of fact, both Beamy and ATC are 2, but are they going to collapse on this? They know that's a fight they can take. I think they're catching them in a split. There you saw it.
I'd see it.
Solid shots coming through, but of course, again, Perfectix the one to claim the flush in the end. Vart still alive, prone in a dip on a little bit of a gutter there waiting on through, but you can see Pentagram now committing to this one, and I think it's just a terrible place to have to take a fight. For Foot, they have to get inside the circle, they have to wrap around. It's a big loss on them to lose Vart this early on, but then again, I mean, now for Foot Esports, that's also for them 3 games in a row with casualties in the early game.
But I do appreciate what Foot's doing here. I think you look down there, you scout out, you see the fact that Asla is committing forward to making sure that they finish off that knock, get that point, which obviously you would expect them to. But immediately, once you realize that they are committing, get in vehicles, play the rest of the game, just realize that you're out 1 player. But Circle Center's up on Lumberyard once again. And again, more real estate around the edges here than maybe I think a lot of people were expecting.
Well, this is where the edges are going to be burning, because the teams up on the ridge lines, up on the, let's call it the volcano edge, are already sat there waiting for teams to make their way on in. Or the lumber volcano edge, whatever you want to call it.
Still 61 alive, though.
But that's the thing. We're seeing a lot alive now because everyone is playing it patient. But with this circle in particular, you can only play it patient for so long. We have 6 teams that all have to make their way on in, and they're all running into teams that are already sat very comfortably in very defensible positions. So expect a lot of these teams trying to come in, unless if they hit really good headshots on entry, potentially going down before the next circle is even going to pop.
This is going to be another one of those situations where it might get kind of weird. If you're a team like Foot, you're down 1, you see this circle centering on Lumberyard. At this point, you have no information about what's going on inside that crater, it might seem like the best decision to try to just bomb at center and play for the late game. But Lumberyard is very occupied right now. Ming will spot out T-Bone. That's going to be him going down now, foot down to just 2 as they continue their wrap.
And this is what you normally expect to have happen when you do Sun at center. You lose one thing is normally going from 4 to 3. In this particular situation, isn't the worst. But of course, having already lost one now with just 2 left alive, this is going to be hard as they pull straight into Gen G.
60 alive. This has been a map all tournament long, really, that has delivered basically finished very early. Circle 6, Circle 7. We're usually on our final teams, but this one playing out very slowly. Page in a perfect position will spot out 8C. He'll take a little bit of damage from PO. It looks like Beamy has managed to get inside, but he's very low, and he's going to go down as well. And Foot Esports is eliminated in 16th place.
Nothing they can do again. Taking casualties early, then try to bomb at center into a position that already has way too many teams in there. All of them sat very comfortably waiting for this exact thing to happen, just feasting on kills approaching their way.
New Happy might be the next candidate here. They are still 4 strong. December 12th gets knocked very low. Pentagram holding the line right now. Adder right up against the wall. This grenade coming through, but now he's going to get some support from Americano and D plus Kia, who have the high ground. They're taking shots towards Pentagram. That might actually open up a little bit of a window here for New Happy.
Yeah, sure could. Sure could. What does Twisted Minds up to do? Do they up to engaging this out towards the east? They still have Lou on the southern side, who has to make a play eventually to Ming Ming. Able to find that at a distance. Should be a clear-cut flush. Indeed it is. Down he goes. Rewarded with that one as New Happy again. I mean, continuing to play what has been a really good day of PUBG so far.
All right. The trailing duo trying to hop in vehicles, get inside before Azlet arrives, and it looks like they will do so, and they're actually going to get assisted from Petrichor, and there you go. Hard shift to the north. Lumberyard still in, Toby, but does anybody want to play it?
Exactly.
Can you still have, I believe, the opportunity to try to escape here if you're one of those teams that are on the south side?
I mean, this is where Lumberyard becomes a micro city, essentially. Do teams want to push in knowing that they have to push out immediately after? They will be deadly. Not only that, but we add to the fact that you have to climb uphill as you come out of the city. It is, I mean, it's gotten death written all over it. So I think the vast majority of teams try to wrap hard west, try to wrap hard east, but that's now where those teams are running to the edge teams who are already set very safely. So bottlenecks are going to occur right on Question Mark, right on Petrichor, on both sides of the circles.
This is going to be brutal. The rim of the volcano, as you spoke, going to be very, very violent as Batulins has now spotted out Hikari, Oslo, Pentagram trying to make the send. They're getting shot at in the back by Twisted Minds. They're going to have to push right into Petrichor Road. Meanwhile, Question Mark, Veronica 7, they're taking it on the western side of this circle. Just like that, V7 Fun Pain is eliminated. Question Mark should be able to res Phil first and get back on the move. But here's the other fight. Asla Pentagram pushing right into Petrichor Road.
And with these bottleneck situations, the most important thing is get those fights over and done with quickly. Ming able to keep his teammate alive as the card falls down. That's Pentagram down and out. And again, as I said, I mean, Question Mark able to finish that fight fast. Petrichor does the same thing. Now they can reset. Now they can get ready for the potential fight against Twisted Minds.
Big shots there from Ming from Petrichor Road, able to get their teammates out. They were getting shot, as you said, in the back by Twisted Minds. Slow rotation coming in from them. GE, Genius, still inside Lumberyard. Tyloo still inside Lumberyard. Space Station still inside Lumberyard. It looks like Tyloo may be considering pushing out. Legacy, meanwhile, taking this fight with Gen G. 2 knocks had come through onto Gen G, but Falcons giving, or Legacy rather, giving them just enough time to get these revives, and now they're back to a full-on 4v4.
Yep, there's going to be no time for Legacy here to kind of consider what they want to do. If you take the fight, you have to full-on commit to it. In the meantime, now up towards the north, ascent, rapping towards the circle centers. Question Mark, actually, I don't know if they're opting to pull up on this or not. They might have caught them completely in the split. Chris finds one, but is instantly traded.
Unfortunate for Ascend there, as they were in the process of wrapping down, and they end up getting pushed in right by Question Mark. Phil First is knocked once again, but Mika, It's Chris already knocked Brex and Kilyakai, trying to find the sprays. Brex will go down, and now it's just down to Kilyakai from range. He's in the blue, he's got the mini, but he's been spotted out. Meanwhile, Tyloo does eliminate Team Falcons on the push. Best of luck. Could find an angle here? He will!
Again, perfect timing for question mark. Seeing one vehicle coming in towards the circle. They have the entire space open, so they know, wait, if there's just one, that means he's left somebody behind alone. They pull up on it, they take the fight to them, they get to reset now in good time too as we hop on down to Petrichor.
Unfortunate timing for Ascend, and now unfortunate timing for DK as they run into Petrichor Road. Ike's left is knocked. They will find the last kill, but Sonics, they see it in the kill feed. They're pushing over. One left for D plus Kia, hiding in the smoke, working around the side. He's going to go prone. It's Junggu. Ming will go down. He's going to try to get the cover up, but it's not going to matter. Sonics will finish them off.
And this timing could not be any better for Sonics. They come over, they clear out right before the blizzard blooms on the northeastern side. Look at this circle. In a second from now, they will not be able to see anything, and Sonics is aware of this. Get as much damage in as you can at a distance, because just about 2 seconds from now, this is going to have blizzard written. I mean, over half the circle, essentially.
It's going to be brutal. Nobody's going to be able to see anything. Sonic's doing work right now. Kickstart with 4 kills. I know that's going to drive the haters crazy. We'll see how much he ends up with. As a Molotov going to get shot out of the air here by Esther. I think he was maybe trying to shoot it right on top of him, see if he could give him a little bit of an okie doke. Not going to find it, though, as Falcons. There you go. Pio will be the one that finishes off Gizera. Tai Lu now still coming from that south side, still outside of zone. There are 3 teams on the western side of the circle, the only 3 teams that are outside of the storm.
Yep, caught in the western side here. Gen G is set up in a split. I mean, seemingly anticipating the fight from both sides, but also well aware that I think the best they can do here is lay low. Hope they can get a surprise knock. Issue is they don't have time to do just that. Tongmu peeks over, finds the first. Elsen will find the second.
Big sprays coming out from Tai Lu as they immediately find 2 knocks. They catch Gen G a little bit split here. DG98 and Esther still alive. They've got ridges and hills to work with. You can see the storm has bloomed off on that eastern side. Everybody just hunkering down inside that for the time being. We also still have 2 teams that have to fight their way out of the logging camp, SSG and Genius. Meanwhile, this fight's still going on. DG98 will find Zhao Yang, and see if Esther can maybe trade one back. LZQQ very low as well.
It's a difficult area to fight through, especially knowing that you have question mark just on the other side. But I'm loving the way that Gen G has managed to wrap their way inside Force. I mean, they've essentially left this side. Esther with one, DG with the other. Left this side, allowed for Tai Lu to take the space just to become the third-party team themselves.
Gen G gets punched in the mouth by Tai Lu and immediately gets back up off the mat and wins the fight. Now it is SSG and Genius. Clories with a quick flick on the Pixel will spot him out. SSG slowly losing players here. It's down to just, I think, down to 3. Yeah, no, Page and Roth, the last 2 up. As now Genius, they're getting pushed by Gen G in the backside.
Yeah, Genius are incredibly skilled up close. Page finds the knock. That's a little bit further away. Should allow for, nope, not going to happen. That's going to be DG98 down. They tried to find safety somewhere, had to push down towards the southern side. It's the new question mark. We're going to peek on over as now the circle. Up towards the north we go. We're centering on the ridgeline.
So close for Roth. He'll find one. Oh, almost gets taken down, but is able to pull back around as Clories is knocked. Utah going to take a shot in the back from Batulins as now Twisted Minds is finding an angle on this from the eastern side. So Genius needing to be careful about how they push through here.
I think Genius is starting to realize that opponents are coming in from both sides. They have to try and make a play here. Again, the circle is going to creep in just about 30 seconds time. Now is the time to go forward. Issue is, while Roth does get knocked, they're doing everything they can to force them back.
Molotovs everywhere. Zesta's going to go down. Surti, the last one up. Page taking damage. His teammates knocked as well. Esther, the last player up for Gen G. Page, just peeks around. He's going to miss and the flashbang comes through. Page playing okie doke, ring around the rosy. There it is. Esther will go down, and that's 3 kills for SSG.
Again, salvaging a situation here where everything's gone against them now within placement points, getting kills off of it too. Solid points being earned here by Page in a game that, I mean, again, kind of had SSG out of it even before placement points.
SSG looks like Page going to leave from the western side. Genius will reset, leave from the east. Sonics still have 4 up. They're fighting their way in from the north side. Dante has an angle on this. Long-range shots coming in from question mark. New Happy, though, is waiting for Sonics as soon as they get in here, and they realize it. They'll pull back around, but they've got to find somewhere to play here, Toby.
Where do you go? Do you set up in the dead center? I think they don't have any other options, really. If they realize now that if you pull up on one team, the other team is just going to third party. So we have to try and see if we can sit here at least for a little while and then hopefully leave them like have exposed to one another.
Yes.
So while they both go for us, at least some of them will try and take out each other.
Lay the smokes down as thick as you can and hope for the best. New Happy has not spotted out question mark just yet. Aduzi looking over in that direction, and now Twisted Minds also on that very, very far south side. They're finding an angle onto New Happy as well. And Genius now finally leaving that warehouse position. So Sonics should be able to survive a little bit longer here. Twisted just going to try to send it right in the middle, and they're actually going to get away with it. They're very low, but they're alive.
I wouldn't be worried about them had it not been because they landed in this area. They have no smokes. They're running around with G36s as well.
Boy.
We know that they're very limited in what they have to work with, and starting to take casualties because of it. Utility is so important when you have open-end games like this.
They are getting picked apart there. Clory's going to steal that one away. It's going to be Perfectix. Now Spiro and... Oh, one nice grenade from Nan will be the thing that does it. Twisted Minds out in 6th place with only 2 kills.
Really important, too, that NH Esports gets that fight done with as fast as it did. Because, I mean, look what happened. Sonics, they see NH Esports fighting. They were great. Now they're fighting. Now we can take the fight to question mark. But because it ended so quickly, that's going to put NH in such a favorable position. Because look at how they shifted towards the west. Even GE is over there as well. NH Esports, if they realize this quick enough, could take full control of the east side of this circle.
That might make things interesting. Aduzi going to get spotted out by Clory's. Big spray from him. Genius actually going to use that as an opportunity to pull back down towards the south, see if they can maybe wrap over on the eastern side. New Happy, though, expecting it. Aduzi all by himself. QM not going to take it. Now that's 2 knocks now. Dante's gone down. Sonic's going to try to push him from the south side. Tickle will get spotted out by Phil first. Question mark holding the line while the grenades come through. They're going to do a lot of damage, but they're not getting the knocks. Phil first peeks around. There you go. Cleaned up in the end by Sonics as Genius will spot out Page as well.
Great use of utility, able to push over the ridge line again, do the smoke wall they set up. They did not want for NH Esports to get any part of that fight whatsoever. Great setup there from Sonics. They knew what they had to do. They go up, they execute to perfection.
And Shrimzy immediately running, sprinting over to some hard cover there to try to take shots over at New Happy. They were expecting the push to come through, and the push come through it did. Genius on that south side, still 4 strong. Don't have an angle onto Sonics just yet. New Happy, though, they are just circling that eastern side of the zone like sharks, waiting for either one of these teams to reveal themselves.
I think right now, with the way the terrain kind of plays out, there's no way that I was going to say GE don't make the play towards the west. It's simply too open to go out east. It's downhill. It's straight into the open arms of New Happy. And Tick, unluckily for him, gets knocked just as Circle starts closing on in. So he will fall. Now that's going to be Sonics down 1 player and also having to come off that hill unless if the final Circle shifts hard towards the northwest.
9 points for Sonics here. So far this game, they only got 10 points in all of yesterday. So New Happy and Sonics doing more in 1 game than they were able to do in a full day yesterday. So good things here for both of these squads. Genius, 7 kills for themselves. And now that seems like they're just kind of holding the line, waiting for New Happy and Sonics to try to fight themselves. This is exactly what every team is wanting to do, right, Toby?
This is going to be a 15-second truce as we wait and see where the final circle is going to take us. And you're completely right in your analysis of that situation there. It's just waiting things out now, hoping you get the final shift, and if you don't, then figure out what's the plan. But as you can see here, pretty much all teams now reaching a point of where they have no utility to work with. Genius, the only ones inside the circle. NH Esports, though, have a pretty easy path forward. It's going to be up to Sonics to try and make something happen here.
What can we do to get the other 2 teams to fight? That is what's going through all of these guys' heads. New Happy wrap around and try to start forcing Sonics to pull away. This is them trying to force Sonics to push into Genius. They managed to get away with it. Sneaky so far. Sonics has not spotted this out. But here come the grenades. They're going to land a little bit short. Kickstart going to get spotted out by Ming Ming. And now the pushes on. New Happy, 3 kills already. They've got a little bit more utility. Just like that, CC 108, clean as you like, no knocks taken. And now Genius will try to take advantage of New Happy as they pull around the edge.
Let's see what they can do. Ming finds one, December 12 finds the other. Again, this is a new and awoken NH Esports. We're seeing push on over. One trade comes in return, but it doesn't matter. CC108 already found him.
Zest, the last player up for Genius. He was a little bit farther removed. Now Nan has been knocked from NH. They're trying to find him. They don't know where he is. Nan going to feed that information over to the rest of the boys. He's on the rock. Let's make sure we clean up the rest of these kills, get all of these points. Zest, can you pull off a miracle?
That's what it would take, and then some for him to come out alive, and Ming denies it. Not gonna happen. NH Esports fell short on the wrangle, but instantly return on Vikendi. What a performance here by the boys in red to come out and say, you know what, that whole winners bracket thing, that was just warm-up, and this is what we're really able to do.
Wide awake, and the bull is raging once again. New Happy Esports climb up the leaderboard. Sonics have to be happy with that performance as well. Despite the fact that they go out in 3rd place, they still end up getting a nice stack of kills. Genius looking absolutely fantastic in the late game. They made the right decision. They made the push. Unfortunately for them, New Happy was ready for it.
And we're seeing players get really good understanding of the terrain on Vikendi. NH Esports essentially pushed Sonics from the only angle that they knew Genius could not third party. Very smart plays here coming through from NH Esports.
Well, fantastic performance from NH once again. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to set us up for Tago.
Welcome back. Vikendi is done, and New Happy takes themselves a chicken dinner. Dominant play. They fought well. They deleted the Sonics, and they took the win against Genius. Let's take a look back at the highlights.
Yeah, this was a fantastic one for them, but also another case of, you know, our home turf circles for the teams that are doing well, and it's kind of expected, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, Twisted Minds, they loot Lumberyard. Didn't get as much out of it as we were kind of hoping and expecting. As the guys pointed out during the cast, they were scuffling a little bit for the loot, the utility. They were lagging a little bit of what kind of like would have been the optimal setup, maybe.
You make a good point, because so far we've talked about we've talked about winning with the home circle,
right?
But the story today, really for me, is teams that have not been getting anything out of the home circle.
Falcons on Wrangle, right? That should have been more points that they had. Sure, they had some, but Falcons on Wrangle definitely a case where we would have loved to see more. But yeah, this was like overall kind of a harder circle space, especially when it kind of shifted outside Lumber, right? It's we have a little bit of a kind of high ground. You have some situations where it's hard to push, and also once you have these areas and you're controlling enough space like we saw in Esports do, it's just about a few utility here, like 3-4 nades, and you're completely demolishing one team, because Sonics had to play on this last little bit of a ridge into the next circle, right? And you're just pushed into a small area.
Absolutely. And I will say, I mean, that was a big part of it. As you saw, what I liked about New Happy at the end of that game was we saw that lift that sort of Sonics moved up to. New Happy started to push it, and I think saw the Sonics doing those little jump peaks, and faded away for a second. But the fade was only so that they could prep the utility they needed to make a hard push. And then they did it fast, and Sonics was gone almost instantaneously.
I think
genius.
Yeah, the biggest thing is really, like, especially in the late games, especially at PGC in these cases here, is that if you're able to disengage and wait for the teams that you know exactly where they are to kind of push themselves together, because teams will always try to spread out, right? And then once you know exactly where they are, because that's the last spot they can play, that's where you use your utility. Smack in a blue zone grenade, throw some nades, and you're going to clear out a team here. Our top 4 teams, though, 10 kills for New Happy, 8 for Genius, another good game for them, and Sonics were also able to get 9 here, so obviously a stack one for them. Good to see Ming back in action. This is, it feels a little bit like we're seeing some glimmers and shimmers of what we saw New Happy and NH Esports do in 2021 for Ming Ming. He was the barrel god back then.
Absolutely.
And now he's able to drop 4 kills and 555 damage. Just going to put him on the man of the match.
I mean, if you're an NH Esports or just a fan of PUBG Esports, seeing Ming Ming, seeing his performance so far has been deeply disappointing.
Right.
Seeing this turn up this quickly, second place in the first game, a dominating win on this one, that is a massive glow up. In the lobby, it's not the easiest. Yes, there are some teams that I think are struggling, but they fought hard.
I gotta say, this has been extremely top heavy. Look at this.
Yes.
We have 6 teams on 0 points. Aslan on 1, Twisted on 4. It's 4 teams with double digits, 2 on 9. Gen G and Tai Lu, of course. SSG with another decent game for 7. Page stepping up hugely.
Page
Again,
is king mode.
some glimmers and shimmers of the 2021 performances of some of these guys.
Absolutely. Yeah, you bring that up, this idea, Paige, past IGL for heroic. You were talking about to me during the green
2021 second place. The only one that are able to contest New Happy in the very top of the leaderboard.
And then ironically, New Happy will contest SSG at the top leaderboard right now, 43-39. Slides all the way down and gets to the stress levels over on the right side where Twisted Minds has only gotten 11 after 3 games. Foot has 7. Legacy with 2 home circles.
Oof.
Walks away with 5. That about sums it up. Now we're going to Tego. There were allegations that SSG would be suffering a hot drop potentially in here.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, I feel
I
like
don't know
they're
how much we can share, but there was a scrim game where they agreed on a let's fight for it. So they dropped into Gatka and took a fight.
So there should not be a hot drop here.
It should have been resolved in a 3D full way.
So we'll see if SSG plays the gentleman's role and chooses not to make the attack, because no one's attacking them. Right now, SSG's on a hill saying, come at me, bro.
They can afford it, and that's the really interesting part, right? But still, they have a kind of put their spot, and they're like, okay, we're gonna go airport. We're gonna see what's happening. But also, then Foot said, no, airport is our main.
Yeah.
And so there's like a little bit of a scuffles, and it'll be fun to see. Pentagram is still one of the teams that are up there and doing well. So let's see if they're gonna be hot dropping in Fishing Camp.
Let's see if they hot drop Fish Camp. It's time for our next match, the 4th of the day. Get ready to take go over there and see what happens. Let's get into the next match.
Time to take go.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, we are headed into Tego as we have left the cold, frigid tundra of Vikendi behind, and we are greeted by a scarecrow here in beautiful, lush Tego. Lush? Lush. Luscious. Lush. Verdant? Yeah, maybe more Erangel thing. I don't know.
In any case, that scarecrow sure was scary
green
looking, and right now that's kind of the NH Esports that I'm seeing. That's the scarecrow of the lobby with how they just performed in the previous one. I was worried that seeing them get a really good game on a Wrangle to kick things off was kind of half contributed to the circle, just heavily going their way. This time around, though, played into it from the east, managed to take control of the side of the circle. They dictated the pacing of that end game by taking the fight to Sonics in very NH Esports fashion from games in like years ago as the desk broke down. I'm worried if I'm anyone else right now trying to contest against this NH Esports, because they do play it. They play it slow, they take space, and they spread out wide, and they have now contested both Twisted Minds and Foot in 2 games in a row where you're like, hey, we're not used to having these sort of teams on the edge with us. We have kind of this truce that edge teams spread out, they take control, they just play it slow in. We're not used to having to fight teams in the early game on the edge. But NH Esports, they're taking their kind of center strats to the edge of the circles.
Yeah, I mean, I think you brought up a great point. They're actually doing. Oh, well, there you go. Why not? Once again, get a little bit of circle luck on the way up to the north. As it's looked like they've been taking their edge positioning, and then they're just pushing out. They're taking the fights to everybody else rather than the fights coming to them, which is kind of what it felt like was happening to them in Winners Bracket. It felt like they were just getting 3rd and 4th partied, and they weren't in control of their own destiny so much as they were just trying to survive. Now this is New Happy. This is NH back on the hunt. They are the predators once again.
And it's so interesting to me because I said it during like one of our first broadcast in the group stage that you always have this, I guess you can say, warm-up period of a tournament where teams have to realize they actually know how to play the game, or at least remember that they actually know how to play the game and start going out and playing like they would in their regions. And I feel like now we're seeing NH Esports get to that point where like, wait, oh yeah, right, we are pretty damn good at this game. Let's go out and actually play the style that we're used to. Let's not allow for other teams to just push and shove us the way that they please. Let's actually try and take some control, and they have done it successfully now. And I'm hoping to see the likes of Foot, the likes of Twisted Minds, start going out and play with that control on the edge as well. Because again, it's difficult to do when you lose players in the early game, but maybe that's just you saying, just rotate together. At least for the first circle or two. I know it's not something you would normally do, but if there are that many kind of swings in how other teams are positioned and things you just can't prepare for, at least if you're 2-3 people there, you can try and respond.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great point. I think a lot of these teams are maybe overanalyzed a little bit coming into this. Maybe made it too complicated. And as you said, a new happy. Just we saw it with Petrichor Road, right? And then in the losers bracket, where they just kind of just were like, you know what? Maybe we're giving too much respect to the lobby. Maybe we're overthinking things. Yeah. Let's just do what we do because we do it so damn well. Let's get in there and start killing people. Worked really great for them, and so far it seems to be working well for New Happy. Let's see where Twisted comes along the line here as Pentagram coming into the south side here, getting very close to Twisted, but it looks like they are cutting off to the west, and they should avoid that.
Yeah, it's always so awkward fighting south to north on this island because of all the hills that could easily house multiple teams just there ready and waiting for you. So it makes perfect sense that Pentagram opts to go kind of the scenic round along the shores towards the south, further towards that western side. Twisted Mind's going to wrap further north himself. Falcons currently pick up, fly in towards the north as well. Curious to see where they're going to opt to set up shop, because these hills up here are arguably the most rankle that we get on Tago in terms of terrain. The mountains work very. I mean, you could screenshot this, change the trees a little bit, and that would be Stalber. Yeah. So the players know how to play around this type of terrain. Issue is, what about those small angles? Like every single time you peek over a ridgeline on a angle, you know exactly what you're leaving yourself vulnerable to. Every position you play, you know which Achilles heel that position is vulnerable to. On Tago, it's not as thoroughly found out yet, so you do see small mistakes in these open hill fights on Tago more often than not.
You see a little replay there of how New Happy secured their victory there in Vikendi. Got to give them props for being able to turn their fight. As soon as they were finished with Sonics, immediately were expecting that push from Genius, and almost instantly got the 3 knocks that they needed. Genius did exactly what they should do. Yeah. They tried to take advantage of the insanity from the previous fight. Unfortunately, it just didn't work out for them. They were too ready to go. Gizera going to get spotted out by D plus Kia, and that's going to be him -3.
It's an unlucky early loss again. They're going to be up in the northern side. Now, they do have a compound to work with and crates too. Issue is, when you're up here in the open, when you're trying to play center, try to play center control, more importantly, you want to have that 4th guy up and alive. You want to be able to flex out and force teams away so you have more room to maneuver. You can't really do that now, though, because you've lost one early. Let's see for Gen G also now opting to go very center, very unlike Gen G, to do this aggressive center play in phase 1.
Well, so far it's working out for them, and fortunately for them, V7, as they pulled up, took out their own player. So that's only 2 guns pointed over in that direction, where the other one would be getting the revive off. So fortunate stuff there for Gen G, as they do, as you said, push pretty much directly towards dead center. And it looks like PO will pick up the vehicle. Now, they are surrounded on all sides here. They do have, as we just saw, Veronica 7 right by to their south side here. Falcons. Sonics tried to do the emergency pickup to the very far north as well. Falcons landed prior, but it looks like Sonics should get into the army base. Yeah, they're safe. But a lot of teams up there to the north should be well aware of exactly where they are.
Doink. We saw that in the kill feed earlier. I was like, that must have been a mistake. And indeed it was. A little unlucky. Of course, it might not matter at all, but it also could be that 1 second off the rest that had you not been knocking the early game. Yeah, exactly. They're pretty far behind.
Prevented them from being all there for the Gen G rotation. Yep. So there you go.
Sure did. Sure did. It's the small things. It is the small things in a game of PUBG that changes whether you make amazing plays or fall short.
Trying to see who might have taken shots at Atong Mu there. It might have been Foot. That's the only other team that's anywhere really near them, as they're pulling off to the north. So Tyloo should be able to reset fairly easily. Ascend also already up in the north. They've got 4 deep to a compound. They've got Pentagram just off to their west on the high ground. But again, most of these teams now, where I'm looking, not many in vehicles on this north side. It's still just the people to the south still making the long wraps in.
I would love to see this next circle continue to go north. Not necessarily army base north, but further west. We haven't really explored the northern shores of the Northwest Island that much yet in competitive PUBG. It's always fun to see new terrain being put to use, see new players kind of out of comfort zone, having to go, oh wait, there's a rock there, oh wait, there's a dip there. Of course, they have done their scouting, but before you get to try it in a competitive environment, it's just never going to be the same, because those 1 or 2 rocks that you flew around in observer mode 3 weeks ago and saw, they might not be the first thing that springs to your memory when you're trying to survive.
That's true. It's true, and I mean, I think we talked about how wide split and how much edge was being taken up in the previous 3 maps. Now all of a sudden, everybody is just this is a little bit dicey territory. Everybody's right on top of each other, 4 deep to compounds. If they're split, they're not split very far. Maybe just a little bit farther up and down a hill. Yeah. As we see Ty Lu making the now emergency pickup wrap. North side is very not clear though. It was. They had time. But this is going to be dangerous. Hopefully they got their smokes ready to go.
If this one swings back south, I mean, look at how many teams are already up in the hills. Again, consider this hilltop that we're seeing pretty much D plus Kia on a mini Stolper in the way that it plays out. A massive hill. You have another hill out towards the west with Asla Pentagram currently set on top of that. It is so hard to maneuver on foot when there are this many teams around. So should this next circle swing south into the open down towards where Foot and half of the Veronica 7 split currently is located, it's going to be chaotic up north and very, very hard to try and transition south.
Still a few shots being sent down towards Petricora Road by New Happy, who have the high ground. Just letting them know that we are looking. As we're still waiting to see where Ty Lu is going to turn up. Now, it is worth noting, Toby, Genius has decided to stay on that eastern island. They have not made their way across just yet. So we'll see what they decide to do here. I think they might be just scouting out that bridge to see if it's getting camped here.
I mean, it makes perfect sense to me that they're taking the time. By the way,
I mean, they were all the way down south,
they knew they were going to be late to the party. Maybe never found the E-pickup that they had hoped that they would. You can see Space Station actually, despite being on this, in the circle right now, already setting up a potential E-pickup, as we're seeing Ty Lu fly north towards that army base. This is a new circle pops. A lot of things happening here at the same time. Ty Lu will be able to get up towards that northern side as the circle goes dead center on the hill.
Center up once again, and there you go. As we mentioned, Ty Lu do try to send it for that north side of Army Base. Unfortunately for them, Sonic's already ready. Legacy had a little bit of an angle onto that as well. Took a few shots, most of them, though, coming from Sonics. Now, Sonics have to be on the lookout. They know that somebody's on their backs. And for right now, safety, the concern for Ty Lu. And they get all 4. That's all you can really ask for.
Also for Sonics now, how do you play out of this? Pentagram are currently making their way in from the east, but they're going straight into the Falcon split here, just driving straight through it as they lose the first one. Tagged up as well, as all of them are currently being shot at, but somehow only one taken down. Oh, make that 2.
Make it 2 as Adder does get taken down, and that's going to be the 2 trailers. And now Wicked finds himself right face to face with Legacy. Looks like he'll survive his encounter for now, but Asla very, very low here, losing 2 right off the bat. The grenade from LFP will bounce off the car. Does some damage, but you gotta feel like Wicked not too much longer. There you go, VHZ gonna be the one that gets him with the grenade, as LFP still trying to look for that final Asla player.
And that's how it is in these open these open hillsides. If there's a car there, there's most likely a player prone behind it, and indeed there was. Up the Sulop and 8 extra over, and now a card. Oh, if he only knew where he thought where he thought he was safe. Now, well, that's him probably just feeding a point over to Sonics a short moment from now.
Well, fortunately for him, Sonic's still kind of looking towards their south for Ty Lu. Is that Ty Lu taking another E-pickup? I just saw them in the background. Yeah, there they go.
It might just be there they go, flying south again. Didn't like what they were given, and now they instantly leave with at least... No, they're all there.
I think they're all there,
trying to make their way back the south. They came from the south, they went north, they're like, nah, let's just go straight up to the mountaintop itself. And right now, they're safe, but they're going straight into the open arms of NH Esports.
Oh, boy. Yep, the shot's coming through. Ming Ming will find... Oh, my God, okay.
That's a distance, too.
That's yeah. That's pretty dirty. Okay, Zhanggu also going to spot out LZ. It looks like he'll survive for now with 20 HP. Yetan Mu, the only one that gets picked out of the air by some nasty shooting from Ming Ming.
See December 12 already now starting to flex out again. NH Esports don't want to have opponents nearby if they can avoid it, so goes up to peek on over, but now getting shot in return. I think that's him realizing, you know what, we tried to deny them the access. They've come, they've claimed it, fair enough. Now we know, let's play with that info in mind and just see where the next circle takes us.
All right, well, kind of taking stock of the situation here. 12:50 in, 58 alive, 15 teams still up. And we've got one big care package drop right in the dead center of the map, kind of near Gen G. Doesn't look like they're too terribly interested in going to get it. Sonics now have the north side clear to themselves as they push through. Now, Legacy is slightly ahead of them and slightly uphill, but not taking shots over in that direction. You can see RBN is kind of looking down in that direction, and New Happy still keeping eyes over towards Tyloo, but it looks like Tyloo's running. Genius have made their way over to the mainland, but Foot is right there. 8C looking in that direction.
And again, for all the teams that are currently set center, it's about how much space do you control. Sonic's very, very pleased with that northern shift, especially now they know that Tyloo left. They have plenty of control up on that northern side. In the meantime, now 8C hearing the rotation coming through from Genius, able to wrap around the rock side too. Oh, if he catches them split here, the info is going to be able to be fed across, but he is very much alone right now. If you get knocked here, 8C, you're in trouble. Damage done in return, but now they're aware, of course, on the side of Genius Esports as well, that this is a solo player.
Oh, and he's getting support from his teammates, though. T-Bone going to push him, force him right into the waiting arms of 8C. Clories, though, with the seat swap, will find the knock. Can he get the flush before the rest of the boys arrive? He will indeed. That's one kill going over into the bag of Genius. Now, the circle has pushed away from this. Foot starting to push right up onto Zest, right up onto the rest of them. This is being third-partied by Question Mark from the high ground, though.
Loving the fact that we're seeing Beamy back off here. He came around the corner, was like, oh my god, this is open. I'm not going to make that run, at least not without the help from potentially Vatu. And now with Clories finding 8C before, that's him just completely denying that angle of approach. And I think Beamy and Vatu, yep, they realized, they're like, you know what, there's literally no way we can push this without being torn apart. We're going to be running out in the open, and we cannot waste that utility now, because look at the next circle. We have more important matters at hand.
We've seen Foot made the decision to leave and just disengage from a fight before. Right now, it looks like T-Bone's just going to keep eyes on the rest of the boys while Vard and Beamy will escape. And, of course, Vard gets the knock on the goodbye grenade. But you know what? At the end of the day, Foot still need to get back on the move. They've got a long way to go. A lot of circle left to cover. Is Veronica 7 just kind of hovering on the edge here? This could be what... wait, they're E-pick-upping. Okay.
They're trying to get further circles in. Yep, it sure is pretty much as late as can be. But, I mean, Foot are going to see that line going up in the air. They're going to see the balloon as well. If they're smart about this, if they're timing this right, that might be kills waiting for them. They are coming out in the vehicle. I think V7 might have heard it. But, of course, they cut out the engine. Now they're running up. They see the balloon. Where are you, helicopter? Are you going to get... are you going to get them to safety? Or is this going to be the downfall of V7? There they fly!
Oh, they... Just get away. So much damage. Tosi will get spotted out. Beamy still sending shots over in that direction. Vard as well. But they're not going to get any more. But that damage has been done. Tosi will go down. And now Veronica 7 going to have to make a landing wherever they decide to go as kind of damaged here. And okay, Tosi the only one really that took anything. It looks like he bore the lion's share of that. Gla's a little bit low. They're pulling right in between D plus Kia and Legacy, but they get away with it.
You know what? This is an insane beat. It's kind of a not really the best position to be in, but sick that they get it for free regardless. In the meantime, fights happening on the southeastern side as both Petrichor, Question Mark, and multiple other teams, Genius too, are starting to fight down here.
Big shift up to the north once again as Genius, after taking their fight with Foot, they try to push in. They find Question Mark, but unfortunately for them, Question Mark, Petrichor Road, all looking down in that direction. Dante now trying to take the fight to Chewy, gets him low, but doesn't get the knock. Ixlef will push up. He'll do the seat swap, won't find the knock. There it is. He gets Dante down. Ming trying to provide some support from range. Now Genius getting involved, stealing the kills away.
Such a nice off-angle position there from Ming. Ixlef pushing on over, finds Bestelog again. again, they are just unstoppable up close. We saw in group stage them struggling to coordinate these engagements. They got the momentum going, they figured it out in the losers bracket, and they're coming in hot here. These close quarter fights, I mean, Petrichor more often than not will be the victors, and it's because of insane communication and always knowing exactly where they have their teammates so they can utilize each other to the best of their ability.
Phenomenal timing as well as they waited for Question Mark to engage with Genius. Genius does get eliminated. A doozy still alive for QM as Petrichor Road all in vehicles once again back on the move. They're trying to do a wrap on this eastern side. We'll see if they get away with it. Foot Esports meanwhile now in the face of Ace as Brecht will get spotted out by Vard. He's going to go down peeking around that rock. The rest of Ascend still a little bit farther away. Mika and Kilyakai trying to arrive just in time. It's Chris just trying to slow the fight down while the boys get here. He'll find Beamy though. Big knock from him.
I like the attempt of kind of the flank around the side, but instantly denied on the receiving end of it. T-Bone now has to go out, and again they got to play aggressive here. The blue is on them. They got to take taken down as well. Ascend. I was worried about the split with Brax being set on the southern side alone, but in the end they come up victorious. Yes, they lose one, but they get rewarded with 3 points off it.
They get, I mean, you're losing one off of being surprised by the southern wrap, and immediately Kilyakai and Mika coming over there. It's Chris doing the most work, trying to slow that fight down and waiting for the rest of the boys to get there. As we see, once again, Twisted Minds, they're doing another emergency pickup, trying to go for the high ground. At this point in the game, 18 minutes into the game, trying to use it, and it looks like they might actually get away with it too. Tyloo, Zhao Yang will find Nan, and now Roth is in the target.
Again, the edges here are going to be burning as everyone is trying to fight their way through, push their way through on foot, but it's just not possible. There's simply too many teams that manage to lift their way through the early game to make space for all of them here in the end game. SSG now the ones in the chopping block first. 2-1's fallen down already.
CC108 and Ming Ming doing the most here. CC108 eating some blue damage. Ming Ming trying to provide some support up close as SSG will find him. Page will get the spray onto him. Roth still has not been flushed out. They will try to see if they can maybe go for the res. CC108 has the on though as he tries to back it up. He'll find an initial knock onto Pixel, but he goes down to the blue. But SSG, the damage might be done.
Yeah, they're wounded indeed. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to reset from that, especially not. You can see now Sonic's opting to peek down in that direction, at least for a moment, but then falling back. They're going to give it away to Tyloo to deal with instead, as Page is sat here all on his own trying to loot some Met 6 first aids we see on him, but will it be enough to stay alive? We'll have to wait and see.
While that was going on, huge plays from Falcons as they push out and they manage to finish off Ascend. Now they have to turn their attention towards Gen G. Petrichor Road now. They find Tyloo up against a wall and up against a tree more likely. Shen gonna get finished off by Ming. That's 4 kills now for Petrichor Road as they try to fight their way in on this south side with the blue at their back.
Yeah, how do they go about this? Do they try and wrap back towards the southern side? That would be the play, but I'm not sure they're aware of the opportunity to make a run in that direction. They have Tyloo, they have Veronica 7 and D plus Kia ahead of them. It's about picking their poison here and figure out where they want to go.
Kia, though, they look like they're going to be paying attention over to their western side where Gen G and Falcons are fighting. They're in a perfect position to do a little bit of third partying. Emmy knocked but not flushed just yet. Gen G still working around the edges, trying to find the angles. Veronica 7, meanwhile, they are, as you said, in a perfect position to do a little bit of gatekeeping here from Petrichor Road and Tyloo, but it looks like the angle's just not there for them just yet.
They need to find a really good entry in order to make anything happen here, and I'm loving that we're seeing these pre-smokes being set up by Veronica 7 as well to deny any third-party opportunity from the teams behind, but here comes a push on through. Heaven, though, instantly finds Summer.
They had to make moves, and Veronica 7 in a perfect position to counter those moves as Ming gets close. He's going to spot Heaven, get him low, but he's not going to get the knock. Follow it up with a grenade as Petrichor Road trying to push it right into V7's face.
Ooh, Tyloo with the sneaky push around the side. Summer might have seen it though, and now with the flush coming through, that info will be fed across, but Ixcliffe went aggressive. Glasslow caught in the smoke. Ming is there to trade it, but the damage has been done. And there they go, both V7 and Petrichor out.
Absolute thievery on the part of Tyloo. Perfect timing from Zhao Yang and LZ as they come up at the exact time that they needed to collect some points, steal away some kills, and now Falcons and D+ Kia, they are fighting on the southwestern side. Gen G has been taken out, and now they are squaring off 4v4.
Yep, seeing D+ still all four up here, trying to hold off, of course. Able to force back Falcons off of the knock-on to Silson, and now trying to wrap further towards the east. They saw the commotion, they saw the kill feed pop off, and they know that they have a better fight at their hands towards the east, but they're going for a vehicle play here.
Oh, they're trying to get in the vehicles, they're trying to push in, but Tai Lu, they might be in a perfect position to take advantage of this once again. Zhao Yang and LZQQ, can they pull off the sneakiness? They sure can. Immediately, 2 knocks come through. LZQQ will get taken down by Menudo. Zhao Yang, the last player up. Menudo still out in the blue, and Falcons still have an angle on this from behind.
And you can see Twisted Minds, they're sprinting around wanting to third-party fights, but they're all ending so quickly that they can't really engage in anything this time around, though they're catching them wide out in the open. Spiro able to get one, and that is going to be the downfall of Tai Lu in the end of things, and also lots of damage done towards D+ Kia, who is sat with just 1 left alive. Keep in mind, though, Page got his 6 first aids. He is still alive and sneaking in behind Twisted Minds.
How is Page still alive? And Sonics, meanwhile, they've just been sitting on the north side of this circle after finding Army Base and defending it from Tai Lu, and they've just had nothing to do all game. They just keep getting the circles. 1 kill for them so far. We'll see what they can do for the late game here as Perfectix will find Zenith. That'll be 4 kills in the bag now for Twisted Minds. Falcons still creeping over from the western side, but no angles to be found.
Keep in mind, Sonics up on the northern side. It's been a quiet game for them, but they haven't really had to do a whole lot. Now they're sat with a perfect position from where they can really just apply pressure non-stop to all these teams fighting on the southern half.
Page still alive as well. You can never discount the fact, the impact of a potential solo Snake wild card. As we see Legacy trying to find an angle from the low ground. Falcons, their region mates a little bit higher up, but it looks like they're turning their attention back towards downhill as Twisted Minds has pulled off.
Twisted Minds, they're usually so good at clearing out snakes, and they're so incredibly good at keeping track of that kill feed. But has Page's survival slipped their minds? Has he gone unnoticed? That could, as you said before, Poro, be a huge backstep and potentially cost them a win here.
There was a lot going on at the time that Page was the last one to survive SSG's fight, as he's slowly creeping up. And now Legacy doing the most. They're trying to come up here and take the fight to Falcons. They're getting shot in the back, though, but Page does strike. He takes down Lou from Twisted Minds.
Will that be enough damage, though, to deny them a potential win here? We'll have to see. You can see instantly all of Twisted Minds turns their attention towards the east, allows for this fight to happen without their engagement. They would have wanted to third party, but now knowing, of course, that they have to focus on the snake to the east.
Latin America versus Latin America, Argentina versus Brazil, and it's all being third-partied by the Sonics from the low ground. Twisted Minds looking over here in this direction, but they can't find any angles just yet to try to sneak any of these kills away. VHZ will finish off Draft King. Legacy trying to send it towards the center of the circle. The last bit of hard cover remaining to be found here. They still got 3 alive. Emmy and Capitan, they managed to reset.
5 nades for Spiro. Only 1 was needed. We'll find the knock with the first. Second one will get him as well on point. I think he might have seen the top of the head of Capitan there as well. You can see they're still looking for Page, but Page finds 1 more. Twisted Minds, they were looking so good, but Page ain't done yet.
Page, oh Page, the damage that you have done to Twisted Minds. You said that they are so good at clearing their backs, but right now Page is doing so much damage to this Twisted Minds team. The knock, they're gonna maybe get the res here. The flashbang's coming through. He's looking to see if there's anything there. Page gonna creep up over the top. All of Twisted Minds just ready and waiting, but Tulins will save the day as he gets the knock and the flush onto the raid boss.
Goes off the rest to get the flush and comes back onto Perfectix with 1 tick left. What a hero play from the IGL again. Usually these, the point gatherers on the side of Twisted Minds is Perfectix. This time around, though, Batulins up there doing not only damage, but keeping his teammates alive too.
Page, oh Page, contributing to SSG's campaign, currently sitting in first place and not looking to be dismounted anytime soon. Sonics, meanwhile, they're going to take the fight right to LGC. They know exactly where they are. The shot's coming through from Tiggleton. First knock onto VHZ. They'll find they won't be able to find the flush just yet. LGC still playing the walls. This is a hard push here for Sonics as the utility comes out.
I'm liking the aggression, but I'm worried that it might just be too soon if H1 falls, and indeed he does. If he goes down here, that is their entire flank completely opened up. Now Capitan is still alive, but with H1 down, now Sonics has to fall back. They have to play this one very wisely. RBN will be taken out with a vehicle explosion, but this is opening up so much space for Twisted Minds to push in.
They're trying to make the run. Shrimzy with the big spray does a lot of damage. Will Twisted Minds be taken advantage of again by another snake? Capitan finds two, will go down to Spiro eventually, but now that's 2 knocks onto Twisted Minds. The snake venom is flowing through their blood.
Right now they're saying, LFP, can you hold them off for a second? Because we're kind of in the middle of healing up here, and of course, you're gonna see Sonics push on forward, but Legacy ain't done yet. LFP able to find the first.
Big sprays from LFP will find the first knock. H-Win still bleeding out. Tiggleton trying to get the peek. They'll push him around with the blue zone grenade. Tiggleton down to 1 HP. LFP did as much as he could. Spiro trying to make the push. He's got grenade in hand. He knows where Tiggleton is. It'll drop right on his head, but he won't get the knock.
He got the first set off, but there's still plenty more nades for Spiro to throw on down. No vest for him to work with. And most importantly here, I think Twisted Minds back up to 3. They know that H1 was knocked far towards the northern side, so they know that effectively, even though it says 7 alive, this is going to be a 3 versus 3.
The utility just not finding where it needed to go, though, for Spiro. The grenades just falling harmlessly, either too far or too close. Sonics back up to 3 strong. Perfectix will finish off H-Win. I believe actually he just bled out. So now Sonics have that ridge line to work with. They've got the center of the circle. Twisted Minds has to move around. Sonics need to slow this thing down and wait for Twisted Minds to have to get into a disadvantageous position.
H-Win loves the smoke on down to grant himself some cover, but that cover might also allow for Twisted Minds to wrap down off of this hillside towards the east, or towards the northeast, I should say. If Batulans can get down here, you can see it's a difficult angle, especially with Kick holding it the way that he does. It's very hard to push on down, but once again, the backstabs continue. Knives, and knives galore has been put into the backs of Twisted Minds, but somehow Batulans is still alive.
Batulans very, very low. He finds the knock on a Shrimzy. Tiggleton, though, the superstar, is going to try to end it with the pan, but the pan will go flying. Batulans has the flashbang in hand. He's trying to wait for the inevitable push. Kickstart and Tig waiting to peak at the same time. They don't want to give this one up. This is a free win for Sonics. If they can find him, and they will, Kickstart will flush him out, and Sonics get the victory.
What a game. Circles kept on going the way of Sonics, and they bring it home in the end. But Twisted Minds, the non-stop backstabs throughout that match. Wow, the fact that they even come out in second, that is incredible.
Twisted Minds is going to be hearing footsteps behind them for the rest of this tournament. Even when they go home and they get into the hotel, they're going to be checking their backs to make sure that nobody is there to backstab them, because it happens so many times, as you said, Toby. But Sonics desperately needed this victory. Huge win for them. Huge performance for Twisted Minds as well.
And it all starts off with one thing is Tyloo comes up to the north, but them leaving again, allowing for them to spread out, allowing them to take control of the north.
Let's throw it over the desk to break down what we saw on Tago.
Game 4 is done and highlights are going, man. This was wild. The high ground was crazy, and out of 4 games, 3 of the chickens go the way of the Americas region. They're going to be pretty happy about that.
I gotta say, I love this area and terrain up here on the northern side of Taco. It creates so much potential there, and it can accommodate so many teams. It's like Stalba-esque ending, right? But still, you have so many ridges, so many kind of small areas, trenches, stuff to be played, and yeah, it's just beautiful. Again, Sonics, an E-pick up to get things going there into the northern side and managed to get out, survive, but Page, he threw a spanner in the works for Twisted Minds. That, I feel like that have destroyed enough of their vests and durability and utility and everything for them to have a fair fight with Sonics.
Absolutely. Whether it's a wrench in the system or a spanner in the works, either way, Page put Twisted Minds on the back foot, made them stall. They ran out of utility trying to fight this guy.
Broken vest, no helmet.
Everything was torn to shreds. And they checked those boxes. They tried to find some threes. It wasn't there. They fought well.
And Sparrow's nade on Tiggleton.
Yeah.
Just 1 inch too long.
Because it was his
sharp.
flank that sealed the nail in the coffin. 100%.
And then again, Capitan, third party, and then you have a knock there. But yeah, huge opening here for Tiggleton. They're able to wake up, and this is exactly what Sonics needed for that mentality game.
Absolutely true. They come out with a big win. I think they were a little frustrated when they got here today because there was so much sort of up in the air about the drops. They were obviously not happy with what happened at the end of yesterday. That 17 dropping into their location, giving them some trouble. I think they came in here thinking the whole lobby is going to be gunning for us if we don't start strong. And those first couple of games weren't it. This one is, and so now they can kind of take a step back and go, all right, maybe we don't have to worry as much about getting gunned for at the end of the day.
And I gotta say, I think there is some slight pressure on Sonics that they don't have a PGC finals under their belt just yet. Right now, it's their last chance to do things. And of course, we're gonna see the boys here. We're gonna have 3 kills on Tiggleton here. Kick managed to step up a little bit too. He also had a good previous game here in Weekendy. H-Win no kills, but still have an opening anchor and have that play. Overall, not that many kills, but a decent amount of points to go their way when they already had 21 going into this one here. Tick is going to be the man of the match just slightly because of the 411 damage to 3 kills.
You know, it's fascinating because it is. I think that's a big one for them. You mentioned this sort of PGC finals experience. I think that asterisk that has been applied to their PGIS performance is a chip on their shoulder. And the fact that they are being targeted, they may struggle and be in this stage has kind of been frustrating. So they want desperately to get to that PGC final so that they can say we are the best regardless of how you feel about it.
Yeah, Sonics here 17 points, Twisted Minds 14. Falcons have a good game here, and that's what I like to see from these guys. They're able to step up. Legacy 8, they have this home turf kind of advantage with the army base on the northern side. SSG, they're still able to hold on this great performance from Page. 49 after just 4 games. That is really impressive. 41 on NAG Esports. Sonic's able to jump up to 38. We now have 3 kind of sponges in the very top. Even if you're B7 fun pin on 6 points, 1 good game and you're going to be into the top 8 quite easily.
That's a really good point. That's a great point because the sponges have been ridiculous up on top. To have both SSG and New Happy already at that level is very, very impressive. So we're going to see if the sponging continues. I mean, I kind of hope it does because I've just really enjoyed watching, especially the way Page is playing right now. Like 100%. This is, he by himself just looks like a PGC MVP with how he's been handling the fights in this series.
For sure, and I agree. I completely agree with you. These teams that are kind of having these big names, the rivalries that are happening as well, you want to make sure you are not getting that situation at you right now. The hot drop can't happen. Like if you're on day 2, and you get hot dropped, you're going to get broken. 47 points Sonics have after 1 day, right? If you start getting hot dropped off focus, that's where your worries start.
Well, we're going to find out as we head to our last 2 matches of the day in just a few moments. It's time for the Dusty Dunes, so don't go anywhere.
Unleash my shopping spree.
Duty-free from big brands.
At all King Power stores and King Power online.
It's possible. Enjoy great selections, promotions, and privileges.
The power of possibilities. King Power.
Hanuman's forces have set up their barrier. They are waiting for sunrise before they release their guard.
Very good. With my magic, the night will turn. Enemies beware. Mayara is coming for you.
ยืนหนึ่งมันไม่ง่ายแต่ไม่ยากที่จะทำแค่ตั้งใจและสนุกกับมันเท่าแก่น้อยตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์แบรนด์สาหร่ายยอดขายอันดับหนึ่งถ้าสาหร่ายต้องเท่าแก่น้อย
Here's the weather update for the Rondo area.
From the Rondo region, if you've been yearning for the sun after yesterday, please check your flight schedules to ensure your travel plans.
Why did you come to Rondo? Stand your ground. It's only a perfect victory when the whole team lives. I know where he's going.
바로 정중앙에 있는 거. 오, 좀 어려운 질문이 나왔는데요. 막내를 잘 이해해주는 좋은 사람인 것 같습니다. 제 기준에서. 당사자 장고 씨 컴온. 우리 둘이 어떤가?
환상의 듀오라고 생각합니다.
我自己最喜欢那个米兰马，因为打得比较久。
就拿这个，刚才拿的这个。
他们在战队里都叫我木哥。
大哥的意思。我们见到他要鞠躬。
ああ、リタイアってて、やっぱ選手をしている自分がやっぱ一番楽しいなって思って戻ってきました。頑張りますので応援お願いします。ファイティーン。
バイバイ。
Hello, everybody. Welcome back once again to this first day of the Last Chance qualifier. We have 4 games in the books, and North America has been showing pretty strong, Toby. We still got 2 more left to play on Miramar to round out the day, though.
Yeah, we still do, and plenty more games to be played tomorrow as well, of course. One thing though, because we are not even halfway through this last stage yet. I feel like part of the reason why these 16 teams are where they currently are is because they've all had their ups and downs. The teams only with downs are already out of the tournament, but these teams have at times shown that they're worthy of grand finals and at times shown that maybe they're not. So even for the teams who are currently ahead, you gotta keep that momentum going. It ain't over yet, and none of the teams have yet to claim the amount of points needed to be on that cusp line that we like to think of it. So if they don't get it going today and then maybe 0 out tomorrow, everything's still up for grabs.
Absolutely. No one is yet safe and no one is yet out of this as we head into Miramar for our final 2 games of the day. Let's see who will take home the coveted 2 chicken dinners. It has been 3 North American teams so far today with victories. Now, who can collect a little bit more here? Final game of the day.
Yep. Well,
final 2.
We will see.
That's what it is. Not final game yet. I'm
the
getting
final
ahead of
game.
myself. I'm excited, Toby. I can't help it.
Exactly. Final game with a Z, not a Z.
Stop.
As we head on over to Miramar, this playing path, arguably as fair as can be. The only teams that like to go up towards the northwest, also as you can see on this nice drop map, have places they can go down towards the south. So they should all be very pleased with this. I'm not expecting to see any contested drops. Having said that, we do of course have a Petrico and Twisted Minds, who are kind of globally famed for having fought over Power Grid, but as you can see here too, it's just going to be Twisted Minds up on Power Grid with Petrico out very, very early up towards Cruz de Valle.
Genius and Legacy also hot dropping Chubas there. Now I have heard in the I was given information that, and you can actually see it as well, that Genius is a team that will put their drop locations in the chat, in the drop chat, and then just never say anything again. So you have no idea if they're going to hot drop you, if they're going to change, if they're going to do anything. You have no clue. I feel like that's some absolute Chad energy, and I appreciate it. But it does look like Genius will see Legacy dropping into Chuma, and they will instead drop points towards the east. So that will avoid that hot drop for the time being. Gen G, meanwhile, already on the move up to Monty.
This is an interesting circle. I had a point I wanted to make, but I wanted to wait until the circle popped to put emphasis on it. In the previous game and the game before that, we've seen Gen G up to vie for center control rather than the usual edge wide split strategy. And I feel like they're the first of what I hope to be more teams starting to really adapt to the lobby they're in. We've known Gen G for many, or literally just any roster that PO finds himself on. He will force them to split wide, him doing his own thing in the early game, but even that we're not seeing. The whole solo PO doing his PO thing, we're not seeing here at all. Gen G, they're playing control, they're playing together, they know the dangers that are ahead of them, and they're seeing some of these other teams that are spreading out in trouble. And also we're seeing Batulans stuck in Power Grid. No. This man has probably looted this place. My guess is somewhere along the lines of 1,000 times before. The fact that he's right now stuck there tells me that he has never gotten stuck in that position before. Because if you do, he'd go out. Can he get on a vehicle? Can Spiro punch him, knock him, and then maybe that gets him out of it? Can he jump on the car? Come on, Spiro, you got this. Press F. Batulans, press F. Further. F.
Maybe.
Any Fs in the chat for Batulans? Further. Further, Spiro, you got this. F. 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 Hey! There we go. The savior. Even Batulans is laughing as they get to safety.
And the crowd goes wild as Batulans is saved once again.
Everyone always talks about the joy of cars, Mirados, Broncos, but when you need a bike the most, they got a bike right there. And there really are limited in vehicle spawns up on that hillside, so the fact that Spiro had a bike to work with, I don't think he could have made that with any other vehicle, really.
Would have been tough. Would have been tough. Well, that is using what you have at your disposal, as we see Question Mark trying to do a E pickup. This is them all the way on that eastern coast. We'll see where they decide to take that as we check in with Falcons. They're making their way in south. They're passing just off to the east of El Pozo and just north of a burly-looking sandstorm.
Yep, it's them with plenty of space but limited scouting opportunities as they wrap north around a direction I would imagine many teams going in. Again, I know I preach to the choir of those of you guys who already know this, but for the ones of you who don't, have the map stream open. It's all kinds of great to watch Wicked run around and do his looting thing, but also have the map feed open, because right now you could see exactly how Falcons rotate, and you can see Petrichor slowly starting their rotation game, and you can kind of get a gist of how the next couple of circles are going to play out based on where all these teams currently are. Because if we look at the split, I know it's a southern circle, but if we look at how many teams we have on the northern side, Poro, and on the southeastern side, you'd have to imagine that Petrichor, maybe Tyloo as well, Foot Esports too, and for sure Falcons are going to be wrapping in from that northern side to this circle. As I say that though, Tyloo are opting to backfill Space Station Gaming, so that could potentially be a fight in the making.
Enhance your viewing experience with Map Stream. As we check in with New Happy, 2 already forward and 2 just entering the circle now. As looks like Ming Ming and Nan just spreading out, taking over this southeastern side of the zone. So if anybody does arrive on those long, slow wraps to the south side, they will know about it. They do have Genius just off to their northwest, but it doesn't look like they're getting too terribly close. As we check in with highlights of Sonics destroying from previous games here. Not a bad map for Sonics here. Not a bad map for NA teams. This is generally, if you ask teams from North America what their favorite map is, it almost is always going to be Miramar.
It's always like that with the NA guys. Whenever you ask them their favorite vacation spot, it's Cancun. Everything that's with Mexico. You like tacos as well. I mean, everything that's got to do with Mexico, it's just got NA written all over it.
As it should. As it should. We are very culturally... I don't even know what I'm going to say. No, tacos are great. I don't care if you're European or from Asia, Asian countries,
there are a few things that the
Asia.
world can agree on.
Tacos are amazing. That is one thing that they can agree. All right, Azle Pentagram coming in from the north side. Now, nobody in front of them. They are kind of hugging the western side of this circle as well, and they look like they're going to get away with it. QM does finally land, and they are landing just north of Vidamar, so not trying to send it center, not trying to get too greedy, but instead going for that high ground around that valley.
Exactly. Adam and Pentagram, as you said before, rotating forward, and they don't know it, but we know it because we have access to the map feed, that that there's literally no one in front of them. It's only question mark further down towards the south that could be there to contest them. And I like the fact that Pentagram is wrapping this far west, because if, again, I know that these players aren't overly superstitious, but a lot of these circles have hard swung west in previous stages of the tournament. And we always go into the what's the circle algorithm on this patch and what are the tendencies and all this and that. And for Pentagram sitting up on the western side, I think that's them preparing for what they hope to be a lot of western circles to come.
Indeed, indeed. So we see Petrichor slowly making their way in. They're kind of following the same path that Falcons did. Although Falcons, Silzen, still just slightly ahead of the rest of the boys. Ming has Chewy right there with him. Ike's left very far behind. Foot also coming in, but they're coming in from the western side of Pozo. So we'll keep eyes on that northern side to see if they get any closer. SSG, meanwhile, they're going to, instead of hugging the coast, they'll cut over to the island and make their way up through Vidamar, most likely.
Yep, we'll see now Falcons straight through the Pentagram split. So far, no commotion. Hikari actually allowing them through as he continues down, and then Golden Mirado. A little, I feel like that should have like just 2 miles per hour extra speed, something like that.
Would you drive a golden car? It feels kind of
I feel like it's very vulnerable, mainly because gold is very soft. So if you crash, I feel like that's just...
Well, let's call it gold-plated.
And heavy, too.
Well, it would be heavy. I guess it wouldn't be as fast, would it?
Yeah,
so how are you going to ask for 2 miles an hour more speed, then?
Because when it's downhill, the heavier it is, the more speed it gets. That's gravity.
Okay, well, I guess we'll go with downhill then.
Yep.
Well, you're just acting like everything's all downhill, and this is a very obvious answer all of a sudden.
For some of these teams, it has been so far. And, well, we'll see if they can make something of it. Worst timed sandstorm really here for Foot, because yes, they can drive in without anyone seeing them, but they also cannot see anyone else, and they're in a position right now coming in from that northern side where they really just want to stop, scout, check further forward. Then go to that next position, stop, scout, check further forward. And that sandstorm ain't exactly making that any easier.
Yeah, and Falcons get thrown a little bit for a loop by that very close confrontation with Pentagram, and have now sent two down to the south. They've left 2 up to the north here, DraftKings and Emmy, so a big wide 2-2 split. Some are now arriving. This is Petrichor's leadoff man, and he's getting very close. Actually, not the leadoff man. He's a trailing man. He's cutting a little bit farther off to the west, so unfortunately doesn't follow the route that his scout laid out for him, and Summer pays the price.
And again, you can't really fault them for taking casualty there. Normally this wouldn't have been the case, but again, Foot Esports stopped by the sandstorm, has to set up shop here for a little while, and because of that, the timing just off for Summer on that rotation. And as you were saying too, because the Falcons are split the way they currently are, it's making things a little more difficult for Petrichor to make their rep on in. But of course, Emmy hearing multiple vehicles now approach from the eastern side, that's going to force him off, so there is going to be some place or some space to play around here for Petrichor.
Yep, it looks like they're feeling comfy as we wait for the circle to pop, and it does, and it centers immediately on well, pretty much everybody here. Yep. It's not going hard to the west, not making things confusing. Instead, just playing about as basic as you could hope for. We've gotten a lot of good circles today.
Yeah.
We haven't really had the huge hard shifts so much this time around, and that's a benefit to pretty much everybody.
See shots being fired towards Foot. A little dangerous, actually, considering the split that Falcons have currently got going. In the meantime, now Petrichor opting to pull up on this one. Little did they know there was a team here ready and waiting for the Iceclip. Currently on his own, trying to fend off DG98 as he's waiting for his teammates to arrive.
Oh, DG98, he does have Songjang with him. The grenade coming out of the window will fall just shy of Chewy71. They are slowly wanting to make their way in here. Big damage that time, but the rest of the gang has arrived, and now you gotta wonder who's gonna third party this. Pentagram does get eyes on Ming, so he won't be able to join this push. It is just a 2-man push for Petrichor Road as they've already lost Summer. Ikeslip will find DG98 though, and that might open up a door here.
Ikeslip just does not lose those. I mean, regardless of the fight he's up against, if it's a 1v1, more often than not, he will have the advantage in that fight. Xiaonyang trying to peek on out again, trying to delay a little bit, allow for his teammates to come in close. PO, perfect angle for him. They know exactly where they have Ikeslip now, and you can only imagine this is going to be Petrichor down and out early on, unless if Ikeslip can pull off a miracle.
Ikeslip, yep, double peek won't matter. So Petrichor Road goes down at 11:33, 16th team out, but there are a number of players going down in the kill feed. We've seen Falcons, we've seen Foot. They've lost one at least, maybe two here, as you see our 3,000 G coin code. Get that in there. That's a big call, big haul there as we check in with Asla Pentagram, still keeping eyes on Falcons.
And again, as tricky as this circle is, because it really is not easy to play with the kind of change in terrain that we have in the center of this circle, the center being just very much flat, dead space that you can't really utilize because you've got two big mountain peaks on each side. As difficult as it is, it's also a circle that all these teams have been through a trillion times before.
Absolutely.
And right now, the way that I'm seeing teams split out, Twisted Minds in the exact spot I normally see them in, Foot in the exact spot I normally see them in on this circle. D plus Kia coming in from the northeast side as well is very D plus Kia style of playing this circle. So as tricky as it is, they're all aware of, like, they all have a plan for this thing happening. And right now, it seems like the majority of these teams are effectively rotating in to play to their preferred playstyle.
I'll give you one extra on the American side here. Sonic's playing from Chuma, that high ground. That's something that we're used to seeing from them. Legacy playing for the late game. They've got the low ground. They're going to wait and see if they get a little bit of circle of their way as we check out the replay. Yep, Foot and Falcons running into each other. And Foot lose Vard, but Falcons lose a lot more.
Sure do. They sure do. Foot now on the western side here, trying to scout down south. Of course, again, as long as we have these mountain ridges in the center, you see where Ascent currently is, where the southeastern side of Legacy is currently split. As long as we haven't fully figured out which side of all these mountains we're going to end the game, and teams aren't going to fully commit to moving until they know, great, it wasn't my side, now I have to make a play. That's why you'll see teams opt to sit edge longer than need be, as we now center up on Ascent on that mid mountain line.
Yep, that high ground that Ascend currently holding. We'll see if they keep that 2-2 split going or if they instead opt to play 4 strong. They're going to get some company here very shortly as Twisted Minds already making that rotation down. Gen G also looking in that direction. Immediately, oh no, that's not the time to get a knock. Not when people are pushing in. Got to get that back on. It looks like Ascend, they're not even going to go for the res just yet. Kilyakai just going to turn his attention, making sure that Twisted doesn't come. Batulin's very, very low. Can he get away? Yes, he can.
First he gets stuck in Power Grid, now he gets to run out of that one. If there is a game that's kind of wanting to keep Twisted Minds alive here, that would be this one again. I mean, they fought off every single possible snake in the previous takeover match, and this time around once more, able to live through to fight another day.
25 points on the day so far for Twisted. Let's see if they can add a few more. Space Station Gaming, meanwhile, was in a 2-2 split on the south side, but they are now finding themselves pressured by Tyloo. They have New Happy off to the north as well, and now Foot Esports starting to wrap down here soon on that western side. See if SSG can get everybody back together. Page is going to join the rest of the gang. Roth has been left behind. Meanwhile, Genius making a long wrap up to the north on the east. They're going to eat a little bit of blue for their trouble.
Yeah, I mean, it's rather suicidal to try and drive through Chumacera, and I think they're aware of that too. So see if you can come in on the northern side. I think they had hoped that more teams wrapped in south. Issue is Twisted Minds are still set there. They were trying to scout further forward, but they're currently stuck. Falcons are up there with them, and D plus Kia too. So Genius wants to wrap in on the quiet side of the circle, but little do they know there's plenty of action about to pop off up here.
All the action that was about to pop off on the south side interrupted briefly by a sandstorm, as that's going to be Tyloo using that to escape. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds very, very close here. I don't know if they know Americano is right on their doorstep. His teammate from range, Zenith, keeping them interested.
Yeah, still DMR's an end. They have no clue. When does he flash this? Oh my god.
Oh, Flashbang just going to let him know you're there more than anything. Yeah, he's got 4 frag grenades in his pocket, but he does have support from his teammates on that high ground, so he should be able to escape this fairly cleanly. Although now Genius, we were talking about their rotation, they're starting to pull in here.
I feel like Americano, just like he's halfway through his single-player campaign, and just kind of mid-campaign ups the difficulty by just going, you know what, I can play it on hardcore mode. We'll see what happens. Loves the flash on over. Will be able to get out there safely, though. As you said, Genius opting to set up shop on the northeastern side. Veronica 7, though, starting to look in their direction. Issues, I think V7 is well aware that Sonics is playing the city, too, so they can't just fully commit to looking towards the Genius. They're waiting for the next circle to pop, and hopefully one going in their direction.
Yeah, Sonics have that high ground in Chuma, while V7 will play in the low. Okay, this one will hard shift off to the north here. Legacy still feeling comfy on the low ground in the compound. Ascend would like to be able to get back together, but they're trying to hold off Azle Pentagram. Meanwhile, SSG going to send it right into Legacy. They've got one down already. Roth going to get taken out by Gizera. He'll get flushed out by VHZ. SSG, the rest of the boys inside the compound. Now Page has been taken out. A shotgun has been picked up. Will it matter, though, as Sharpshot's down? It's all down to Pixel as Legacy is held strong.
If you're going to make a play, I'm loving the timing that they're pulling up now, because look at this. 2 other teams are starting to go in this exact same direction. They know that it's a split, but somehow Legacy still stands strong. They're able to clean out the southern side so quickly that they can actually fully focus towards the north as well. Now they have Sonics there to help them.
Tower defense working out in full favor of Legacy, as Pixel now the last player up. They haven't cleaned him out on the south side. They will, though, now, as he will not take a knock. Gizera actually going to get knocked by Ming Ming from range. Genius, they are down to 2. It looks like 2 inside the compound. Tiggleton and Kickstart, the only ones up for Sonics as well. Can they take the pause here and try to get the res onto H-Win?
The fact that Legacy doesn't lose a single player in what effectively is a 3-team pull-up is insane. One crosses over to help. They leave the other player upstairs. Great understanding of where these pressures are coming in from. Really, really smart play here from Legacy to keep all alive. LFP is kind of on an island right now with Sonics on the other side. And with now V7 shooting from afar too. Just go to the bathroom and wait this one out. Just find a shotgun, sit in the bathroom, and chill.
That's all you can really do. LFP's got to be careful here. Yuta will spot him out from range. Foot tries to take the emergency pickup up to the north side. Unfortunately for them, they're going to run right into D plus Kia, who is ready and waiting. 2 knocks, 3 knocks. Foot Esports eliminated in 14th place.
Yeah, had to send a Hail Mary again, having to come over that mountain, getting hard shifted away from wasn't going to be easy. They committed to it, didn't work out for them. Now in the meantime, though, LFP, solo player again on the northern side, has no rights to come out of this victorious.
Kickstart
will be found in the end, but so much damage done.
So much damage done indeed, and Genius in the compound right next to him. They know that there's 2 knocks. You've got to go now. Zest will make his way across, but he's going to get knocked low. 777 will actually get the knock, and Legacy is defending Sonics right now from the push by Genius.
Maybe they're like, don't steal our knocks. Grenade is there too! RPN takes him out. That's going to allow for the reset for Sonics. First, I mean, just don't play with your food like that. You can't both take him out and save him. It doesn't work that way.
Oh, Sonics. They have to owe Legacy a beer for that one, because that was almost disaster, but they managed to reset with 3 up. Now we cut back up to the northwest side where Asla Pentagram did the long wrap. They were trying to push in to ascend. They ended up having to come up to the north, and now Twisted Minds will have to hold them out. The circle does shift back down to the south. It's going to favor Legacy, Sonics, and Ascend.
This circle is incredibly difficult to play, and I don't think I've seen this. It's like exact split in a very, very long time.
Tough.
That ridge line doesn't look like much more than 100 meters, but as most people should know, it's straight uphill. I can't one-tapping Hikari. I don't know if that's intentional, as they now try and wrap their way further towards Twisted Minds. Spiro finds Emmy. That's yet another snake dealt with.
Falcons are out in 12th place as Hikari will heal up. Oh no, Perfectix, did he have it cooked nicely? It went a little long, doesn't matter. Wicked is low enough, he'll go down. Perfectix gonna lead the charge as Akkad holding the line. Another one comes through as Adder will go down. The rest of Twisted Minds, they're crashing, collapsing. 3 kills already. The flashbang will put things on a pause, but not long enough. Hikari down to the last player up for Pentagram.
And this underlines what we were talking about earlier, how when Twisted Minds are 4 players alive, they can play exactly how they want. They're only able to do this because Batulans is sat further circle center, holding off. Lou is there to help as well. That allows for both Spiro and Perfectix to sweep around the side and full-on engages. This is pretty much natural habitat for Twisted Minds, and they're showing it here.
6 kills coming alive on Miramar. Twisted Minds have to make their way in. They are getting third. They're getting shot at by Gen G. Meanwhile, D plus Kia on that north side, the low ground. Veronica 7, they had to make a decision. They went to the north side, and they pay the price. D plus Kia ready and waiting.
Well played there to make more space for yourself. D+, though, the next hurdle for Twisted Minds to have to get through, unless if they opt to take the fight to Gen G, but that is going to have such a big disadvantage to them that I can only imagine that they try and send it down straight south instead. Ascend still not in a position from where they can do a whole lot, but they know they have Tyloo, they have question mark up there, and eventually, or well, real soon, they're going to have to deal with those threats too.
They've got the high ground, and that's what matters most for them right now, as Twisted Minds continue to hold on to the high ground for as long as they can. Looks like D plus Kia was able to retrieve Menuda, their knocked player, get him back to join the rest of the boys. A doozy gets knocked very low by Kilyakai. Ascend just farming damage up here and this while they can, and yep, question mark down to 3.
This is what they have to do. They have to continue to apply pressure, really deny them an easy access towards their position, but most importantly, you cannot get a player knocked. If that happens, you know that instantly 8 players collapse on your buildings, and you're most likely done for. In the meantime, now Twisted Minds reset it, can't really go down towards D plus Kia. They still have a little bit of space inside the circle from where they can scout further up here, but with shots being fired, you see it instantly. PO 180s goes back to support his team up in the church.
Yeah, Twisted Minds back up against the wall, but they've got some room to work with just a little bit here, and they don't have to leave just yet. We'll wait and see where the next circle decides to take us, as Tyloo has found their spot just to the south side of Ascend. They have to be ready for this push. Circle will pop, and it's going to cut north. That's good news for Twisted Minds. It's bad news for New Happy. Tyloo, they all have to get on the move. Legacy going to have to leave their compound and cross the street.
So frustrating for Tyloo that New Happy just exactly has an angle behind that ridgeline that it's going to deny them to spread out and take control. Shen will fall, and as you can see here, had they been just 10 meters further towards the north, there would have been so much more space for Tyloo to work with, but not quite the case. That vehicle is going to blow up, probably fly down the hillside too. Shen will fall because of it. Elsen almost taken down. CC from miles away finds him through the smoke.
Across the valley and through the smoke, CC 108 gets the knock onto LZQQ, but it looks like Etongmu going to be able to get that res. The smoke has bloomed in time. Fortunately enough for Tyloo, Ascend has not flexed out from their hardcover position to try to take advantage of that yet, although they are starting to creep over towards the west. They are interested in question mark.
Yep, they can't make a play when there's still 2 teams up next to them. You can see here, I'm loving the use of blue zonates, if that's what was being lobbed on in, to try and isolate, try and force them to move back, and that is indeed what's being used. In the meantime, now here comes the push on the other side. Spiro down, but that's the question mark on the other side. That molly could have them all down full, but no, it falls a bit short.
Best of luck, giving a little bit of support to Gen G here as the push comes through. Pio will find two with the grenade. He'll get the flush with the car explosion, and now Twisted Minds just down to Lou, hiding in the smoke as long as he can. Might be able to get the res onto Perfectix. Will refresh that last smoke, but Gen G, they are wasting no time. They're going to come out here, try to flush out the last one. Lou hiding in the smoke. Song Jiang looking through, trying to see what he can find. DG98 tries to run him over. Doesn't matter, as he will find a doozy actually going to be the one that finds Lou. So nice pickup by QM.
Very smart. Isolating the angles with a couple of smokes so Ascent can't do any damage towards you. Look towards the north, find a few points. And now the push comes through, but the push might come through too late. They had the nades, they had the blow zones, they had a chance to make a play. They held back, and because of that, they fall down. And again, Legacy standing strong in this compound forever. Such a nice hold.
10 kills now for Legacy. Absolute tower defense has come through for the boys, but they now have to find their way across the street. Sonic's looking down there, Tai Lu looking down there, although Tai Lu actually, they're just going to turn their attention over towards Ascend because they've got the blue on their backs now as well.
They have to try and make a play forward. So 4 nades on the side of, I believe, Tongmu, sorry. We'll see if we can make use of them as they start lobbing them on over. Blue is on their back. They have to make plays, and Elset able to find the first.
QM actually giving a little defense to Ascend here as well. They find an angle from the side, do some damage. LGC trying to make their way across the road through the smoke cloud. Gizera has been taken down. RBN guts low. BHZ going to get spotted by Win, and that's going to be it. Sonic's pick up Legacy.
Great hold there. You have to kind of think that it's Legacy that allowed for Sonics to stay alive when the push came through from Genius. But we'll see now who comes out rewarded off this game. D+ Kia opting to wrap around, trying to set up shop outside of the compound that Sonics has control of. They can only do so because they know they're still fighting on the hills up high.
As he said, no good deed goes unpunished. Legacy could have finished off, or could have allowed Genius to finish off Sonics, but instead they killed Genius, and Sonics able to get back up to 3 strong. Let's see what happens here on the high ground. Ascend getting pinched from both sides. Tai Lu, question mark, all have angles onto this. They're doing their best. Kickstart actually going to spot out Zhenggu from D+ Kia. That was the last player remaining up on the north side to kind of scout out for the rest of Kia.
That's an unlucky player to lose too, because they have the other 3 down below. I mean, this is the play. He's the one holding their back, trying to set up for when the push does come through. He can shoot them from behind, but peeking a little too aggressively there. And also, I mean, in all fairness, didn't really have a whole lot to work with, especially not now that Gen G's down here.
Oh, and now Pio just, it's shooting ducks in a barrel. Never mind. H-Win gonna do some defense there as he finds the knock on to Pio. The push now comes through. Ooh. As Ascend trying to defend their house against the push. No, Tai Lu will finish him off with the double barrel shotgun. Wait, Killia Kai's still alive. Never mind.
Yeah, he survived it.
He actually survived it. My bad. I got a little confused reading the kill feed there. QM, meanwhile, not getting involved in this just yet. Sonics tries to push out of their compound with Tig, but D+ Kia ready and waiting.
You said it, no good deed goes unpunished. They get the rest up on Pio, but now that allows for D+ Kia to go out and make an aggressive play towards Sonics. Sonics are the ones who have to make a play, but now with the rest coming through, they're instantly setting up once more. Kick with the Famous, able to find Americano. We'll see if he can get more.
2 grenades still in his pocket. Americano going to go down. Song Jiang actually going to find Zenith, and now Menudo, the last one up, will get spotted. Song Jiang going to be the one that does it. Gen G now up to 7 kills, and they are in the driver's seat on this high ground.
Oh yeah, and they definitely are. Chris peeking towards the eastern side. They know that they have question mark right next to them, and because they're looking towards the east, that's going to allow for question mark to push further forward.
So Sonics goes down in the end, but not before picking up a nice stack of kills for themselves and finding themselves in 2nd place. Gen G just, well, they can just kind of hang out here and keep peeking this as long as they want. Ascend and question mark with the blue at their back. They're going to eventually need to push into Gen G.
I said it when the game started. Which Gen G are we going to see? They fended off against multiple teams. Now Pio finds Chris as well. They are looking to take full control of this circle. Phil first falls 2. Just 1 player left alive on the side of Ascent with Killia Kai. Has smoke to work with, but it's a 1v2v4, and Gen G looks to take, again, full control of this as 1 more falls.
It has been slow sledding for Gen G all day long today. They've been playing aggressively, but a doozy gonna have the angle here. He's gonna find EG98. Now PO has spotted out the rest. They are playing with the blue right at their back. Maybe QM. Can they pull off a miracle? A doozy tries to go out, but he's going to get spotted by PO.
Yep.
And that could be the end here for Question Mark.
He was the trap, but the trap wasn't really. I feel like there had to be at least 2 knocks coming off it. Now it's not going to happen. Failfest falls as well. And there they go. Down they go. Gen G. Full control from start to finish. Taking out Petrichor. Taking out Twisted Minds on the pull-up. And then slowly, but really thoughtfully pushing their way up the hillside and dealing with the rest of the lobby too.
And they hold off, as you said, so many different attacks on so many different angles. Just complete control demonstrated on the part of Gen G. A huge victory for them. It's been a slow day. I think they came into this game, I believe, with only 10 points.
Yeah.
They were sitting on the lower half of the leaderboard. This is going to be a great boon in their favor, playing at the end of the day here, trying to set themselves up for tomorrow.
A lot of positives to take away from this. Legacy as well. The fact that they're able to fend off the way that they did. I still feel like Ascent could probably have gotten a little bit more out of that game than what they ended up getting, but we'll see. They can maybe turn that into more coming into the next game.
Tough stuff there. We've only got 1 game left to play. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to prepare us for the final round of the day.
From A to Z, Gen G worked hard to come out with the chicken dinner at the end of that match. Let's take a look at the journey. It's highlights time.
From G to the ENG, it's Gen G, baby!
Hey.
They had 10 points going into this.
That's it.
And we said it, and I said it.
You said it.
With 1 good game, you can jump into the top 8. That's what Gen G did.
Dreams really do come true.
They do indeed. Legacy, though, they are able to pop off, and this compound in the lower ground, I actually thought it was going to be the focal point of the match, but they're not on the high ground. That northern shift saved everything.
You know, their jerseys, they got new jerseys. There's a big script on the back that says, "This is our legacy." Well, this is the America's legacy that we expected to see show up. They played well, and they even rescued the Sonics at one point. The drop shots, LFP was killing it. Rabin, amazing. I mean, everybody on that team was fighting to the bitter end. Ultimately, they did lose out because that shift became very difficult for them with the Sonics on the inside. But great game for that team.
Yeah, super good game. Of course, Gen G in an early fight as well, they're able to take that Northwestern control. And the fights, and with everything that delayed with Ascent and Question Mark as well, also lined up perfectly. With the D+ and Sonic's fight too, like if you had a team low ground and you didn't have anyone to focus you, they could be able to kind of push up and actually take some things away, but they got denied. And of course, some shotguns in the very late game here. The sawed-off had a huge
Gustav
impact.
is furious. Now, I will also say we saw some great plays from Twisted Mind in that match, but it came down to the end here as Gen G goes to the high ground. Question Mark down to 1, and it was just a matter of time until they could isolate, separate, and dominate. Gen G comes out with a very big win, and I'm going to be honest, seeing PO put up those numbers, PO on form is good for PUBG, and I love to see it. Welcome back to the desk. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Avenger here as we break down the action, and there's not a lot of action left today with only 1 more match in Miramar.
1 more Dusty Duner.
1 more Dusty Dunes.
That's the big one, right? We're going straight to the top 4 here, and of course, it's going to be 13 kills on Gen G. Question Mark, with a lot of decent placement here. They've silently been kind of getting a little bit of these points here and there. Sonics, though, they're able to get 7. Legacy, 10 kills. They're able to hold on. They're able to defend the compound. They're able to step up here. They've had a little bit of a rough situation for some of their drops in a wrangle, but they're able to step up on both Tego and did a little bit of good things here, and we get into almost 1,000 damage.
Almost 1,000.
I'll
just say, I'll leave it at this with Legacy. They finally got something out of a home circle.
Right.
Now, let's take a look. PO, 951 damage, kills 6, knockouts 6. This is the PO. Let me look at that smile. Feels like he knows. Grin. It's like they said, we're going to put this picture up there when you dominate. He gave the perfect look for it.
Yeah, I like that. It's a good picture. The grin. I'm coming back for grand finals, baby. Imagine if this is what you're building your dynasty on, right? So 23 points, 3-way tie on 11 points for Question Mark, Sonics, and Legacy, or LG to the C. as Poro put it.
LG to the C. I like that. DK also getting some decent numbers. Ascend able to put up some. Twisted as well has been on this sort of slow grind with consistency. And we
on the back of Perfectix and Batulins, honestly.
Yes.
Spiro, of course, also had a huge game. All the boys.
It's wild what they can do when Batulin stays
tie.
alive. Yep, tie at the top of the leaderboard. So it's not a leadership change just yet, but right now SSG and Sonics, the two North American teams, standing strong together at the top of the leaderboard.
From 23 points on 14 up to Genius on 27. It is 4 points difference from if you're 14th on Ascent right now to make it into top 8. It's not even a good game. It's just a game.
And on
that'll
top
put you
of
in
that,
there.
those teams need to have a big last game because SSG and Sonics, who are at the top of the board, were both threatened by other teams with hot drops at the start of the day today, which means if they have a good game coming in tomorrow, they can choose to play Kingmaker. They can choose to get vengeance on those who were hard on them. And so I think if I'm in the mid-pack, especially if I threaten those hot drops, I need to have a good game right
You're
now.
on 45, 50 plus points after one day. You're updating your drop spots to be going to where you want to go.
Absolutely.
If the teams you're contesting is on the bottom 8 with like 10, 20 points easily. But it is, again, it's close. We have one more game to go.
One more game.
And with, you know, a double-digit win, you could put yourself into the top 3, top 4 quite easily. So the question is, who's going to do it?
Absolutely. I want to see Ascend here doing a great job of trying to climb back up as best they can.
Ascend the ladder.
Shout out to their coach, Koval. He put together some incredible drop maps today.
Thanks.
So thank you for that. Yours as well. Very, very nice.
This was wrong.
Sonics here. They were down. They stepped up. I saw Gunnar in the back hallway after the last game. He was like, oh, man, we needed that. And it felt good. You could see that on their face. Osla Pentagram also came to play, has been putting in some work. Let's see. Get ready to do the work because it's the last game of the day. Let's head back to the Dusty Dunes with your casters.
Thank you very much, Mr. Toffees. And yes, we are in our final game of the day. Second game here on Miramar after a big Gen G victory, Toby. Let's see what the final game has in store for us.
If one thing, just to kind of close out the entire day with, holy moly, today have gone by fast.
Holy moly, indeed.
I'm like mentally, I'm like game 4 mentality right now. It's just, I mean, obviously we have had a lot of endings in the open that usually cuts a couple of, minutes sometimes really, of the game duration. But today's games, man, they've just flown past.
Let's do another 6. You ready?
Yes. I'm not sure if the players are. I'm not sure if the players are. Some would probably prefer to go off after this one, go home and start studying for tomorrow's 6 games. Because as we saw on the leaderboard, Nestadesk broke down perfectly while the top is currently kind of separating themselves. That mid-pack is literally a single kill or two from complete upside down.
That's going to make tomorrow interesting for sure. Let's see who will separate themselves here in our final game of the day. We'll find out where the circle goes in about 10 more seconds. Looks like we are going to avoid that hot drop at Chumasera, so Genius just dropping in points east once again. Nobody really on top of each other here in game number 6. And there we go. We're going down south, hugging just off west of Los Leones.
This is going to be an interesting one. I mean, it will be interesting regardless, sure. But depending on where this first circle is going to take us, down towards the southeast, for those of you guys who have the map stream open, exclamation mark in the chat, please. There's plenty of space. We have literally a fourth of the circle with Los Leones, the northeast over towards Impala, and the south down towards Resort, completely unoccupied right now. The thing is, I'm expecting that it's going to stay that way for quite a while. Most teams don't like rotating into Los Leones from the eastern side just because it's a city. Why would we want to be there unless if the circles go there? And that's why I'm saying unless if the next circle does take us east in the direction of Los Leones, expect to see that big cut of the circle probably not being occupied by anyone other than maybe Falcons doing a wide wrap. Foot, I'm expecting to do a wide wrap coming in from the eastern side, but that's just those two teams with control of essentially a fourth of Circle 1. And that usually causes a little more commotion towards the center, towards the west side, where everyone is going to be vying for center compounds.
Yeah, maybe not wrapping from the east into Los Leones, but wrapping on the eastern side down to the
south around or north around coming in through.
That's definitely something that I would not be surprised to see. We'll see who decides to do what exactly. Let's check in with Legacy over there in Chumasera. They should be happy that they have earned the right to get this loot spot to themselves and not had to deal with any hot drops from Genius. Fantastic game from Legacy last time. Just an absolute clinic in defending your compound.
And the thing is, because though that split compound down in the valley west of Chumacera is so crashable, it screams, crash me, please, I want to have a close quarter fight, and that's exactly what happened. And normally, that's one team doing it, but if you don't finish the fight fast enough, other teams will collapse. We saw that. And when that happens, that defending team usually is the first one to fall.
Yeah.
The thing is, they know exactly, obviously having played that position a trillion times before, they know how to play that split. They know how to set up. They know how to set up the pre-nades and kind of disallow for the teams to approach. And even though they actually came in really well, as the chat goes wild.
Got some chanting in there.
I should say chant, not chat. Chat might be going wild too. I hope you are, guys. let's get something wild going in the chat.
Well,
I don't know what you spam in chat.
It's game 6, man.
Mash the keyboard, get something wild going. Nobody, I mean, it's just, it's phenomenal understanding of where they had to be in a very, very chaotic situation.
Yep, and all credit due to Sonics as well. I mean, they did get a little bit lucky, for sure, with the fact that Legacy decided to defend them against the push from Genius, allowed to get back up to 3 strong. But that was a big game for them. It is something that they very much needed here, as we now see SSG and Sonics tied for first.
Yeah.
Up at the top of the leaderboard. It's the Americans got to be going crazy for that one.
I'm glad to see Sonics come off to a good start here after yesterday's fall down out of the top 8.
Oh, yeah.
Seeing their faces, and I mean also just kind of from a distance seeing them throughout the day today, you didn't have the like, you know, the spark, the craziness that or joy that.
What are we doing?
I don't
Why
know,
are we doing
observers are just in a kind of trolly mood today.
They really are, man.
Okay. You know what? If we are going to have early game highlights, I'm all for this kind of stuff. And thank you, players, for showing us that no one is immortal. And even the best of the best, chat out there, when you're playing your ranked games and you make oopsies, you know what? Pros do it too.
Indeed they do. Indeed they do. Well, we got to see Ascend. We were wondering how they were going to find their way inside this circle. They decided to take the emergency pickup very, very early and go right into Los Leones. That's about as free and safe of a rotation as you're going to find right now anyway. Is check in with Team Falcons. They are on the move in vehicles instead, and kind of hugging a little bit closer towards the eastern side. Now, they do have SSG right behind them. We'll have to see where SSG decides to turn. Are they going to cut right here? No.
No, they're going to continue.
Okay, they're going to get closer to Falcons then.
Another thing that is taking place in this game currently that normally wouldn't be the case, at least not as much. I'm loving the fact that the observers go straight here, is that Twisted Minds has come off the power grid plateau earlier than what they normally would, and that's of course because they know they're going to have Petrichor right behind them. And if you look at the leaderboard, it's I think neither two teams are really wanting to take any big risks right now. I mean, yes, 32 points is nice for Twisted Minds in 5th, but they would want to get off to a really good finish here on the day-to-day, especially considering the first 2 games they had with pretty much nothing going on there. So for Twisted Minds, they're coming off the hillside earlier than what they normally would, again, because they know Petrichor is going to backfill fast, and you just do not want to fight up there, especially not if the circles keep going away from you.
Well, that was the fight that we were interested in, thinking we might see. Ooh, Paige actually going to do a little damage in return, but in the end, it doesn't really come to too terribly much, except for a few shots from Paige, and he'll get a shotgun rider with him this time around. They'll leave a US behind, maybe popped a tire, I'm not sure. But Foot Esports also on the north side here. Falcons need to get back on the move. Fortunately, they are all in vehicles. They are heading down south again.
Yeah.
But they got to be careful. Foot right behind them.
Yeah, it's the eastern caravan of teams making their way down from the north and trying to again approach in and around Los Leones, maybe up towards Cantera. And again, you're seeing this edge of the circle that if we go in a half kilometer from either side, you can pretty much put a ring around it. That's just all open space, all available for you to play if you are coming in that edge as that edge team. And as an edge team, that is exactly what you want. You want to be able to come into the circle, not go too far, like too deep, but be able to then spread out, take control, scout further forward. There's no point in playing edge if you sat 4 people on top of each other anyway.
Right.
It's only really new NH Esports who's been successful in that. And speaking of success, Phil first, not successful in flipping his vehicle all the way around. I do see he's driving blind as question mark is going, God, oh God, why do you hate me? Why do you put natural disasters on us when we're just rotating by ourselves?
Managed to not hit a single hay bale, though.
Yeah?
That's quality. You like to see that. All right, question mark. Sandstorm has passed, and they'll be making their way into the north side of Monte Nuevo. Looks like Foot has continued their rap, and now they might get a little bit close to Falcons. Meanwhile, Knock coming in here on Adder, as they are kind of camping around Picado. They've got Petrichor Road that's just made their way in, Twisted Minds just off to their west, and Sonic's just off to the east. So it really could have been anybody. I didn't happen to see the kill feed, but no matter, back on their feet and back up to full strength.
Now, I'm not usually, at least not the most, kind of advocate for chaos. I know we have other casters that much more prefer that than I do, even though it does get interesting every now and again. But I will say for this game in particular, I would love to see a Southern hard shift, only because we're seeing that whole area between Chuma, Los Leones, and Picado. All these teams are so kind of fortified, set up really, really deep in these compounds in the splits they currently have, that if we get a shift either south or east, curious to see how that whole mess of a knot manages to get untangled. Because right now, they're within one another. You see D+ with Asla Pentagram in between. You're seeing multiple splits in the circle center, and I'm curious to see if we go fully away from that area, how do the players manage to kind of solve that puzzle?
Yeah, and it's not like you can just disengage and then cut towards the edge and wrap around that way, because the edges are all filled right now. Question mark, Gen G all making their way up on that western side, and then you got Foot and Falcons and even Veronica 7 on the eastern side. So we'll see where that circle does deign to go, and it will go north, so you won't get your chaos this time, Toby, but instead we'll get a nice centralized here around Picado.
I won't get my chaos yet.
It's
circles that center up on that east side of Picado Crater usually have a lot of interesting pull-ups coming through, a couple of circle shifts from now, and of course now since we are going into the area of the map that I talked about before, where all these splits are trying to be maintained control of, I'm seeing D+ Key is still not grouping up. I'm seeing, I think, Genius are starting to group up now, but this is where those splits get punished by the edge teams that just full speed send it in and catch them off guard.
Yeah, and it's not like the D+ Kia even tried to get in vehicles and get back together. They were completely content holding this 2-2, so we'll see if they get punished for it, as you were suggesting. Question mark. Meanwhile, they cut in, they see Twisted Minds, they cut back out again. So let's see if they go north or south. Gen G making their way off into the west, cutting off to the north. So it looks like question mark actually now out of vehicles instead, just holding the edge of the line here. Gen G, see how far north they want to go. That power grid cliff is still pretty open right now.
Yeah, I think Bestadog saw the car from Son Yang rotating north and like, well, that's our rotation in that direction gone. We're not going to opt to do that. And of course, we know that Twisted Minds is playing it, if not on the hill, then somewhere around. Little do they know it's actually only Batulans who's up there. So curious to see how question mark is opting to kind of make their rotation on in off of the info that they now have. Gen G, I would expect to see, honestly, go all the way graveyard. We know that the circle eventually is going to shift off of the mountain altogether.
Sure.
So why not just fully commit to it, go far east before everyone is looking up the mountain going, great, who's the next one coming down?
Fair enough. Falcons inside their compound. They've got SSG wrapping around on that eastern edge. But Falcons just going to peacock a little bit, take a few shots, make sure that SSG knows that somebody is in here. So we see Sonic set up their mortars. We'll see if we see that turn up in the kill feed. Asla Pentagram, meanwhile, still in that south side of Picado. They do have a duo of Petrichor Road on the north side, but 2-2 split from Pero. So doubt we'll see anything too strenuous from them just yet. D+ Kia do eventually get back together as a full-strength 4-man squad.
Menuda sitting in that car for so long around the wall with like literally 1 HP had me worried for a second, but he's a brave man.
Dangerous.
A brave man, and he got to park his car, so no worries at all. And again, as I said, Gen.G expecting to see them wrap full north, but of course, taking their time, going kind of back to the old Gen.G, the Gen.G that we know, which of course is still them executing playstyles that get them to these tournaments, rotate wide, find the quiet side of the circle. We haven't seen massive hard shifts yet, but now that Gen.G has kind of cleared a highway of them knowing there's no one in and around Power Grid, should it shift south, expect to see them actually wrap back out into the blue to take the rotation straight back the same direction they just came from.
Yep, stop down, take the time, scout around, figure out what your options are.
Yep.
And go from there. Twisted Minds, while they will collapse into a light 2-2, north side of Picado, and then 2 on the cliffs. See if they hold it down. They're still inside vehicles right now, waiting for that inevitable next circle. We have only a few more seconds to go, and where are we going, Toby?
We are headed towards the east, and again, Twisted Minds here setting up to play edge. There again, how do you set up yourself to a position or area of the map where you have the most comfort, I suppose, and that's exactly what they've done here. The issue is the entire west side now of this circle is an uphill towards Sonic's position, so expect to see the kill feed light up with their name in it, and we're already now seeing the first one fall, and it's Lou once again. Twisted Minds taking casualties early on.
Big danger here for Twisted Minds as they try to make that wrap, that rotation around. Perfectix will try to pull up here and take a few shots and defend his trailing duo, but he's going to get spotted out by Ike's left, and now D plus Kia, they tried to send it right through the center of the circle, and they're going to wind up right on Sonic's doorstep. Now, fortunately, they do get a knock on a Shrimsy. That might open up a door here for them to pull up and take the fight.
Sonic's a split 2-2, though. Can Kick and Tickleton get over here in time to help out? Nice nade lobbed on forward, forcing both of the D plus Kia players back down to safety, and actually Heaven from up high, able to find the knock onto Menuda, so a lot of help coming through, but not fast enough to keep Shrimsy alive.
Shrimsy will go down, but that's 1 kill in the bag for Sonics, and they're going to try to regroup and defend themselves against this D plus Kia push. Zenith and Zhanggu, the last 2 remaining, as they have that low ground. Now, a number of other fights taking place on the south side. It's going to be Tai Lu trying to rotate past Genius and New Happy. They will lose Shen. Clories will get credit for that one. See if he can get the flush. No, Ming Ming going to steal it away. Sharp Shot, meanwhile, will spot out Esther from Gen.G as they make Gen.G making their way into the north side in that graveyard position that you were expecting. SSG already in position to take advantage of that.
Exactly. I like the fact that they're coming in from that north again. That is where there is space. Look towards the south. We still have NH. We have Legacy. We have Ascent, all having to make their way into the circle. We have question mark E-pick up towards the circle center and will make landfall. They have a dip to work with, but little to nothing outside of that. They are within nade range of... Nah, are they? Nah, maybe Vard's a little bit out of it, but again, I mean, having to come off of this position without vehicles, unless if they get the next couple of circles kind of fit on top of them, the rotation out of there is going to be near impossible.
It ain't great. It ain't great, but they do get a little bit of luck going their way in the fact that Foot is in that 2-2 split. They've got 2 that are keeping eyes on Gen.G in the graveyard. So it looks like Vard and BB may be repositioning here. Is the mortar, though. That's another thing entirely. Tosi looking over in that direction. 204 meters. Is it going to be far enough? Let's send it 2. Why not? 216 as well. Send it. And
it's
too short.
What was it Paper was talking about geometry and how when you're shooting uphill you have to shoot shorter? Yep, they did it wrong. They heard the first thing Paper said, which was the incorrect one, and they didn't adapt. Unlucky. A little short on that one. In the meantime, Sean Yang will pull up an over. Vard helped out by T-Bone. Oh, Vard able to get the second as well. Gen.G torn apart and almost gets the third, but Pio able to stand strong.
Pio, the last one remaining. He will steal Vard away from them as Beamy tries to find an angle here. Pio will slowly try to stay alive. The shots come through. A grenade will find its way. Will it go inside? It will indeed. Gen.G out in 16th place.
Yep, circle swings south, and now Space Station Gaming trying to make a play on this one. They saw kills come through. They saw flushes on Foot Esports, and they have to make a play now in order to make their way further towards this next circle.
New circle did pop, as you mentioned. and it does head down to the south, so that's good news for most of our teams here. Unfortunately, for a lot of people on the northwest, that's Twisted Minds, Petrichor Road, Asla Pentagram. They have to run through each other. Sonic still in a good gatekeeping position on the high ground here. They have lost Shrimzy, but they still have a lot of room to work around here.
Good split control, but split. That's the main issue right now. Kick is all alone in this compound, and I think Genius is starting to realize this. It's just him up here, and they're going to continue to push on off of it. Good thing for Kick is that he's hitting the shots needed to try and suppress, but eventually you have to imagine that he backs off, gives up the compound, and goes up and helps the rest of the team up north.
That was great work from Zest. He got left behind to defend his teammates on the push, managed to hit those shots onto Kickstart, and Kickstart wasn't able to just free fire ADR onto them as they were pulling up. The rest of Sonics now are arriving, and that's going to be 3 deep in that compound with Genius working on the low side. New Happy starting to sniff around on that bottom side. They might get an angle onto this. You can see Asla Pentagram also looking this direction, but New Happy, they're going to take the fight with Ascend on the south side and immediately take down Kiliakai and Brex.
Multiple fights taking place now as we hop on down towards that southern side. December 12th found the first 2. It's just Mika and Chris left alive. That nade is going to come up short. As we now see New Happy again trying to spread out, trying to take control. They were the ones to wrap in from that western side. I think they know exactly where they have the remaining 2 from Ascent.
Blue is starting to slowly push in here. Mika gets very low. It's Chris. Will find December 12th, though, with a nicely placed grenade. That one might find Nan. It goes a little bit too long, and that's New Happy still with 3 up. It looks like December 12th is getting rezzed. Mika and It's Chris trying to run away from this. Unfortunately for them, Legacy is now wrapping on the south side as well, coming in from the east.
It's a great read by Legacy. I mean, they hear all the commotion on the southern side. They are still on the quiet side of the circle, but King able to sit up, able to defend this position. His teammates are here, but he don't need them. He finds the double.
Genius decided to try to make the push into the long building, and Kick was ready and waiting. He has turned up in a big way today for Sonic. Now Zest and Surti, the last 2 remaining, they don't want any part of this. They're just going to work their way along the low ground, trying to wrap around and see if they can find some other way inside this zone.
Curious why they're opting to engage with just 2 when they are full men there. But regardless, that's by the by, as Mika, now solo player left alive. Forward set tries to wrap north. Veronica 7 currently sat dead center in this next circle, and hoping, of course, that the next ones will shift towards them too. But look at how many teams now, Poro, have to make plays towards the crater.
Mika actually makes it there. Oh.
Why do you have to do him like that?
Unfortunate. December 12th had his eyes on. And there you go. Ascend will get taken out. Asla getting taken out as well, as they tried to make a push into D plus Kia, but they are summarily destroyed. Foot now taking a fight with Space Station on the north side. Space Station coming out ahead for the time being.
Yep, already players down on their side, and indeed they will continue to be that way. SSG off to a solid start here of this, or start, I say finish of this last chance qualifier day 1, as they clean their side of the circle, but still fights for them to come. They have to now push into question mark.
All right, Falcons, they have to leave their compound as well. Looks like they're going to leave Draft King behind and stay alive. Zenith still taking shots over towards Ming. Is Ming the last player up for Petrichor Road? They're just going to try to blow up the vehicle. Doesn't look like it's going to work out for him just yet. V7, they are dead center. Nothing really to worry about for them. QM finally getting pushed from behind by Space Station. Remember, they paradropped right into the middle of this divot, this ditch. Unfortunately, there's enough space for them to move around. A doozy will go down to a grenade. The second one will come through. It's going to find Best of Luck. Phil First very low as well. So much utility on the part of SSG. They get 3. Dante, the last one alive. They'll push through. Dante will get 1. Can he get another one? He's hiding in the smokes. Page, they're looking for him.
You'd have to imagine that they're going to be able to take him down. He's set inside the smoke. It's about to fade out as well. Should he somehow be able to make something happen? No, I don't think so. But now runs up to the next smoke. And again, they just cannot make out exactly where he is. But it's time. I mean, time is really working against him.
Sneaky, sneaky little bug. There he goes. Page will be the one that gets him. And that's 8 kills now for SSG, as they have cemented their spot in the top of the leaderboard.
But again, from one fight straight to another, they need to continue their push further forward, as we see Django, nice double there found by him and Space Station. Then afterwards, taking the fight to Foot Esports, peeking on over again. Great use of the Rich Lines here. Shots being missed on both sides, but doesn't matter. Space Station out victorious. Now they do lose one potentially, unless if they can get Sharpshot back up alive. Not going to happen though. First 3 falls, and Falcons instantly tearing them down on approach.
Well, even though they go out in a blaze of glory, SSG, I think, should be happy with their day so far today. 57 points, 8 kills in this final match of the day. Sonics still 3 up. They've left their compound. They now find angles all the way over onto Tai Lu. Meanwhile, New Happy getting very close to Legacy. December 12th will open things up with a knock on Gizera.
See if they can get more of this. If they can clear this side of the circle, they're not going to be in such a good position. Right now, the 2-2 split, they can't really defend too much from the side of Legacy. They have 2 players knocked down below, and you can see they have to back off. They know there are still Tai Lu players up high that they need to kind of respect, and therefore they can't come to the aid of their fallen teammates.
Big south shift is going to help out Tai Lu. They definitely need to finish this fight, though, as quickly as they can. New Happy, they've got a lot of decent cover to work around here. They have lost CC 108, which is unfortunate, but I don't think we have any full-strength teams, with the exception of Veronica 7, left in the lobby. So everybody down to 3 here as Kickstart and the rest of the Sonics boys trying to find angles through the smoke.
Yeah, it's just them and Falcons, but Falcons have a hot rotation in the making here. They need to play into the southern side, but they can't do so before Veronica 7 has made their move. But Tulans has been in the blue, I think, for the better part of the last 8 minutes, and somehow he's still alive. Does he find more first aids?
Oh, no.
Only bandages, 1 more first aid to go, and then the sprint will commence. He could potentially backstep the likes of D+, but we'll see. He's 1 team away from being rewarded placement points off of his push, but now let's see, does he get it? Yes, he does!
Hey.
1 placement point rewarded to Batulins for his efforts.
Every point counts, Toby, as Twisted Minds does go out in 8th place. Now New Happy, they get a little bit of a crate, a little crate drop right on top of them. V7 still 4 strong. They've got Ming Pa. There you go. Heaven will be the one that takes him out. And now we are down to our top 6 squads. V7 4 strong on the north side. Falcons, as you said, still 4 strong on that east. But Sonics 3, it's this road. This road is the big delineator here. What are these teams going to do? How are they going to play around this?
I mean, this road is effectively setting up the semifinals for Game 6 of today, and it's going to be a 3-way fight on the southern side and a 3-way fight on the northern. First thing that has to happen, I think, here is Veronica 7 making a play out of the compound. Of course, they're not in a hurry, because technically, should we get a massive northern swing, they would still be able to play from in there, and they know that both Falcons and Sonics are in very, very good positions to try and fend off against them. I'm a little surprised that Veronica 7 haven't earlier tried to set one towards the southern side. Issue is, we all know it's so open, so like, what would they claim? It's something you would see in other areas of Miramar, where you try to set up one up to kind of allow for them to have somewhere to go, but as we saw just there briefly in the overview, you can't play anything.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the real estate that they're working with here. That's the angle onto Falcons that V7 has. They are so buried in this dip. Now they will send Guman in towards the center, or at least a little bit closer towards center, and he's going to get away with it, stay alive for the time being. But everybody right now just waiting to see where this next zone goes. Will it hug north? Will it hug south? Which one is it going to be? South it is.
V7, they had the pleasure of the compound for a while, but no longer. Heaven, though, able to find the first knock, could potentially allow for them to make a play on through, and indeed it does. Amy falls down, that allows for 2 to make the play on out. Heaven is still left behind, and they're going in the direction of Falcons. Can they get within nade range here? And if so, what does that do to Sonics? Do they try and make a play off of it?
Yeah, I mean, Veronica 7 has to take this fight against Falcons. They have no other choice. If they sit down there, they will just be ducks, just monkeys in a barrel for Falcons to shoot at. The big grenades coming through. Emmy will get flush, and now another fight going on as Sonics make their way across the street. They're going to push right into New Happy. No knocks coming through just yet. Tickleton gets very low. Kickstart has a grenade in hand. Kickstart with the shot. He'll find December 12th, and that could open the door for the Sonics push.
Sonics had to make a play, make a decision. Do we take the fight south, or do we try backfill north? They opted to push on over. They know the game is going to end on this side of the street, so it makes perfect sense they're opting to try and make an aggressive play here. Issue is they have not made landfall inside the next circle just yet. They still need to creep further forward, and while they can now take the fight to New Happy, they're also going to be within vision of Tai Lu.
Legacy trying to get involved in that fight as well as Falcons. They're down to 3. They're trying to make a push. Capitan get picked out by Tosi as he tried to make the wrap in the vehicle. Now Heaven is still far west here.
Ooh.
V7 have complete ownership over this north side. Now Zhao Yang has an angle onto DraftKings and Silzen. Things are falling apart for Falcons in the late game.
The fact that Veronica 7 is actually coming out victorious here, now applying pressure to multiple teams, is absolutely insane. They were set pinned down by 2 teams, but actually making this happen. And not only that, but they're doing so without taking any casualties.
Oh, you say that. Tosi will get spotted by Tong Mu. And now that is 1 down for V7. DraftKings still alive for Falcons. Guman waiting for him eventually to peak. Won't matter. LZQQ will be the one that gets him. And now H-Wing gets the knock on to Tong Mu. So Sonic's now coming alive in the late game.
The issue is the fight on the northern side has ended, and because Sonics opted to leave the north, V7 now has full control. They can backfill literally anything they want. That's going to disallow Sonics to continue their peak fest towards the east.
6 kills for Sonics has now pushed them into first place ahead of Space Station Gaming. They still have 3 alive. The knock on the Nan is not going to be rezzed. New Happy down to just Ming Ming. And you can see LGC Legacy still 2 up. The circle centers up immediately, so both sides of the road still in play.
Sonics has made landfall, but they haven't gained space. Now they're trying to creep forward and get it inch by inch. Ming Ming and Nana's both prone down below. As Nan first one to fall. Oh, Ming Ming, does he go to the molly? Yes, he does. Kick secures them with a double.
Kick start. It's been a slow start to PGC 2023, but he has shown up in a huge way for Sonics here today. And now they turn their attention over towards Tai Lu. H-Win has the angle. 8 kills now for Sonics as they try to pull off a very improbable victory here. 23% you can see Veronica 7 in the driver's seat as far as the WWCD percentages go. But it's far from a sure thing here, Toby.
And this angle is so important for Heaven to hold. He cannot allow for Sonics to wrap down towards the road. As long as they can contain all the players on the southern side on the other side of the road without having access to them, they are setting themselves up for a real good end game here at V7. They know they have to cross the road eventually, but do as much damage as you can now. Force them to fight one another so that you can set up the push once the fight commences.
Tai Lu trying to find the grenades. They know that they've got Legacy right underneath them. They find the first knock. They get VHZ very, very low. They've got a Panther Faust in hand. Tickleton will find 2. Tong Mu will finish off Legacy, but Sonics finishes off almost all of Tai Lu. Zhao Yang, the last one alive. Heaven makes his way across the road. Funpin trying to make a push.
Oh, H1 has no clue that they've left one cross on over Heaven. Doesn't peek fast enough. Can't get the angle to try and shoot on through. Did he hear him approach? We're seeing H1 still look to the other side. He has a DMR in hand. He has no clue that Heaven is right next door. Having said that, he's just swung over. Nope, he goes back to the DMR once more. I don't think he has any idea that Heaven is set where he is.
And Tosi over here now as well. So H-Win on the clock. He's got to hear these footsteps. 9 kills for Sonics. And it's so close. There comes the push. Immediately swaps over. Neither one gets the knock, but now the gig is up for Veronica 7 as Sonics put their full attention back over. Another grenade from Kickstart as he's coming up huge for the boys in blue.
Mistake comes in. A whiff is made at the worst possible time. Xiao Yang will fall, but now damage has been done. It's not over yet, though. Tosi committing to the rest here. That nade is going to be close, and it's going to find the double. Kick once again with the utility. Able to do so much damage.
Kickstart with the hero plays. It's a 3v2 as Veronica 7 try to cross the street. Guman makes his way. He tries to go through the smoke. Glass gets spotted out by Tiggleton. 10 kills for Sonics. 1 left alive for Veronica 7. Is he going to try to go for the res? No, he can't. Guman has to pull off. Tosi is bleeding out. Guman trying to find somebody. It doesn't matter. Sonics secure the final victory of day number 1.
What a way to finish that one off. It all starts with them taking a casualty early on. Strimsy falls on the mountain before chaos even commences, but they stand strong. Kick defends the compound against D+, and then for them to make the wrap on out, cross the street too. So many situations that could have gone wrong, could have gone against them, plays out perfectly.
I mean, if Heaven wins that 1v1 against H-Win, we might not be sitting here talking about that.
They would have won that game, definitely.
Unbelievable stuff from Sonics. Unbelievable stuff from Kickstart as he has shown up in a huge, huge way here in day number 1. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to wrap up this first day of play. Day 1 is done, and it has been a story of repeat winners, and all of them from the Americas region. Sonics gets their second chicken dinner of the day and are going to be happy to have done so. Let's take a look back at how they got there. It's highlights.
Yeah, what a fantastic game. What a great game for Sonics to end things on with.
Right?
This is exactly what they needed, and it's looking like it's going to be their first time in a PGC Grand Finals.
He's got to get the asterisk in there. They do well, and you're like, you got to get that reminder in there. But
yeah.
It is. It seems like that's the journey, and I'm going to be honest, I am happy with what I saw in this game because up until today, to be honest, it felt like Shrimsy was wearing a Sonic-shaped backpack a little bit. Kickstart and Tiggleton came today and said, listen, we are kings. We are top-tier fraggers, and both of them put on a Masters class. Kickstart in particular seems unstoppable.
Yeah, and the winner's bracket, it wasn't looking good on the last day, but this one here, Kickstart, he definitely showed up. I think he was going to be one of our top fraggers, not the top fragger.
Gotta be.
After that fantastic game for them, of course. And overall, a hard ending, right? V7 Funpin, they had that northern side. They were able to push across. Tyloo, though, they got absolutely destroyed. I like the idea of the Panzerfaust to the drive down to Legacy, but but Tiggleton destroyed Tyloo. That was
look at this.
Disgusting. Super incredible spray from him. And what a great nade here for Kickstart to get a flush and the knock.
Yeah, I mean, V7 sort of watched Funpin, saw that fight from the other side of the hill. They thought they could try to engage. The Sonics were just absolutely ready for it. Even to the point where H-Win got caught with an MK in his hand and somehow managed to get to a Groza and return. Welcome back to the desk for the last time today. My name's Toffees. I'm joined by Avenger. And the story of the day for me is if you are from the Americas, you got to have 2 chickens.
You got 2 chicken dinners. Doesn't matter if you're Space Station Gaming or if you're Sonics, you get 2.
They did great. Both are happy, and both, I think, were worried coming into this one because of sort of the narrative that was going on behind the scenes. Both now, I think, can be pretty comfortable going into tomorrow. And in a second, we're going to talk about the top 4, and then we'll go look at the scoreboard because it is going to be very much not about the top 4. It's going to be about those teams in the middle with only 6 games left to play. Sonics, though, comes out with 13 kills. Tyloo with 7, and it was nice to see some movement from Veronica 7 Funpin. But they won't be the feature team. It's going to be the Sonics. Here's their team stats.
Yeah, what a fantastic one for this. Kickstart, of course, 7 to go his way here. What a fantastic start for him. He kickstarted this one. He had 12 kills in 5 games. He's going to end on 19 on 6 games. That is more than 3 kills per game on an average. And he's, of course, going to have the man of the match here for the last one. What a critical performance for him. But we gotta point out, this is the first time he's really showed up as a superstar we know him from the previous years.
Well, you know, if you ask the Sonics, they'll say there's no superstars on this team. We all equally work.
I disagree.
I disagree as well. And Kickstart's starting to look a lot like a superstar after the plays that he just made. That said, Tiggleton also was absolutely on fire today. That is a team of just all superstars, or so it would seem. Let's look at the match leaderboard. 23 points going the way of Sonics. Tyloo gets another 12. Veronica 7 Funpin manages to put up 11. SSG again back in the mix, and Legacy can be pretty happy with that 7.
They are. They needed that, and that's, of course, going to be putting them into a tied spot here. A 3-way tie, 7, 8, and 9th here for Asta Pentagram, Legacy, and Question Mark Foot. And B7 Funpin, though, tied at the bottom with 17 points. B7 Funpin, that's 6 points going into the last match. Of course, they got 7, but still, it's going to be a rough one. I will still say this, even because we have had this much of a kind of a top 3 sponge, right? no matter what, one good game to start things off with tomorrow, you're into the top 8 quite easily, no matter who you are in the bottom 8.
100% in the bottom foot. That's a team that has a pedigree to get back into this. All they need is one win for those 10 points plus some kills, and they're right back in game 1, which is going to be on Miramar to start us off tomorrow. Then we'll go Tego, Vikendi, Erangel. And that, I think, maybe starting on the dunes might give a couple of these teams and catch up a little extra space. You can go a little deeper there. There's less exposed locations. Hopefully they can use that to get themselves up to a quick start tomorrow. And that's what it's going to be about, because at the end of tomorrow, 32 players will be able to continue to chase their dream. The other 32 players will spend the rest of their lives wondering, could I have done something more? Could I have changed even a little thing to go the distance?
And of course, we got one more day of last chance. Exciting things. 72 points though for Sonics. This is going to mean that they are going to be going to the grand finals unless it's done. It's done.
Well, you know what they can do is they can sit back and relax on their Onda seats, the official gaming chair partner of PGC, the chair that elevates the gaming experience with ultimate comfort and exceptional performance. Choose Onda seat, choose the seat of victors.
So comfortable.
We're also sponsored by the King Power Group, leader in the travel retail industry. King Power, the power of possibilities. Logo Pro esports grade gaming gear created with a unique design. As a world-leading gaming brand, MSI stands out as the most trusted brand in gaming and esports. MSI is the official gaming partner of the PUBG Global Championships 2023, providing PC hardware, monitors, and laptops as a designated hardware provider of this event. Takanoi, live deliciously. And finally, the #1 fast and reliable fiber internet, True Online, keeping you connected when you're trying to win a chicken dinner. And teams need to come in tomorrow with that intention to win right out of the gate.
Yeah. The question is the Americas guys going to be taking all of them because they have gotten 4.
Yeah.
That 2 teams taking 2 each. It's just an insane sponge. It makes it extremely difficult for all the teams. But also, now that we have this kind of 3-way lead with 3 big teams on the top, means, as we said, it is still open. You come in, you have a double-digit chicken dinner, even if you're in last place right now. It means you're going to be going straight into the top 8, and you can solidify yourself and make sure that you go to the grand final for PGC 2023.
And for some of these teams, I think they might be excited. I think for teams like Sonics and maybe even, I think, SSG, having the fact coming out of this having the extra 6 or 12 games, having the time with top teams to sort of get their pace under them is going to make them a lot more confident for the grand final. Now, there are teams in the trail that I'm a little worried about. Twisted Minds has shown up at the end. I need a little bit more from them. I think this is a team that I honestly think they could win the whole thing if they just get all of their players up and activated.
What a redemption arc that would have been, right? If that happens. Still, they're in the top 8. They can still close it out, but they need still to get those points tomorrow. They are nowhere close to be safe.
No one's safe. 6 games left to play. Come back tomorrow for more action. But for now, let's check in with Pan as she speaks with some of our players from today.
เอาละค่ะต้อนรับกลับเข้าสู่ด้านบนเวทีนะคะอย่างที่บอกไปว่าเดี๋ยวเราจะมีการสัมภาษณ์ในช่วงท้ายของเกมนะคะโอ้โหวันนี้ก็สนุกไม่แพ้กันกับวันแรกของ Last Chance เนาะดังนั้นเนี่ยก็จะมีทีมนะคะที่ต้องบอกว่าอยู่อันดับ Top Rank เลยนะคะของตารางในวันนี้จะได้ขึ้นมาพูดคุยกันด้านบนเวทีนะคะ Okay, so right here with the special or the great performance of the players right here, we're going to invite them to have some interview on the stage. Okay, so let's get started with the first team. That is Space Station Gaming! Woo, 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 woo.
Hello.
Hi, okay, so our Sharp Shot 4K. So this is the name that you're just like identify yourself. So for the first thing, after qualifying to Last Chance right here with the slimmest of margin. So what did it mean for the team mentality to come in and win the first 2 matches?
That's exactly what we needed. We needed that confidence boost after qualifying by 1 point. We got it. And now we're just going to keep it rolling.
ว้าวนะคะก็ถามไปนะคะว่าหลังจากที่เขาได้เข้ามาสู่รอบ Last Chance นะคะซึ่งต้องบอกว่ามันเป็นโอกาสที่น้อยมากๆแต่ก็สามารถทำได้นะคะมาสู่ในรอบนี้เนี่ยอะไรที่ทำให้ทีมของเขาเนี่ยสามารถนำชัยชนะนะคะมาได้ใน2เกมแรกนะคะได้กินไก่ใน2เกมแรกนั่นเองแน่นอนมันเป็นสิ่งที่เขาต้องการอยู่แล้วนะคะมันเป็นสิ่งที่เขาตั้งใจนะคะแล้วก็เป็นสิ่งที่จะทำต่อไปนั่นเองนะคะกับ SSG นะคะ and how do you maintain this momentum to make sure that you're in the grand final later this week?
We just keep doing what we're doing. We won the regionals. We just keep doing that. Play the way we've been playing. We got this.
โอเคนะคะก็สำหรับคำถามที่ถามไปก็คือคุณจะทำยังไงให้คุณสามารถไปสู่ในรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลได้ก็คือทำในสิ่งที่เขาทำอยู่เนี่ยแหละนะคะมันเป็นสิ่งที่ต้องบอกว่าเขาทำมาโดยตลอดอยู่แล้วนะคะดังนั้นก็เป็นกำลังใจนะคะให้กับทีมกันด้วย so anything you would like to say to your fans
Shout out to my families back home watching. I love you guys and all the fans supporting us. Let's go, SSG on top.
ว้าวนะคะก็ขอบคุณนะคะสำหรับการซัพพอร์ตด้วยรวมถึงครอบครัวของเขาและทุกคนนะคะที่ให้การสนับสนุนแน่นอน SSG on top นะคะทุกคน Thank you very much SSG bye bye
Thank you bye
Have a good rest เอาละค่ะแล้วก็อีกหนึ่งทีมที่ไม่พูดถึงไม่ได้เช่นเดียวกันนะคะในวันนี้เขาก็อยู่ในลำดับแบบท็อปของตารางด้วยเช่นเดียวกันนะคะดังนั้นเราไปเจอกันเลยกับ New Happy เชิญค่ะตอนนี้อยู่กับหมิงนั่นเองนะคะ Hi hello Are you tired โอเคก็สำหรับคำถามแรกนะคะกับ New Happy the first question that you had one night to reset after a difficult finish to the winner bracket. So how did you manage to reset your mentality and come back so strong today?
所以经过昨天非常辛苦的一天，然后你们也有一个非常好的休息，能跟我们大概分享一下你是通过怎么样的一个整顿来恢复到今天这么好的状态呢？
我们一起开了个会，然后就是说我们决策怎么果断一点吧，然后要敢打。
So they have a meeting after the match yesterday, and what they come to a conclusion is to have a more clear and straightforward command while they're doing their match to make sure they perform well in the match to fight for the points.
โอเคค่ะก็แพนถามไปนะคะว่าคือเขามีเวลา1คืนเนาะหลังจากที่จบ Winner Bracket ไปแล้วก็มาสู่ Last Chance นะคะเขาได้มีการรีเซ็ตตัวเองยังไงบ้างที่จะกลับมาเข้มแข็งเหมือนในวันนี้หมายถึงแข็งแกร่งมากๆในวันนี้นะคะอย่างแรกเลยก็คือพอจบ Winner Bracket ปั๊บเขาประชุมกันก่อนเลยนะคะเขามีมีตติ้งกันเพื่อที่จะแก้ไขจุดอ่อนต่างๆนะคะแล้วก็ดึงกลับมาในสิ่งที่เป็นจุดอ่อนแล้วก็เขาเรียกว่าพัฒนาตัวเองมากยิ่งขึ้นนั่นเองนะคะวันนี้ก็เลยกลับมาพร้อมกับคะแนนที่น่าทึ่งมากๆด้วยนะคะ Okay and another question you failed in the qualify for the grand finals of PGC 2022 so how eager you are to get back there this year
所以昨天不好意思，去年并没有顺利进入 PGC 2022的总决赛。那今年的话，对于进入总决赛，你的整体渴望程度和信心大概有多少呢？
我们非常的渴望，也很有信心。
They are very eager and very confident.
ว้าวโอเคนะคะแพนถามไปว่าเมื่อปีที่แล้วนะคะกับ PGC 2022เนี่ยคือเขาไม่ได้เขาเรียกว่า fail อะเนาะใช้คำว่า fail ละกันนะคะสำหรับ Grand Final ใน PGC 2022นะคะก็เลยถามว่าในปีนี้เนี่ยมีความหิวกระหายขนาดไหนนะคะในการที่จะเข้าไปสู่จุดนั้นเหมือนเดิมเขาบอกเขาหิวกระหายมากและเขาก็มั่นใจมากด้วยนะคะ Okay anything to say to your fans
有什么希望跟粉丝说的吗？
谢谢大家的支持吧，然后我们会尽力打好每一场比赛。
Thank you for your support, all our fans, and we will do our best in our future matches to make sure we win and go to the top.
ว้าวนะคะก็ขอบคุณแฟนๆทุกคนนะคะแล้วก็ขอบคุณที่ให้การสนับสนุนแล้วก็เราจะเขาเรียกว่าทำให้ดีที่สุดเนาะให้ไปอยู่ท็อปของตารางให้ได้นะคะโอเค thank you very much Ming thank you bye bye New Happy เอาละค่ะแล้วก็สำหรับในวันนี้นะคะจบอีก1วันค่ะกับวันแรกของ Last Chance นะคะยังไงในวันพรุ่งนี้เดี๋ยวเราจะได้ตื่นเต้นมากกว่านี้กันอย่างแน่นอนเพราะว่านะคะ8ทีมในอันดับ Top Rank เนี่ยก็จะได้เข้าสู่ในรอบ Grand Final นั่นเองดังนั้นพรุ่งนี้ก็สามารถมาส่งกำลังใจนะคะให้กับทีมต่างๆกันได้ส่วนในวันนี้ขอตัวลาไปก่อนนะคะสวัสดีค่ะ
It's not enough to run and trust in yourself at the end.